Oh, how's it going? Watch the entirety of this video today, but first, for all of that, we're gonna get stats. Asmongold lied. Oh no. Ah! Um, I don't air kick. Right the oh, right the boom. Okay, we're getting actually we're gonna be nice. It's gonna be real nice. That jazz is nice. Nice. I don't know why I'm talking like.
Over the past 20 years, there have been many gaming titles that have managed to cultivate their own avid fan bases. Whether it be because of the story, gameplay, music, or any number of reasons, there are many titles out there that fans love which are not widely known to the larger public. It's a rare occasion when a sequel to one of these games not only manages to break through into the mainstream market, but at the same time, while doing so, manages to be considered in the eyes of many, a masterpiece. NieR Automata introduced many players to the world of NieR. Its story, themes, music, gameplay, and design was so uniquely and masterfully executed, it was, and still is, unlike many other games you'll experience in a long time. It left many new fans eager to learn more about this franchise's history. But imagine the shock they find themselves in when they discover NieR's story not only stems from, but continues on, from a completely different franchise altogether. Drakengard is a title most gamers are not familiar with. It was originally released on the PlayStation 2 back in 2003 to mixed reviews. While the gameplay was hit or miss, there was undeniably a unique approach when it came to the characters inhabiting its world. Yoko Taro, the game's director, had an interesting way of looking at modern tropes. Typically, the protagonist of a game might slaughter hundreds and thousands of people yet be hailed as a hero. He found concepts like that wild. How is someone like that not insane? So it was the perfect choice to put into his own game. He implemented the ideas many wouldn't dare or even think of to touch. It was viewpoints like that and the willingness to take an unorthodox approach which gave his titles their own
How
identity.
big is
Wow? Why
does your text need to be so big, dude?
Returned to work on a third installment. During its development, however, the concept wound up straying a little too far from what they intended.
Also, yeah, I wish I still had access. Well, that's the old game. That's the one with the.
But interestingly enough, despite the rebrand,
Wish I still had access to play the game, but they took it off of the PS Plus
game.
thing.
As far as he was concerned, he picked up right where he left off. And once more, he continued to implement a unique view on the world through its story. Drakengard would eventually get an official third installment in 2014, and it would be a prequel to the original game. But as the years have gone by, instead of furthering the divide between the franchises, he's actively worked to bring them closer, to the point where it's an undeniable fact that the two stories tie into one another. Unfortunately, understanding the timeline isn't as simple as just going through the games. Each game has a plethora of different endings which can and do branch into their own separate timelines. Add on top of that countless different novellas, books, manga, stage plays, and whatever other form of medium Yoko Taro has chosen to dip his toe into, and you have a lot of material to get through. But getting the true timeline is work in and of itself, since Yoko Taro loves to just change things. Considering this timeline is one that theoretically deals with an infinite number of varying branches, Yoko Taro loves to change the events of history anytime a new version of a story comes out. If you're currently watching the Automata anime that's airing and you've previously played the game, you've probably noticed that certain characters have completely changed. And that's on purpose. He's not retconning his story, he's just going down a different path of the timeline. His unique approach to storytelling hasn't changed from his beginnings. In fact, if anything, he's only gotten more bold with the risks he's willing to take. From swapping genres mid-game to tackling the topics others dare not approach, it's almost as if the whole world is Yoko Taro's playground and he's doing what he wants. This video is going to be as straightforward of a timeline as could possibly be. I'm not going to explore any of the irrelevant endings or branches that lead into different paths. There is one flow of history that leads directly from the beginning of this timeline straight to its end. As such, any material that's not part of the main timeline will be left out. These include the aforementioned endings, a manga series, as well as Drakengard 2, since Yoko Taro didn't work on it and he ignores it as well. With that said, I present to you the complete, unabridged timeline of NieR. While the Drakengard universe is what begins this whole timeline and is set in a fantastical world full of magic and dragons, its history actually stems from our very own, literally. Up until the year 856, their world was exactly like ours. The same countries, the same continents, the same past, everything was the same. But in the year 856, earthquakes began devastating parts of the world. The most important was one that occurred in the Iberian Peninsula in Europe. After this, overnight, seemingly out of thin air, a mysterious metropolis had risen, and with it brought all sorts of powerful creatures not native to the world, such as dragons. This location would be known as Cathedral City. Now, to be clear, there is a lot of mystery surrounding where, why, and how Cathedral City wound up appearing out of nowhere. And with the scarce amount of information available, assumptions have to be made. The most logical sense seems to be that it came from both a different time period and dimension. I say this because if you're familiar with the franchise, there is a character named Accord. She's an android meant to observe singularities across the timelines. Singularities in and of themselves are just entities that create a branch within a timeline in which things change from what was supposed to happen. Her job is to monitor these timelines and ensure these singularities don't lead to the downfall of every single timeline, thus annihilating everything. That is her purpose. The reason I bring her up is because she appears as a security measure, keeping a very
actually, Kaine was literally I think she literally was mentioned
inside the
NieR
Drakengard universe in the year
as being one of the
856. However, Accord wasn't invented until the year 6230 in the NieR universe. Her, alongside dragons, were both invented to help fight back against an alien invasion. I know that part sounds really weird and random and out of nowhere, but if you know the timeline, then you know that is an event that does happen and we will get to it. But either way, Accord was invented for the first time in the year 6230. Cathedral City, from its architecture and technology, is very advanced. So while never directly stated, it makes sense that some sort of time-space phenomena pulled Cathedral City from the 6th millennium to the Drakengard universe in the year 856. It is possible that everything exists in a type of cycle. NieR's timeline only happens because of the events of Drakengard, and if Drakengard only happens because of NieR, then it's one big cycle with no clear beginning. But anyway, all of that was to say Cathedral City, dragons, and other beings all showed up out of nowhere, resulting in the true start to the Drakengard timeline. But to better understand what is to unfold, we must first talk about the true antagonist of everything that is to come, from here to the end of the timeline, God. God is an entity that is never seen throughout any of the games, novellas, side content, and so on. They have no religious affiliation. It is just God in the premise of being the creator of all living things. The plot comes in when God deems mankind a failure due to their strong egos and uncontrollable nature, free will as it is. As such, God has sentenced humanity to death and created creatures to wipe them out. These are where the Watchers came from.
Okay, so I was wrong there. I said it was Satan.
The destruction of humanity.
I was thinking of this giant baby motherfucker. I was thinking it was like Satan, but I got it wrong. It was God.
They have no set form and can take on the appearance of many different things, but it is typically their primary goal to simply help kill everything. It is possible that this is also where the Black Flower came from, possibly the most dangerous active threat to all life. In the simplest of terms, the Black Flower has the ability to destroy everything. It's not only a threat to the world,
there's so much
but
to the story, dude. I don't know it, dude.
Returning to the idea of Cathedral City having come from the future, the Black Flower was likely both discovered and subsequently sealed away during that time as well. It currently resides locked away within Cathedral City. Accord, whose job it is to make sure the timelines don't end, is a security measure put in place to keep it sealed, and even an android guardian named Bardus is located within the walls to protect it. He is of immense strength, as we will come to see. Where the Black Flower originated is entirely a mystery, but because of what it does, we can assume God created it to wipe everything out. The dragons, however, are an enemy of the flower, and they have the power within them to destroy it. It might have been part of the reason they were created in the first place. But despite their purpose, upon being transported to the year 856, they became the enemy of humanity, likely by complete accident. With the dragon's lifespan so long, all they ever knew was battle. Ever since they could remember, they were always on the battlefield fighting against this alien invasion, all through the day and into the night. There were so many dragons, it was even described as having the numbers to blot out the sun with their sheer numbers. But one day, some white explosion caused everything to vanish. Their numbers became rare, their enemies disappeared, and the Earth itself changed. This moment, whatever this white explosion was, is when they were transported to Drakengard. It is perhaps unlikely that they were even aware of what happened during the moment, as all of this information comes from a dragon in hindsight recounting these events. So upon being transported, and always being in battle, they may have perhaps just attacked humanity, as war was what they were always doing. And humanity, having come under attack, began fighting against the dragons, which then created a war which justified both sides trying to defend and kill each other. And just like that, ironically enough, the dragons became the biggest threat humanity faced. And after about 10 years of suffering under them, humanity banded together and cast aside the concept of individual countries and became one unified body known as Midgard. From here, we'll be jumping through time pretty fast as civilization, technology, and life all advances. With cities and villages being reduced to ash, many survivors fled to Cathedral City as they considered it humanity's last shelter. This city would largely consist of nobles and intellectuals from past kingdoms. As perhaps an unforeseen side effect of the dragons and otherworldly beings, they carried a chemical within them known as maso. It's basically a magical element. Humans within areas containing high concentrations of maso began to evolve and change into many mythological creatures we are aware of today. Fairies, elves, trolls, minotaurs, and orcs are but a handful of subhuman species created from those exposed to these magical particles. And as such, magic became a real thing. Many people began finding themselves able to utilize it for strange powers and quickly rose up the social hierarchy. The Magic Academy was formed within Cathedral City to study more about magic and was created by the church, who began worshipping users capable of miracles. The church and the Magic Academy pretty much oversaw everything across Midgard. By this point, the people of the world had to establish new territories which fell under new rulers who became known as the Lords of the Lands. Life under their rule was pretty miserable. Huge power gaps formed between the rich and poor, crime became rampant, murder, extortion, torture, and abuse of power was common among soldiers against women and children. The lords often had few to no restrictions on their actions and would partake in sick and sadistic hobbies of their own. But I'll get to each of them individually a little later down the line. Basically, as time goes on, a whole lot of political drama goes on between the church and the Magic Academy, which results in many people losing faith in their leadership. But in the year 995, an accident occurs within the Magic Academy inside Cathedral City. A female magician caused a large-scale accident by performing a forbidden art incorrectly. Details of this accident describe dust from the explosion resembling a giant flower, which encompassed the entire city, and all traces of people within it disappeared, and everything was reduced to ruins. It is perhaps whatever she did that allowed a portion of the black flower to escape from its captivity and enter the world.
I'm gonna react to this. Getting into it.
Around the year 985 is where we get our first story in this timeline. In the novella A Rain to End Any Flower to Begin, we follow the life of a young girl who would become our main character for this early part of the story, as we see the events that would inevitably set her off on her life's purpose. As she would later be more prominently known as Zero, her childhood came just about as rough as they come. The world she lived in was a cruel one. She grew up in poverty under an abusive mother with nothing, not even a name to call her own. To be fair, she never quite blamed her mother for their circumstance or the way she grew up or even how she treated her, as it was likely the exact same for her. It was only ever the lucky few children born into wealth who grew up with warm food and a roof over their head. The majority were forced to scavenge or steal just to survive. Most of the mothers around hardly cared about their children, as they were the result of an accidental pregnancy. As such, at a very young age, her mother sold her to a brothel for a very small, nigh insignificant amount of money. This became her new life, whether she liked it or not. Many of the girls at the brothel often conspired to escape via different methods, with very few, if any, ever succeeding. And this is where Indigo comes in. She was one of the other girls working in the brothel and befriended our main character early upon her arrival. She even gave Zero the name Usubeni, or Rose, due to the color of her eyes, having not actually had a name at the time. But Rose would learn a very harsh lesson early on. To her, she and Indigo were great friends, and after some time had passed, Indigo suggested they steal as much money as possible and run off together to start a new life. To Rose, this sounded wonderful. Despite her life and the cruel world she lived in all this time, with Indigo she felt they could do anything. There was a true sense of happiness she had with her. So the two stole the money and ran off. Their escape plan was a man waiting with a horse. It was a patron of the brothel who fancied Indigo for some time now. But when the two girls got to him, Rose was betrayed. Indigo was never friends with her. She was only using her and building up their friendship this entire time because she needed an extra pair of hands to help carry the gold they stole. Rose was supposed to be killed right then and there. However, pursuers came and gave chase, so Indigo and her man made off with all the money. And Rose was left with a harsh lesson in trust. Particularly, she could trust only herself. She was brought back to the brothel. However, her desire for freedom did not end that day. Several months later, she made yet another escape attempt. However, this time, it was actually successful. She stole even more money than before, but to make sure she wasn't pursued like last time, she slaughtered everyone that might potentially come after her. She poisoned the men and killed them while they were unconscious. The procurers, their underlings, and even the women. No life was spared, as she stealthily took the lives of anyone who might know her or come after her. And with that, she escaped with bountifuls of gold in hand. But while she may have learned a few things from her experience with Indigo, she now faced a new problem along with a new lesson: bandits. Being alone meant that she was an easy target, and an even more valuable one if she had anything of worth on her. She was robbed and yet again set to be sold to another brothel. However, before that time came, she escaped with only her life this time. In her mind, she could have nothing and she could trust no one. This was the only logical answer for her to live out the rest of her life as. It was miserable, rough, and lonely. And to top things off, she had contracted an incurable scourge plaguing the area and its people, so she was already living on borrowed time. Her life was spent wandering aimlessly, pilfering food and clothes as she came by them, and her habit of killing persisted. If she saw a warm meal on the table of someone's house, she would murder everyone in it just so she could eat. House to house, family to family, whether it was the rich or the poor, it didn't matter to her. So long as there was something for her to take, she would. There was no sense of morality in her actions, simply whatever was best for her. Even when the children of these families begged for their lives, the prospect they would simply forgive and forget her killing their parents was too much of a risk compared to outright killing them. No one was spared the tip of her blade. Her body count racked up well into the triple digits before a bounty was put out for her arrest. The reward was handsome, and so it pretty much became impossible for her to run anymore before she was caught. By this point, the disease had taken its toll, but not enough to kill her just yet. Upon being arrested, she was whipped for every single life she stole, which fortunately they didn't truly know, or else she definitely would have been dead. Afterwards, she was chained up and left to die in the town square. Alongside her were 5 other girls also sentenced to death. Unlike our main character, their intentions were quite virtuous. They attempted to start a revolt against the tyrannical lord who oppressed the people in hopes to give everyone a better life. But their dreams were shot down before it ever had the chance to blossom. One of their own ratted them out, and the 5 girls were captured and tortured, their bones broken, their fingernails ripped from their hands, their eyes gouged out, and so much more. Even to Rose, their fate felt far too cruel for how good they were. By the time Rose was strung up, 4 of the girls had already died, with the leader, the last one, holding on through sheer willpower alone. The 2 then have a relatively nice interaction, before the remaining rebel dies, but to the end held true to her sense of justice and belief in her actions in what she was trying to accomplish. As the remaining survivor, Rose was sent to be burnt at the stake. However, before that had the chance to happen, the culmination of her injuries as well as her sickness finally caught up to her, and she died.
Yep.
But it seems
Nice way
the
to-
world wasn't done with her just
Better
yet.
way to go
In her
out.
dying moments, she bore witness to a rose-colored flower blooming before her very eyes. This was in fact a fragment of the black flower that was sealed within Cathedral City. Like Rose, it was weak and dying, so it took root within her corpse and birthed her with new
This is
life.
where the red flower
She was cured of
comes
her
in.
illness and given magical ability far more powerful than that of normal magic. She became known as an intoner. It's a definition given to those who are magically enhanced thanks to the flower. Being an intoner comes with a plethora of abilities. They can manipulate magic via songs, enhance their speed and reflexes, heal abnormally fast, but also, and most concerning of all, was their ability to summon watchers, the servants of God and instruments meant to destroy humanity. Over the next 8 months, Rose learns all about her new abilities, but also the flower's purpose. She learned that the flower is slowly consuming both her body and mind, turning her into a puppet. Once the flower fully takes root, it will unleash world devastation. Rose was just a tool in the flower's goal to destroy humanity. Having no interest in being controlled or destroying the world, Zero makes an attempt at her own life. She stabs herself through the heart with her sword, hoping to end things right then and there. But the flower, in an act of self-preservation, sensed her hostility and created 5 young clones of Rose. They too were intoners and possessed a fragment of her personality and powers. Rose attempted to kill them while they were still small and frail, but was incapable when the eldest sister, 1, protects her sisters. Too weakened from her suicide attempt, all 5 girls managed to escape. Rose would then swear to kill all of them and rid the world of the flower's existence, no matter the cost. Respectively, all of the sisters would go on to be known as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It is also here that Rose adopted the alias of Zero, as she is the original and it is her duty to deal with her sisters. As for the sisters, they are an amalgamation of a few separate things all mashed together in one. Their look, their personality, their memories all stem from different places. For example, the memories of the 5 girls' past are all different. In fact, they would all actually directly come from the 5 girls who died in the square alongside Zero before she obtained the flower. In terms of their appearance, they all came from different people Zero had encountered throughout her life. 5's body, for example, was that of a nun she had killed back when she was stealing food to survive. And 1 was actually that remaining leader girl she had talked to with her eyes gouged out for having tried to overthrow the Lord. 1 possessed the same voice, hair, and likely the same eyes. The other 3's appearances are unknown, but they were likely either from the brothel or girls she had killed while stealing food. It's also important to note that each of the girls are afflicted with a type of curse, a price they must pay for their ability to use the power of songs. 1's senses grow keener with each passing day. Her sense of smell, taste, hearing, and so on become much more sensitive over time. 2's physical strength gradually grows despite her appearance, 3's hair grows uncontrollably and she needs to cut it daily, 4's fingernails grow at an alarming rate and she's made a habit of biting them off, and 5's breasts enhance with seemingly each passing day. Of course, unlike the other 5 girls, 5 doesn't mind hers as much as it increases her self-confidence and bravado. But in terms of personality, let's take them one by one. Having each received a fragment of Zero's personality, 5 represents Zero's lustful issues and insensitivity towards sexual topics. She has a relentless craving and, like Zero, will kill anyone just to get some food. 5 is crude and horny, full of confidence and greed. She has an insatiable desire for pretty much everything: men, food, clothing. But whenever she gets what she desires, it isn't too long before she becomes bored of it and throws it away. 4 reminds Zero of herself when she was still a young girl thrown into the brothel and how she tried to hold on to the smallest bits of pride she still had left. 4 speaks and acts with grace, with a refined personality of a good and responsible listener. However, she is also Zero's embodiment of her desire to be accepted and loved by others. As such, 4 has an enormous inferiority complex. She's jealous of her sister's beauty, such as 5, and constantly craves one's praise and acknowledgement. When 4 becomes paranoid, she rejects everyone in her life, hating the entire world, exactly the same as when Zero chose to stop trusting others. 3 is Zero's wild, selfish, and twisted side. 3 has no remorse or empathy for her twisted actions. She's lethargic, lacks much energy, but has a very dangerous temperament. However, her obsession with dolls is completely unlike this side of her. When fixated on something she truly loves, she becomes hyper-focused and very talkative. She's regarded by the sisters as the most beautiful amongst the group, which they find unfortunate due to her general disposition. 2 is Zero's life in what could have been. She's bright and cheerful with the ability to get along with just about anyone she meets. She's a type of motherly figure, caring greatly about others and their well-being. She loves the world and is carefree, even able to find true love. And 1 is possibly the greatest aspect of Zero, which is her strong sense of justice in the world. In Zero's final moments before she died, she was unsatisfied and unable to comprehend why everything was so unjust. She hated wrongdoers, the corrupt, and oppressors. Just before dying, she wanted a just and logical world, and that's what 1 embodies: a strong sense of justice, seriousness, and intelligence. 1 finds it her responsibility to care for the well-being of others and make the world a better place. These 5 were born of the flower's existence and as such serve as vessels of its will, whether they know it or not. Like Zero, the flower rooted within them is inevitably going to blossom and bring world devastation. And at the same time, they too are intoners and can utilize the power of song to their benefit. Basically, everything Zero knew in regards of how to utilize it, they kinda know as well. Ironically, these 5 do care greatly about the world and its people, and that would be very evident in what they did with their lives shortly after their birth. The manga series Utahime 5 shows us the story of the 5 sisters running up to the events before the game. The beginning months following these girls' birth were initially spent as a traveling superhero band, as odd as that may sound. But through doing this, they were able to witness the cruelties of the world and see just how corrupt the Lords of the Lands really are. And so, the 5 girls set off on a journey to overthrow these leaders and free Midgard themselves. Their first target was Lord Bass from the Land of Sands. He certainly is a twisted and ruthless individual. He doesn't care much about anything, including his own kingdom, outside of his own sickening hobbies. He decorates his castle using the flesh and bones of children and slaves. Pretty much everything from little figurines to rugs to dolls, he crafts using the subjects from his own land. And when the families come to appeal to him asking for their children back, he strings them up, leaving them for dead for all to see. The 5 girls arrive at his castle and swiftly deal with the outside guards. While various traps and other abominations lie in wait on the inside, they too are dealt with until Bass himself chooses to confront them personally. He pilots a giant golem, which he hopes to overwhelm the sisters with. However, it's all for naught. 1 uses her power of song to increase her physical strength and movement speed, and she is capable of taking down the golem. Lord Bass in his defeat would beg for mercy, attempting to justify his actions. However, he's simply wasting his breath. To truly protect the world, the lords must die. And so 1 disintegrates his head with a sheer amount of superhuman strength. As the wall crumples over the former lord's corpse, we are introduced to Partition. He was Lord Bass's assistant, however likely has relations to another lord, Cerulia. She rules the land of seas and utilizes magic, most notably to keep a youthful appearance. She steals the youth of others for her own personal gain. Partition, too, is a magician and does a similar form of magic to keep himself looking young. Both of them are obsessed with whatever magical strength lies behind the Mercurius Gate in Cathedral City, which we currently know is the Black Flower. Rumor has spread that behind the gate are the secrets to all magic, and many have taken interest in trying to obtain it. It's likely the 2 were in cahoots to obtain this power, and so branched out hoping to find a solution faster. But nevertheless, since we're already on the topic of other lords, there is also Grey, who rules the land of mountains, and his son, Shaxor, who rules the land of forests. Knowledge about their kingdoms and their wrongdoings aren't shown in any detail. We just have to imagine they're on an equal level as Bass and Cerulia. These 3's goal is to obtain whatever power lies within Cathedral City. This is important because Partition tells the sisters about this power as well, since it is their goal to become stronger and practice their skills so they can one day take on Zero when their paths inevitably cross again. He convinces them to venture to Cathedral City to obtain this power, and so they all set out. On their journey, however, their ship is attacked by a kraken-like sea monster, and amidst the chaos, one is pulled into the ocean, and none of the sisters are able to help her. Fortunately, one is more than capable of handling herself. She and the sea beast wash up ashore on some random island. However, after thinking the monster was dead, it makes a surprise attack, but is interrupted when a dragon lands on its head and kills it. This is Gabriella, one of the few and only relevant dragons that still roam Midgard. Her encounter with one was not by chance. In fact, she had crossed paths with Zero prior and was curious as to what her existence was. She was able to sense the odd nature of being an intoner and didn't know what that was. So following the sense of presence, she wound up coming face to face with one, but is notably able to tell the difference in the two's power level. Zero exerts immense strength to the point that even Gabriella describes her as a monster, while one appears weak, but she states her desire to protect the world. Their conversation is interrupted as Gabriella wasn't the only one looking for one. The other three lords have dispatched an assassin to track down and kill the sisters. The assassin is Bardis, who, if you recall, I mentioned was originally within Cathedral City when it first arrived. He was found by the lords within the walls guarding the gate to the Black Flower. A lot of time has passed since then, and he's kind of forgotten his purpose. And so the lords were just able to command him, and he followed their orders. Bardis is of immense strength and power. Not only is he physically capable of overpowering both one and Gabriella, but his body is able to regenerate from any damage he sustains. He's most certainly not human, and whatever technology he was made out of in whatever era he was plucked from makes him a real force to be reckoned with. As stated, he easily takes care of one and has no problem overpowering Gabriella. But just when things are looking bad, one unlocks her intoner mode. She pushes herself further beyond her known limits and unleashes a barrage of relentless attacks onto Bardis, decimating and ripping his body to shreds. But even this was not enough to kill the mysterious warrior. He regenerates, but this time with the physical appearance of a young boy. But it was enough to continue living another day. Having pushed herself past her physical limits, one fell into a coma for the next month. Gabriella was impressed by her capabilities as well as her desire to protect the world, and so she decides to take her unconscious and exhausted body and look after it until she wakes up. In the meantime, there's another story that we need to follow that was happening simultaneously as well, and that's what Zero was doing. After her sister's birth, Zero spent most of her time researching everything she could about the flower's origin. She found some books from Cathedral City which detailed the dragon's connection to it and how they are the only things capable of killing it. Her path inevitably crossed with Michael, the strongest dragon there is. When Zero found herself inside of Cerulea's kingdom fighting her soldiers, Michael showed up and decided to kill Zero as a game. But she used his own attacks in her favor and wiped out the soldiers instead. While he initially came to kill her, he noticed the flower growing within her and simply laughed. He stopped his attacks and chose to indulge in a conversation, as she most certainly is one of a kind. Michael confirms all of Zero's research about the flower and how dragons are connected to it. Zero divulges what has become of her, as well as the creation of her sisters, and how all of them need to die for the flower to be stopped. Michael sees the rivalry dragons have with the flower as his destiny, and so agrees. Though it wasn't as simple as just that. Over the course of the next 2 months, Michael would test Zero's strength and power over the flower by having her kill countless magical beasts. Her final test of strength was a battle with Michael himself. Zero was strong enough to win the fight, and as promised, Michael began fighting by Zero's side as a friend and companion. Now, both Zero and One have made allies with a dragon. As stated, 1 month would pass before One finally regained consciousness and was able to continue her journey. However, neither she nor her sisters were the first to arrive at Cathedral City. The lords were. They were fully aware that there was now a race to claim whatever power and knowledge lied behind the Mercurius Gate, and they were hoping to be the first ones to claim it. Bardis, who has since reunited with them, is tasked with opening it because he's the strongest and from wherever this stemmed from. But when he tries to open it, the security system rejects his voice data and teleports him away. From here, the lords have no choice but to simply wait for the intoners to arrive and ambush them when they're not suspecting it. With One reawakened, she and Gabriella would set a path towards Cathedral City, but on the way, she does reunite with the rest of her sisters as well, as they get to have a small little reunion. Now a complete unit once more, all of the girls are able to make their way to the gate where they hope to open it. But as they stand mere feet in front of it, before they even get the opportunity to try, the lords launch a sneak attack, and 3 is killed out of nowhere. All hell breaks loose as the sisters all panic and try to launch their own counterattack in retaliation. But one by one, each of the sisters are all brutally killed by the lords, and their corpses lay scattered amongst the rubble. One is the only remaining survivor, and seeing all of her sisters slaughtered, she lets out a shriek of pure duress, which resonates with the Mercurius Gate and breaks open the seal that was keeping it locked. The black flower escapes from its captivity and takes the form of a black ooze with arms, grasping at anything it can get its hands on. What it finds are the corpses of the deceased sisters. The black ooze grabs them and their body parts and puts them back together. A traumatized One is also absorbed, and the flower begins using them as puppets to enact its will. It forcefully uses their power of song to summon each girl's respective watcher from the sky. Armisile, Egregori, Fanuel, and Armoros are all unleashed into the world, attacking the lords and anyone in sight. The lords are helpless to defend against such monstrous power they are up against. Gray is obliterated. His son Shaxor tries to seek safety beside Cerulea, but is betrayed as she rips his heart out and consumes it to retain her youth. This wouldn't last long, however, as she too is betrayed by Partition, who kills her in the exact same manner to retain his youthful appearance. Gabriella is able to snap one out of her trance and back to her senses. She tries to use her power to the best of her ability to save her sisters. She pushes herself so hard that magically her body ages up past her prepubescent stage. But it's all to no avail. In fact, it would be Zero and Michael who arrive in the city and immediately help relieve the situation. The first thing Zero does is enchant 4 doves and send them to their respective intoner to siphon off power from them to deprive the flower of its energy. All the respective watchers disappear, and Michael is able to attack the flower himself, where he disintegrates it and completely ends its existence. 0 and 1 then come face to face with each other once more. In what is certainly an inevitable fate, the two clash for the sake of their futures in the world they wish to shape. But as the two duel, an unexpected challenger enters the mix. Bardis. He has returned from wherever he was teleported, but now with the entity released, his purpose failed and his memory long since forgetting and caring about what he was meant to do in the first place, all he seeks now is a challenger to kill. It doesn't take long after slamming the sisters into walls, regenerating from the dragon's attacks, and showcasing his true strength that both 1 and 0 recognize the threat he possesses and choose to team up and fight him together. Despite this nice sentiment, willing to drop their own personal grudges, it doesn't matter much. Bardis is still able to easily overpower everyone, with whatever minimal damage he sustains being negated almost instantaneously. 0 is taken out of the fight and knocked unconscious, leaving 1 to once again try and push herself past her limits. But this time, Gabriella doesn't allow it. She's willing to risk her own life for the sake of her friend, and she does exactly that. You see, dragons are allowed a final wish. When severely wounded or in a state they know they're not going to survive, dragons can wish for one thing. In most cases, dragons wish to reincarnate, so upon their death they can continue to live on in just a different form, thus making them immortal. But Gabriella instead chooses the path of a beast. In exchange for power, she will be reduced to nothing but a mindless monster. It is a great sin amongst dragons, as their intelligence is one of their strongest prides. Gabriella makes this sacrifice, and with it, she is able to kill Bardis with a mighty blast. But because she is turned into a mindless beast, there is no longer any discernment from friend or foe. Michael is taken out of the fight when trying to stop her, and when Gabriella pins 1 down ready to kill her, 1 takes the most dramatic measure she can to save her friend and uses a pact. Pacts are a contract between human and beast in which the two's lives become one. Their spirits are merged, and if one of them were to die, the other would as well. However, this comes at a cost. The human who enters the pact will have something stripped away, usually what they consider most precious. In 1's case, it's her ability to grow up. She will forever remain in the body of a teenager until the day she dies. 1 accepts these consequences, and so sucks up all of the magical energy nearby and stops
these were
Gabriella's
used quite a lot and
process.
mentioned a
When she wakes
lot
up, Gabriella
in NieR
is safe,
Replicant.
as are all of her sisters, who are now in their teenage years too. While they were killed, the flower brought them back to life, so they were given a second chance. Michael and 0 left the battlefield both wounded, knowing there will be another opportunity again down the road. This is where the manga series ends, however there's still a lot of stuff that happens as a result of what transpired here. With the lords of the lands having been vanquished, each sister would become the leader of one of each land respectively, and thus the new era of the Intoner Empire began. The girls made swift policies that benefited the common people, keeping them out of poverty and famine, and former nobility were punished, particularly those who tried to oppose their rule. They restructured and formed their own new armies. Within the span of a year, the girls effectively reshaped the entire world. All forms of religion virtually ended and were replaced by Intonerism. Whether it be their loyal soldiers or the everyday common folk, the girls were worshipped as goddesses for what they had done. And honestly, rightfully so. The living conditions were made better for the people, monster population decreased. The world really did become a better place under their rule. From here, each sister would go off and do their own thing in their respective region. One would naturally take up control within Cathedral City, where she spent her time trying to research what exactly she and her sisters were. She's trying to make sure that her convictions are noble and true, but despite her best efforts, there would be no documents whatsoever pertaining to an Intoner's origin, leaving her to simply act on her own ideals. 2 is put in charge of the Land of Sands, hoping that her cheerful and optimistic attitude would be good for the people living in such a wasteland. 3 was given rule over the Land of Forests due to her affinity towards strange creatures. The fairies and elves that reside in the area far outweigh the number of humans, but 3 gave them their space instead of trying to subjugate them like the lords, so everyone's happy. 4 was given the Land of Mountains due to her habit of uncontrolled outbursts. She was unreliable to rule a larger kingdom, and the Land of Mountains has a very sparse population. And 5 was chosen for the Land of Seas. Its people are very rowdy, and 1 was hoping that 5 would rein them in, which she naturally did. But each of the girls were not alone in their rule. With them came their disciples. If you recall, during 0 and her sister's encounter at Cathedral City, she enchanted 4 doves and sent them to their respective Intoner to siphon off and deprive them of the flowers' power as much as possible. It worked, but what 0 didn't expect was that the power they had siphoned gave them a human form. Dido, Octa, Cent, and Decadus were unexpected life forms now brought into the world. As a disciple, it is their job to assist their Intoner in their duties as well as protect them. Their loyalty is absolute, and as such, they can never defy the Intoner they serve. Each of them effectively became their right-hand man. On top of that, they are also a tool to help regulate the girls' sex drive, which is directly connected to the flowers' power. Since the flowers' influence is so strong, having sex is how the disciples siphon and help regulate that power within them. With their help, the girls are also able to summon their respective watcher. A disciple could summon a watcher without the aid of the intoner song, however, it would cost them their life. So let me go through and give a rundown on each disciple and who they serve. Dido is Five's disciple. He's a very abrasive and baneful young man. Despite his boyish appearance, he is deceptively cruel, sarcastic, impatient, and can be incredibly vulgar at times. Unfortunately for him, he hates being Five's disciple. She is the most sexually active of all the sisters and has the highest libido. Dido is her favorite sex toy, and so she will frequently force herself upon him throughout all hours of the day. Unable to disobey his intoner, Dido is forced to put up with it. He does always express his disdain for her and her appearance, which she only finds adorable. This is only really a problem for him because his real attraction is more towards the grotesque. He finds the inside of a human, such as guts, much more of a turn-on than he does that of traditional beauty standards, which Five possesses. Decadus is Four's disciple. Comparatively to the others, he is the most normal and is considered to be the most loyal amongst them. He is often described as a perfect gentleman as he speaks in a polite and mannered style. However, behind his perfectly well-mannered demeanor, he is an extreme masochist. Any form of pain and agony he goes through gets turned into his own personal reward. Whether it be physical or mental, whenever something harmful is happening to him, he can't help but get off to it, though he tries to suppress it, which often fails. Octa is Three's disciple. He is the wizened old man of the group. He takes his job as a disciple very seriously, particularly when it comes to the sex aspect. He spends his day reading books for obtaining pleasure and perfecting his craft. He is so horny that his outlook on joy is seen as a hole itself which needs to be filled. He sees every hole in the world as a potential lover, including a black hole within space. It doesn't matter the age, race, sex, or even species. To him, each hole has their own charm to it. Scent is Two's disciple. He's the suave and good-looking one of the group. However, he's incredibly dull. His intelligence is very minimal, and he'll often exaggerate or completely lie just to seem more bright and strong. What makes him different from the other intoners is his relationship with Two. Unlike everyone else, Scent and Two had fallen in love and are a perfect match for each other. Dido is repulsed by Five, but cannot disobey her advances. Decadus is a perfect gentleman to Four, but Four wishes he was more forward and aggressive, making a move on her. And Octa is often not able to display his sexual expertise, as Three is distracted by her own personal pet projects. Scent and Two are the only couple whose interests align. Two is infatuated with his suave personality and ravishing good looks, and Scent cherishes her entire being, willing to dedicate everything to protect her smile. As for One, she was the only intoner not designated with a respective disciple. This didn't matter to her, as she was able to bypass many of the negative effects inflicted without using one. However, she still wanted some sort of insurance policy, a backup in her fight against Zero just in case she failed. And so One used one of her very own ribs and gave birth to a clone of herself. This clone would also be known as One, however would often be referred to as Brother One. Unlike the other disciples, Brother One's existence was kept a secret from everyone, including her sisters.
Adam and Eve
he was trained in absolute secrecy with a single purpose to his life. If One were to die at the hands of Zero, it was his job to take her life. He was entrusted with a special sword made from one of Gabriella's fangs and sat in waiting for the inevitable day. And this leads us to the beginning of Drakengard 3. All of the intoners gather in Cathedral City to fend off their eldest sister together, while Zero launches an assault on the capital. Her first victim is Partition, who we met during the events of the manga. He was using magic to keep himself looking young, but when One saved Gabriella by sucking up all the magic in the area, he was transformed back to his real age. Since then, he's been writing stories singing the praises of the intoners and their accomplishments, but it doesn't last much longer.
You murderous savage.
Savage? I think you mean intoner.
She's in there! Take her down! Kill the traitorous demon!
Of course, none of her sisters are trying to hide and meet her at the cathedral. After a brief interaction, everyone fights. Zero is surprisingly able to hold her own despite being clearly outnumbered, but of course, this is a fight to the death and no one is here to play games. One then summons Gabriel, who blasts Zero, taking her arm as casualty. Gabriel is in fact Gabriella yet again in her beast form. While One worked hard to protect and revert her beastification during the events of the manga, after she was finished training Brother One and this day was drawing closer and closer, she knew that in her current form she was no match for Michael. To see One's dreams fulfilled, she needed to be as strong as she could possibly be, which is why she asked One to make her a beast once more. It's evident that she complied, but it had a noticeable effect on One's attitude. After the transformation, she became rather untalkative and never genuinely smiled again. Anyway, that's why Gabriella is now Gabriel. As things are looking bad for Zero, Michael is able to show up just in the nick of time and fire a blast at One, but the other sisters use their power of song to protect her. This gives Gabriel enough time to fire yet another blast. Michael uses his own body to protect Zero, but Gabriel has become so strong that the blast is powerful enough to be fatal. While Zero and Michael are able to flee to safety, Michael is forced to use his last wish to reincarnate. He is reborn as Macleod and is quite staunchly different to his previous form. Macleod is much more of a child in his attitude, knowledge, and demeanor. Most of his development through the game is working on these things. Before we continue any further, I need to give context to the events that I'm going to be detailing. Anyone familiar with the Drakengard or NieR series knows that there are a multitude of different endings for each of these games, and any of these endings can wind up branching into their own different timeline. Drakengard 3, more than any, deals with this concept. Zero is a singularity, meaning she is an entity that is powerful enough to cause a branch within a timeline in which history completely changes. Believe me, this is and will be more relevant than you might think. One of the gimmicks of Drakengard 3 is witnessing these different branches, but ironically enough, none of the in-game branches are what is considered the canonical order of events, which is why in 2014 a novelization of the game's narrative was released to better connect everything. It borrows many aspects of the events we see from the varying branches and combines them into one while simultaneously adding things never before seen. So footage for everything doesn't quite exist, and I promise I'm not accidentally combining the different branches. Fortunately, Zero's journey itself isn't all too convoluted. She simply travels to each of her sister's kingdoms to kill them with not much story or development happening on her end. Her outlook is already set in stone. She knows that her sisters are born of the flower, and she feels like it is her responsibility to correct that mistake. If anything, it's each of her sisters' point of view that will wind up spending more time on. And that makes sense, because the flower's influence over them is slowly taking hold. The journey starts at the land of seas with 5. Zero displays a very ruthless act of violence against her sister, which leaves her in quite an unsavory position. Despite this, she is able to live and only taken out thanks to Dido, who has found his opportunity to betray her. He finally gets to express his disgust with her and all of the acts he was forced to partake in before joining Zero's company. Yet still, even despite this, 5 continued to live. It's the only thing she wanted in her final moments. She was willing to give up her voice, her sight, who she is. If there's one thing that has been at the core of 5's being, it's her desire and obsession with things. She was never satisfied, always wanting more, and her desire for life here gave her strength. Or it gave the flower enough strength to be reborn. But she wouldn't play a role again until later down the line. As for 4, she's going through her own struggles. She, more than any of her sisters, wanted to stop the fighting, but because it was evident that such a dream was impossible, she began having nightmares out of fear. These nightmares persisted for quite a while, which only infuriated her more and amplified her inferiority complex. She didn't understand why this was happening to her, as she's done nothing wrong to deserve it. And on top of that, Decadus wasn't comforting her or acting in the way that she wanted, which only made her more angry. She slowly devolved into a state of delusion, believing that her own followers, maids, and soldiers were plotting to kill her, which led her to preemptively killing them. She began to think everyone was a spy working for the enemy. This even extended to Decadus, and he was banished from her land. Without him there to pacify the flower's influence, 4 loses her mind and kills everyone around her. Zero and the others stumble across Decadus, where they have him lead them to her so they can put her to rest. After seeing the mental state she's in, Zero kills her. Before we get to 3, we actually have to first go over 2, because her story is quite a bit different and almost disconnected from the others. I mentioned in Scent's segment about how he and 2 were able to fall in love. I've been talking about how she is the most cheerful and is a motherly figure to her sisters and her subjects. In the aftermath of the campaign against the Lords, she and Scent began traveling the world and defeating horrific monsters together. During their journey, they came across many orphan children left behind following the aftermath. And so they opened an orphanage. 2 loved them dearly, treated them like they were her own children. They were some of her greatest responsibilities, and it catered perfectly to her personality. As such, Scent also tried his best to contribute in the most effective way he thought, with magic. Scent had been using 2's power of song to not only enhance their soldiers so they can better protect, but also using magic to heal the children's wounds. This wouldn't have been a problem if not for the unforeseen negative side effects it wound up having on them. Each soldier was corrupted and turned into a savage monster. As for the children, they were horrifically all conjoined and merged into a homunculus. Scent and 2 had to fight their way through and slaughter their own soldiers and people, as well as having to put down the innocent children that she loved, all because of an unforeseen accident. To be fair, while Scent was using the magic, he had no idea it would turn out this way. It still originated from the Black Flower, after all. Because it was her power, 2 solely blamed herself for the incident. She took all the weight on her shoulders and she wasn't able to handle it. This event broke her mind. She was tormented by guilt and haunted by her actions. She pretty much became catatonic after this, with Scent having to look over her moving forward. But to be fair, this event wasn't the sole cause. It just so happened to be the thing that pushed her over the edge. The truth is, 2 was incredibly keen to the flowers' true nature. In the beginning, she believed her power was altruistic. She never doubted it and thought that with it, she would be able to protect her loved ones and the world would be able to find peace because of it. But as she gained more power, she felt something trying to take her over. She thought that it was just because she was weak and she needed to strengthen her mind. But what was really keeping her fighting against it, allowing her to stay in control, was thinking about the people she loved. Scent, the children, the people of her land. The idea of everyone coming together and being able to be with their loved ones kept her from succumbing to this entity as she fought for that future. But after she had to kill the soldiers and children with her own hands, she couldn't hold it back anymore, and the power swallowed her. Since then, she never eats, she never talks, she hardly moves, she's just a shell. But regardless, Scent continued to look after her. He cared for her in whatever way he could, until one day, 2 was able to regain control. Ironically enough, as her body began to starve and became weaker, so did the power that the flower had on her. She was able to wrestle control back, but she now knows the dangers of the flower, believing that it should not exist. While she's still in control, she takes the moment to tell Scent that she loves him and asks that he continue living. 2 then kills herself. The story was important to include here because Scent would honor her final words. This is how he ends up in the company of 0 and the others when they go in search of 3 in the lands of Forest. However, before their search, Zombie 5 makes a reappearance. Having reattached all of her limbs, whatever little consciousness or understanding of hers remains was drawn to the flower's power that was resonating in the center of the forest. Dido then turns on all of the characters. Like I mentioned before, he loves rotted insides and things alike. Now all of a sudden 5 is his ideal woman and so turns to her side to please her. He summons Fanuel, however Scent interjects and summons Egregori to counter. Ultimately, 5's fate remains the same. She is once again killed by 0, but this time permanently. As for Dido, he didn't actually use 5's power to summon his Watcher. He did that by himself, which to a disciple is a death sentence. As such, all the power is stripped from him and he is reverted back to his dove form. The same fate befalls Scent, however, he takes solace in his death.
Oh well. There's no point in living in a world without Lady 2 anyway. Now I can rest.
3 is perhaps the sister who has been influenced by the flower the longest. Ever since infiltrating Lord Bass's castle and seeing the dolls that he made from human bone as well as the monstrosities that he created in his catacombs, 3 developed a similar interest. It wasn't exactly the same, but she became obsessed with creating dolls and the perfect soldier. She performed repeated experiments which involved both human and monster alike. She physically and mentally tortured them, hoping to find the secrets of what would make them the most powerful. Nearly every experiment broke, but she eventually learned that emotions were the true source of a human's power. So she murdered and tortured the loved ones of her experiments and watched as they grew resentful. She then fused them into becoming powerful monsters. She took utter delight in her sadistic and sociopathic hobby. It was the only time she wasn't lethargic or lazy and showed genuine excitement. Nearly everyone didn't approve of 3's hobby. 1 disavowed it and may have even perhaps poisoned 3's forest as a method of trying to get her to stop. And Octa, well, it kind of made him uncomfortable, and on top of that, his sexual needs weren't being met, so he abandoned her to join 0. It's why he was with everyone during their battle with 5. Octa then leads the group to 3. During their battle, Decadus summons his Watcher to assist 0, however similarly with his intoner dead, performing such an action comes at the cost of his human form, and he is reverted back to a dove. After everything is said and done, Macleod eats 3. All that remains is 1, so the characters all head to Cathedral City. Considering this is where things are supposed to come to an end, 0 tells Macleod that if she succeeds, she wants him to kill her, thus putting an end to the flower. On the path to 1, Octa would suffer the same fate as all of the other disciples. He uses his power to assist 0, thus resulting in his death. 1 and 0 then come face to face once more. They exchange a brief conversation about their existence. 1 still holds true to her sense of justice. While she may have learned that she and her sisters are artificial lives, that doesn't take anything away from their souls. They were living beings who thought, felt, and acted. Just because 0 brought them into the world doesn't mean that she had the right to take them out of it. This is why 1 hates her so much. But 0 knew that her actions were not moral, and she was never looking for forgiveness since the very beginning. This path was just something she had to do. 1 then summons Abdiel, but ultimately, after its defeat, she summons Raphael. After having discovered the poison in the Land of Forests, she got the idea to use it to weaken 0 and Macleod. 0 was quite taken aback by this action. Summoning not only 1, but 2 Watchers without the aid of a disciple and not succumbing to the flower's influence was a frightening amount of power. But like Abdiel, Raphael is also defeated. But fortunately for 1, the poison had done quite a number on Macleod. And finally, in response, 1 summons Gabriel to finish things off. The moment gets quite passionate between 1 and 0. 1 has known for some time that the life she's being forced to lead is inevitably going to lead to death. She's kept searching for an answer that made sense as to why it had to be this way, but never found it. The two then activate their power of song and rush at each other, but 0 wins the duel. She impales 1 and slashes through her, killing both her last remaining sister as well as Gabriel. The two did have a pact after all, which entwined their lives. But it wasn't over just yet. Gabriel had managed to deal a fatal blow to Macleod before dying, which left his lifeless body in the aftermath. Zero was uncharacteristically saddened by this sight. Seeing his body made her reflect on their entire journey, not only what they had been through, but also her own life. For all the people she had betrayed in her lifetime, for how she never truly trusted anyone, it wasn't until Michael and subsequently Macleod came along where she could finally place her trust in someone else. For the first time, she wanted someone other than herself to actually live. As she grieved over Macleod's corpse, she began blaming the flower for everything. But amongst her rage, she got the idea that perhaps she could use the flower's regenerative ability, which brought her back to life, to bring him back as well. She knew it was wrong, as using the flower to resurrect Macleod would place the same curse that she lived with on him. But she didn't care. She wasn't acting on logic, she was acting on her own feelings. And so with the flower, Zero forged a pact. In exchange for his renewed life, he will be cursed with the flower. Macleod returns and is brought back. But the reunion is short-lived. While she isn't looking, Brother One finally reveals himself and stabs her. Zero's plan completely backfired, as saving Macleod combined their lives into one. So since Zero is killed, so is Macleod. In her final moments, she simply just tries to apologize to him. But regardless, she knew it was the end for her. She knew that no matter how she felt, whether she was forgiven or saved, it was the end. And in the end, everything always returns to nothing. With the death of Zero and his life goal fulfilled, Brother One lost all purpose and meaning to his existence. His sister's plan for him was to originally kill himself using his blade, thus putting an end to the flower's influence forever. However, what winds up happening is that Brother One panics. He grieves over the loss of his sister, only wishing to see her again. After catching a glimpse of himself inside a nearby mirror, he sees her still alive. Considering they are twins, in this case, they share the same clothes, face, and even body. In his mind, she was still alive. He wanted her to continue living on, and so through him, he intended on doing so. Instead of killing himself, to make sure his sister's memory lived on, he formed the Cult of the Watchers and created an entire religion dedicated to worshipping his sister. The symbol which represented their cult was the three-eyed twins, a combination of one and his sister merged together. In fact, twins would become a very common theme throughout this timeline, but you'll see as time goes on. But anyway, without any of the intoners there to rule the kingdoms and lands they had brought peace to, terror and poverty once again began to plague the continent. More ferocious monsters began appearing, and Midgard began falling into ruin once more. A lot of the story directly follows the cult itself. One of the most important things they discover is what is known as the Seeds of Destruction. They are, once again, one of God's playthings meant to help in the destruction of humanity. Anything that enters the seed will be turned into a horrifying creature hell-bent on ending the world. In order to protect humanity from this danger, the cult designed a security measure known as the Seal System. 4 seals were created and scattered throughout the continent. 3 of them reside in their own respective land, the desert, forest, and ocean seals respectively, but the 4th seal is embodied by a woman. The Goddess Seal is a chosen mark which spontaneously appears on a chosen female, and it becomes her job to bear the weight of that responsibility on her own shoulders. Once found by the priests, a sealing ritual will be performed on her, tying the weight of time, space, and dimension to her existence. As a price, the goddess is never allowed to marry or give birth, and on top of all of that, they are in constant pain afflicted by the seal. As a result, most goddesses attempt to commit suicide. We won't spend too much time discussing many of the goddesses, as most of them aren't very important, but there are a few of them which have a lasting impact. The second goddess, for example, was a very controversial one. She was one's former aide, which made her obtaining the status of goddess questionable in the eyes of many. As such, a civil war within the hierarchy of the cult broke out, and one was exiled. A rift then formed within the cult. One was very much like his sister and wanted to help the world in many ways, hence why he locked away the Seed of Destruction. But of course, most of his efforts simply went to remembering her legacy. Now, having been pushed out, the cult formed new ideologies. However, this all stemmed because of one specific reason. A new disease began manifesting within members of the cult. The victims' eyes would turn scarlet red. They became uncontrollable and violent, almost as if possessed by an evil spirit. This became known as the Red Eye Disease. In truth, it stemmed from Brother One, more specifically the flower which still lives on within him. He never killed himself, and so the flower continues to wreak havoc. The Red Eye Disease was a byproduct of the flower's existence, and now through it can spread easier and further to others as well. In the beginnings of this, the cult took quite a hit. Monsters and disease were plaguing their bases in numbers, and so after a bit of regrouping and centralizing within Cathedral City, expanding their land control and replenishing their ranks, they became known as the Empire. But in response to this, hundreds of small provinces which were against them formed a coalition called the Union. Basically, the Empire are the villains, Cult of the Watchers infected by the Red Eye Disease, while the Union are the normal and innocent civilians. The story would once again continue with Brother 1, particularly his bloodline. You see, after being exiled, 1 had met a woman named Rosa from the Land of Forest, and they wound up having children together, twins, Gruen and Grant. Despite 1's expulsion, the two were still able to join the cult high command, but it's not too important. From this point moving forward, Brother 1 disappears. We never see him again, and he makes no further appearances in the current timeline that we're following. What happened to him is unknown and left up to the imagination. Anyway, the reason I brought up 1's bloodline is because his kids would go on to have families of their own and form a whole family tree until we got to our next important character to the story. Brother 1's great-great-granddaughter, Mana. You see, Mana's story involves her twin brother Sarai and their mother Ramia. Ramia treated her children in complete opposite ways. She heaped love upon Sarai but despised and abused Mana. The reason for this being is they come from a generation of golem sorcerers, and Sarai showed the gift to control these stone guardians, while Mana didn't, so she despised her useless child. One day, she wound up taking Mana into the wilderness and abandoned her there. In this moment of weakness, she was found by the Watchers, who promised to love her as she always wanted. All she had to do was give up her heart and soul to be completely controlled by them, which she did. The Watchers were now in control of a vessel which descended directly from a host of the Flower. In the following months, she is found by the Empire and made their High Priestess, and this is where the cult's goals truly change. Instead of trying to perpetuate the legacy of 1's sister and protect the world, now that the Watchers are in charge of and have an army which is infected with their disease, they intend to undo the seals the cult had put in place. The Seed of Destruction was rebranded as the Seed of Resurrection, and they perpetuated the idea that this will save humanity. The Empire then locates the seal's locations, as well as the goddess, which has now fallen under Union territory over time. I haven't really mentioned this, but the whole seal system and the Seed of Destruction story became widely accepted by everyone. It just over time the
So Drakengard 3 is the beginning of the story. Kind of. I mean, the story kind of begins before that, but Drakengard 3, from what I'm gathering, is like the beginning of this. And then you have Drakengard, and that Drakengard, which is the first game, ties into NieR.
Empire decided to go against it. And so, the Empire readied their armies to launch a full-blown assault to destroy humanity. While this is where the first Drakengard starts, there's still a little bit of backstory I need to cover regarding our...
Okay, I'm gonna take a break from watching this. I'm also going to load up my Switch and see how much Drakengard. It is not on here. I was lied to. Voice of Cards. Okay, so Drakengard is not on the Switch. That was a lie. If I type in Yoko. Big fat no. This Switch specific DLC it's like Japanese costume. I mean, that is cool. Masks in there and stuff like that. That is. Oh, it's free DLC. The end of your HOD. which is the Switch port. I don't think there's anything special going on here. Except that maybe it includes like all the DLC up to this point. Yeah, I see the kind of. So yeah, it's just the Nintendo. We have Astria Ascending. That's not related? Okay, so Google lied to me yesterday. Drakengard is not on the Switch. Drakengard is just like PS3. Damn web. Get a web browser. Um, Drakengard 3 is a PS3 game. That is the only way to play it by having a PS3. Drakengard is a PS2 game, and the only way to play it is by having a PS2. There's also Drakengard 2, but like, the fuck would care, dude? Fuck would actually. It's known in Japan as Dragon Dragoon. Crazy. Love Red. Wait, it's Dragon Dragoon 2. Love Red. Ambivalence Black. Assume it's also a PS2 game only. Probably. Only ones that matter. Drakengard and Drakengard. Okay. I will be back. I'm going to continue this.
new group of main characters.
I'm back.
Kaim, Furiai, and Inuart are our three new primary characters, and fortunately their stories are all connected to each other. You see, Kaim and Furiai are the children of King Gap, the 8th king of Carleon, a small eastern kingdom part of the Union. Gap came from a lineage of advanced swordsmen
found a
whose teachings have
primary
been passed
use
down
for my
generations.
tablet.
He was well respected amongst damn near everyone for his charisma and fierce tactics on the battlefield. He often didn't need to wage war, as the land they were on was capable
Am I going
of
to tell you
supporting
what the
people and
primary
didn't
use
want to put
is?
them at risk.
No.
But when he did, his charisma often caused his enemies to defect to his side. One former enemy was Ypres, Inuart's father, who in modern day Gap trusts as a true friend. Gap was always aware of the Empire's growing influence, however hesitated to start a war with them due to their
Also, I
overwhelming
found out
numbers.
the story of
Instead, what he spent his time
Drakengard is
doing was
like...
training Kaim
Sorry,
to
the
be
story
his
of
successor.
Drakengard
He
2.
taught him, as well as Inuart, the family swordsmanship. Kaim picked it up very naturally and took a lot of pride in his strength, while Inuart struggled to keep up during the lessons. As Kaim grew stronger and stronger each day with his skills sharpening more and more, Inuart failed to keep the same pace. In fact, he was trying too hard to be just like Kaim. He wound up finding himself to be much more attuned to that of the harp and music. He was much more poetic than he was a brute, and so found success in this aspect of his life. But still striving to be strong so he could protect the love of his life, Furiai. Furiai I haven't really been talking about because at this point in her life, she doesn't have too much going on. Being the younger sister of Kaim, the two had a very close relationship, as you'd expect most siblings would. Kaim thought his little sister was adorable, however she had deeper feelings. I feel like it's important to mention that all of the main characters of Drakengard 1 have a pretty nasty trait about them one way or the other, so expect things to take a turn with everyone eventually. Furiai has an incestual love for her brother. While he never reciprocated those emotions back to her, fortunately Kaim wouldn't have to, because since Inuart's father was so close to King Gap, Inuart spent a lot of time around the two siblings. The three were really close, and before anyone knew it, Furiai and Inuart caught feelings for each other. She loved his harp playing and always badgered him to play it. It wasn't
So
too long
Drake-
before the two
it's
became
just-
engaged.
it doesn't make
However, despite
sense.
this, Furiai still holds strong feelings towards
It
her
doesn't
brother.
make sense.
There was a
It
common
carries
harmony amongst
on
everything
from a
happening at
boy
this time.
who
There was some slight drama, but things were simple.
was
However,
raised by a
things changed
dragon.
on Kaim's 18th birthday. A black dragon sent by the Empire attacked their kingdom and slaughtered the royal family. Both Kaim and his sister bore witness to the death of their parents.
It
In an
just makes
instant,
no
the kingdom of Carleon was without its leaders, and it wasn't too long before the country fully collapsed. In many stories, an event like this would be the deepest valley of darkness in which our characters must rise out from. However, this was only the beginning of even worse things to come. 1 year after the tragedy, Kaim, Furiai, and Inuart had fled the country. The mark of the goddess had appeared on a 14-year-old Furiai at the time, and she became the goddess seal. Accepting this fate meant that she had to give up everything. She was to be locked away in isolation for protection, never able to see her brother again, or get married to her betrothed. But there was nothing she could do. The seal is not accepted by choice. Whether she liked it or not, she was the new goddess. Her life was now void of any joy she had hoped to have. She was placed in the care of Vertile, the hierarch of the Union Church. It was his job to overlook the goddesses and ensure their protection. He's not too bad and is dedicated to his job and feels much sympathy for her, as he can tell that she's much too empty for someone of her age. To be fair, her worries weren't as extreme as she feared. Both Kaim and Inuart could stop by and see her on occasion, and Inuart would play the harp for everyone. However, the joy that it used to bring never quite was the same. Kaim's condition, however, wasn't much better. The past him lived a relatively happy life full of dreams. He was surrounded by his strict yet caring father, his kind mother, and his lovely young sister. He trained with Inuart, who was supposed to become his brother-in-law, and when he was old enough, he was to succeed his father in governance of the kingdom. But after the Black Dragon attacked, he was left with nothing. He closed off his heart and filled it with anger. Now, revenge is the only thing driving him. He strives for daily combat so he can kill his opponents with ruthless aggression, and joining the Union and fighting against the Empire, the exact people responsible for his anger, was the perfect outlet for murder. And that is Kaim's sin. He does not care for revenge or justice. He is simply angry, out for blood, and looking to kill. As for Inuart, his dreams were also lost. Once Furiai became the goddess, the two were no longer able to be together. His harp playing wasn't enough to put anyone in a good mood anymore. Everyone was left empty in a future they wish they could have changed. In the following years, Inuart joined the Union army, and thanks to his sword practice he had with Kaim, he was very useful in this environment. But the woman he loved the most, he could never be with. And 6 years later, as the emptiness has swelled within each of our characters respectively, we reach the start of Drakengard 1. Drakengard's story opens with the Empire initiating their plan to destroy the seals and attacking the castle protecting Furiai. Kaim, alongside Union soldiers, are fighting against the Red-Eyed forces. Kaim particularly is slashing his way through them with terrifying ease, using his insatiable hatred to drive him forward. But despite his fiery will to kill every adversary that stands in his way, his time comes much sooner than he had expected. He is struck in the back by a nearby soldier and gravely wounded. Recognizing he's now on death's doorstep, he retreats back into the castle to see Furiai once more before he dies. But on his path, he comes face to face with Angelus, the Red Dragon. She too has seen better days, days and is similarly on her deathbed as well. While Kime continues to despise dragons for the death of his parents, he is more motivated to continue on living. So to save both of their lives, he decides to form a pact with the dragon. If you recall, during Drakengard 3, pacts weren't often used. Pacts are a contract between human and beast in which the human gains some kind of supernatural power, but must pay some price. In most cases, it is that which the human holds most dear. On top of this, pact partners' lives become one. If either of them is fatally injured, it means death for both. Kime resorted to forming a pact with the species he despised the most, but it was the only option for both of them. Kime and Angelus are both healed, and the price for this pact was Kime's voice. He is no longer able to speak, but fortunately, he is able to communicate with Angelus telepathically. With his newfound strength, he proceeds further into the castle where he is greeted by his sister and Inuart. With a war raging across the land and an army right at their doorstep, the three find it safest to take refuge in an elven village which has taken no sides in this battle. However, upon their arrival, all of its people have been slaughtered by the Empire. Angelus then hears the voice of Vertile, as he too had formed a pact with a beast in history's past. Being the guardian of the seals, Inuart and Furiae find it the safest to join his company. Kime and Angelus, however, choose to stay and investigate further. What they find are ominous connections between the cult and Empire, which the Union just doesn't know about. When a villager approaches him begging to save the people of his village, Kime kicks the man in the face, before heading in that direction, not to save the lives of the innocent, but to take the lives of the Empire. The direction he was headed was to the Valley of Fairies, where our next party member is located, Leonard. Leonard is a kind-hearted and righteous man who detests the horrors of war. Both of his parents were killed in the battle between the Empire and the Union and was thus left to raise his three younger brothers all by himself. However, like Kime, Furiae, and many others in the story we've still yet to meet, Leonard isn't without his wicked nature. He is, in the simplest of terms, a pedophile. He is attracted to young children and shamefully pleasures himself to them. While he, to a certain extent, recognizes the deplorable actions he indulges himself in, he struggles internally with this, as he also believes he should be proud of his sexual preferences. Regardless, he punished himself by becoming a hermit living deep inside the Valley of Fairies with his younger brothers. His sexual urges still do get the best of him on occasion, and so he'll leave the house to masturbate in the forest. On one such occasion, while he was out, the Empire arrived at his home and massacred his family. He arrived at the corpses of those he loved most. He thought he should have been the one to die, as he was the true sinner deserving of death. Filled with self-guilt, he tries to take his own life, but fails. A nearby fairy then takes advantage of Leonard's grief and forges a pact with him. I didn't mention this prior, but the monster in a pact will often gain strength through negative emotion, so monsters will often seek those in an extreme heightened state of sadness or trauma. The price for Leonard's pact was his eyes. Kime senses a pact partner nearby and arrives at the location where the two meet. Leonard inevitably decides to join Kime, as perhaps dying for a greater cause could absolve him of his sins. Kime then loses contact with Vertile, whom he had entrusted Furiae and Inuart to, and so, concerned for their safety, the group make their way to the desert. When he arrives, he is greeted by his sister, who is fortunately safe, but alone. It turns out Inuart and Vertile had been captured by the Empire and taken to a dungeon, and so Kime and the others fly off once more to rescue them. However, unfortunately for Inuart, his feelings are turned against him. When it comes to Inuart's greatest sin, deep down within, he has always harbored jealousy towards Kime, since Furiae is meant to be his betrothed, but she loves her brother. And on top of that, Kime is always the better swordsman, so Inuart wants to be the best so he can protect Furiae. He is tormented and brainwashed by Mana, as his insecurities and obsessive love for Furiae are turned against him, and he swears allegiance to the Empire. In the meantime, Kime and Leonard arrive at the Imperial Dungeon, where only Vertile resides. After burning every soldier alive in sight, all of the prisoners, including Vertile, escape. He has since learned that the Empire's goal is to summon the Seeds of Resurrection, and so urges Kime to defend the seals to the best of his ability. Unfortunately, the desert seal has already been broken by the time they arrive. Instead, what they find is our next main character, Ariosh. Before the Empire, Ariosh was an ordinary, beautiful housewife living in the village of Niflheim. But like most, she suffered loss when the Imperial army arrived and slaughtered her husband and son. Such tragedy wrought havoc on both her heart and mind. Madness dwells in her eyes, and she bursts into sudden laughter during the middle of her screams as if she were remembering something. Her insanity brought her to develop a twisted sense of protection. She would both murder and devour young children. In her mind, she thought that by doing so, she could protect them within her womb. After numerous bloody incidents like this occurred, she was eventually taken in by the Imperial army and thrown in jail. That was until Kime arrived and broke everyone out. But unlike Vertile, who escaped unharmed, Ariosh was greatly injured in the prison's destruction. On the brink of death, the spirits of Undine and Salamander approached her to form a pact. Like the others, she too possesses strong negative emotions they can use to become more powerful, and so with no other choice, she accepted to save her own life. The price was her womb. Like last time, the group senses a pact partner nearby and runs into her. Their first interaction is certainly an odd one, as she tries to eat Kime alive as there are no children around. But Vertile restrains her and chooses to bring her along for her safety and the safety of others. Everyone eventually regroups with Furiae to discuss their next plan of action, but during this time, Inuart appears with newfound power. Having been corrupted by the Empire, in an effort to attain strength to become more powerful than Kime, Inuart had formed a pact with the Black Dragon. The same Black Dragon that killed Kime's parents and is the source of all of his anger and torment. The price for Inuart's pact was his musical talents. With this strength, he can now protect Footy like he's always wanted, whether she likes it or not. Sensing something is not right with his friend, Kaim stands against him. His instincts would prove to be correct, as the two then clash in a battle with their blades.
Yo, what's up,
the two
YouTube?
dragons both fight
So
each other as well,
I'm-
and when Kaim is knocked to the
Hold on.
ground, he recognizes the
All right.
Black Dragon. All
Wait a minute. I've just gone live on the PlayStation. So what's up, YouTube? Also, stop. So, let me pull up this other chat here. I bet.
of the anger he has gathered in the 6 years since, well,
I'm going
up,
to
and he is
play
ready to
NieR
take it all
Automata
out. But
on
before he
stream
gets the
as I
chance,
watch
the
the
dragon
story
blasts
of the
both
game.
he and Angelus with fire,
Games, the
heavily wounding
series.
both of them. Unable to move, they are forced to watch NieR take Footy by force as he flies away. With that, the Empire is now in possession of the Goddess Seal. After a few days of rest and recovery, Kaim is ready once more to save his sister. On the path towards the Empire territory, we meet Mana's twin brother, Saray. I've already briefly covered the two's backstory, so there's not too much new information. I've talked about how their mother only loved Saray as he inherited the ability to control Stone Guardians, but mostly left it at that. While Saray did love his mother as she treated him well, as the story goes, the Empire wound up slaughtering many people during their tirade, and Saray's mother was one of them. In her dying moments, she forced her child to form a pact with a golem to save his life. Originally, these monsters are non-sentient and unthinking tools meant to be manipulated by stone sorcerers such as them. But his mother's dying wish gifted this particular golem with sorrow. The price Saray was forced to pay was his time, his ability to age. Fortunately, his mother's actions worked, and he was the only surviving member of their village. Being the only loved child, over time, Saray felt guilty for consuming his mother's affection, and so sought to make amends. He was hoping Mana was still near where their mother last left her, and so went out to try and find her. And this is where Kaim and his group come in and cross paths with him. While everyone agrees to try and help, no trace of Mana remains, unbeknownst that she is now the Empire's High Priestess. Anyway, eventually, all seals get broken, excluding Footy, and so, in a last-ditch effort to prevent the apocalypse, both the Union and Empire's armies meet on the battlefield in front of the Empire's gates. An all-out war commences, with new monstrous Cyclopses appearing and causing utter mayhem. Eventually, however, the Union emerges victorious as all of the enemies are slain. But just when they thought it was over, fireballs from a floating fortress demolish the battlefield, and the Union's army is also lost. Fearing for the safety of Footy more than ever, the group then make their way into the fortress, where instead of finding the goddess, they run into Mana. She's so much different from the girl Saray used to know, he almost doesn't recognize her. Seeing the state that she's in, he begs her to notice him and return to how she used to be, but to no avail. Recognizing that both her mind and humanity is gone, and she is merely a puppet being used by the Watchers, Saray has Golem put her out of her misery. But without Mana, the floating fortress is unable to stay in the sky, as she was the one magically keeping it afloat. Having to look out for themselves, Kaim and the others barely managed to escape with their lives, but inside were still the likes of Footy and Inuart. Their story comes to an abrupt end, as being inside the fortress when it crashes, both of their lives are lost. In an indirect way, Kaim does get his revenge on the Black Dragon, as being pact partners with Inuart now, since he died, so did the dragon. With the last seal having fallen with Footy, the world's destruction can commence and the Watchers can invade their world. While they can take on many forms, this time around they appear as giant flying babies. Kaim attempts to kill as many of them as he can, but they keep coming. As for the likes of Vertile, he is horrified as to what he is witnessing. For a man who has dedicated his entire life to religion, what god could he pray to now? All attempts to escape, let alone survive, seem impossible at this point, as they are soon cornered. Arioche is separated from the group, as the sight of so many babies excites her beyond her wildest imaginations. Almost as if they knew her tendencies, she is swarmed and devoured herself. As for Leonard, he has chosen to try and redeem himself. His entire life, he's been nothing but a coward, unable to do what he knew was the right thing. And so for the first and last time, he uses his pack partner's magic and self-destructs in a massive explosion. But while an opening for them to continue has been made, an even greater Watcher has appeared. She is known as the Queen Beast and is able to both summon other Watchers, but can also warp time itself. Simply being there, she is eroding time and reality. Her stomach is swelling due to how much she is consuming and tearing apart. And so Kaim and Angelus decide that if they're going to go out, it might as well be in a blaze of glory. They leave behind Saray, hoping that he can live in a future that they won't be able to see. And so the two plunge down and pierce the heart of the beast, resulting in a flash of white light engulfing them all. A chasm then splits through time and space, and the three of them are sent to a new universe. 2003 modern Tokyo. In the same vein that the universe we were living in during Drakengard was exactly like ours up until 865, in this parallel universe, the world was exactly the same as ours, only up until the year 2003. While Kaim and Angelus are flustered as to where they've wound up, the Queen still lives, and so deal with that first. After a fearsome battle, the Queen Beast falls and disintegrates, dispersing its particles all over Japan. Unfortunately, the victory of Kaim and Angelus would be short-lived, as the Japanese Air Force then shoot the two down, killing them. Angelus's body would get impaled upon the Tokyo Tower and eventually taken in for research. As for Kaim, he is never referenced again after being shot down. Some like to believe he survived and would go on to participate in this next arc of the story, but considering their lives were entwined from their pact, most canonically it is assumed that he died and his corpse is never mentioned. As for what happened to the Drakengard universe, no one knows. But this is how the bridge between Drakengard and NieR is formed. I cannot stress more the importance the bodies of Angelus and the Queen Beast are going to present, as they are the source of everything that is about to happen. June 12, 2003 is the day this world changed forever. You'd imagine the shock that befell the nation of Japan when an unidentified giant as well as a dragon appeared in the middle of Shinjuku, leading to the death of 56, with hundreds injured and hundreds of millions of yen worth of damages incurred. While both threats were neutralized, it was a much too large scale
I
of
got
incident
my
to
story
simply sweep under
backwards.
the rug. A gag order was established to attempt and prevent all media, news, or internet coverage of what happened to spread, but of course it did. Soon the entire world began theorizing as to what this event possibly was. Other nations mostly believed it was an act of terrorism by some unknown organization and began planning accordingly, as they always do. But for the most part, it was just chaos and confusion left in the wake of this incident. As stated, the situation largely resolved itself. The giant was defeated and dispersed, leaving little if any traces left behind of its physical existence, while Angelus the Red Dragon was shot down, impaled upon Tokyo Tower, and subsequently taken in for research in a top-secret location by the Japanese government. But a mere 6 months after the incident, a new disease began emerging. Residents within Tokyo, the location where the 612 incident took place, began turning into salt. Their entire body changed colors, solidified, and people simply turned into statues of pure salt. The mortality rate was 100%. Due to the nature in which everything appears, the disease was dubbed white chlorination syndrome. And it wasn't too long after cases like this began appearing that a rush to find a cure started as well. But as the numbers of infected patients began rising, doctors began seeing an alternate response. Some of the infected became hyper-aggressive and violent. They don't turn into statues of salt, but their mental state is reduced to that of a savage. It was almost exactly the same as the red-eye disease, and that's because it was. A mutation of it you can consider. As you might expect, white chlorination syndrome was not as simple as people's immune systems reacting negatively to a foreign object. Rather, it was much more complicated. Yes, the disease was stemming from the Queen Beast, but the reaction those infected were having wasn't a coincidence. What was truly happening here is that due to the Queen's origin as a watcher and servant of God trying to destroy the world, the Maso, the magical element that's present within these creatures, is spreading and getting into the systems of these humans. The humans infected would be presented with a pact. They can either accept the pact and serve God in his goal to destroy humanity, becoming nothing more than a mindless savage, or reject it and die. It's evident which people took which option. Many aren't so willing to simply give up their lives, and so they became servants of God. The Japanese government was quick to pinpoint where exactly all of this was stemming from, not that it was hard to figure out, and so planned to cordon off Shinjuku. This was initially a very questionable decision by the larger public as a whole due to humanitarian reasons. That was until a key figure was killed by one of these berserked individuals. After that, everyone approved of sealing off the city. An immense wall dubbed the Wall of Jericho was erected, and they were officially sealed off from the rest of the world. A few members of media stayed behind to continue covering
that
the event from
anime,
within. However,
like
it didn't
Black
take long.
Knight or something like that, with the guy that wears the mask.
All transmissions ceased.
He's
The
like,
last
they're like
thing they saw was a giant
contractors.
white creature appearing. Just like that, the
Make
outside world
packs,
lost all
and he's
insight
like
into
the
what was happening within the walls,
contract
and so had to simply observe the situation from a distance. Over the next 4 years, they
Good
would
anime.
continuously keep a close eye on anything they could. An inexplicable dark spot appeared on a satellite photograph, but it is for some reason disregarded as not important. One of the more immediate threats the Japanese government had to repel was the attack they underwent when some group attempted to obtain Angelus's corpse. This entire time, they've been experimenting on it in their labs, learning all they can, so it's understandably an item of interest for many people. But the Japanese forces successfully repel this raid and keep the dragon's corpse safe for now. One of the other observations they made during this time was the dwindling number of berserked individuals. Over the years, they began making less and less noise and weren't as prominent of a threat as when things started. But this wasn't by coincidence, and to the dismay of the entire world, it wouldn't be for good reasons either. They were becoming smarter and more dangerous than they ever were. The white figure that was last seen before all media coverage stopped entirely was now the form the infected took. They were no longer just raging humans, they were becoming a collective unit, and they were being led. These white beings would become known as the Legion, and their leader is someone aptly named Red-Eye. We never truly know who Red-Eye is, as he's only ever referred to by that name. Fans love to theorize that it's actually Kaim, as we're never updated on what happened to his body after being shot down. But nothing ever suggests that that's the truth and is 100% a theory. Either way, under his leadership, the Legion is a major threat to the military, and in 2008, the Wall of Jericho is destroyed from the inside. Red-Eye and the Legion launch a full-on assault, killing everyone they can. The moment the wall fell sounds like the ones heard during the 612 incident echo once again. Counter-assaults are launched against the Legion, however, due to their unforeseen organization and natural resistance to weapons used on them, they are incredibly difficult to halt. Of course, due to the location of where this is all stemming from, regions within Japan bear the brunt of the chaos. Casualties increase, white chlorination syndrome continues to spread once more, thus increasing the Legion numbers, and several countries around the world bar any refugees seeking safety as they don't want the infection to spread. Because of this, in 2009, Japan began feeling very vulnerable from a military defense standpoint, and so formed an alliance with the United States. In exchange for their assistance, Legion corpses and captives are sent to America for study in military research, while the US Army arrives in Japan to help repel Legion attacks. Fortunately, things seem to work. Over the next few months, the Legion is pushed back. However, an endless flow of forces only seem to continue pouring out from within the walls of Shinjuku. The area is carpet bombed, however, it hardly affected Legion numbers. Considering this is where the source of all the Legion is stemming from, the nuclear option is considered. And a mere 4 months later, in hopes to rout out the growing Legion at the source, an atomic bomb is dropped on Shinjuku. Any remaining areas that contained dense Legion activity were also hit with nuclear weapons. The majority of Japan was devastated from these bombings. However, initially it appears to have been a success. In the following months, all traces of Legion activity in the country appeared eradicated. And while yes, no members of the Legion appeared for some time after this, in truth, they weren't gone, and neither was the threat of white chlorination syndrome. In fact, nuking Shinjuku was quite possibly the worst thing they could have done. While the physical forces that made up the Legion disappeared, the element within them that was causing it to happen in the first place, the Maso, didn't. The nuclear attacks only served to spread this element and blast it across the globe. And by the time the research they had conducted uncovered this, it was already too late. They did learn a lot about Maso, however, particularly that it proved the existence of a parallel universe. They called it the multiple origin theory, which stated that another world exists in a parallel universe from the one they're currently in. So, the Maso that has been the source of this infection is not native to their world and should not exist in their universe in the first place. They learn how it's transmitted, such as through bodily fluids and waste. Coughing and saliva can also transmit it, but also there's no physical means to destroy it, such as heat from explosives or nuclear weapons. Basically, all of mankind was now susceptible to being infected, and they had no idea how to stop it. And to top things off, less than a year after thinking they nuked all of the Legion out of existence, they re-emerged, as did their leader, Red Eye. It now became a race against the clock, not only to find a cure, but to simultaneously fight a war. Also, just to add on top of the bad situations, the dragon's body was also stolen the following year. An unknown armed party raided the classified facility that was conducting the research and had taken its remains. Rumors believe it could have been some kind of religious cult or possibly the United States. However, no one stepped forward to claim responsibility, so it remains unknown who it was and no further information is given past this. So, Angelus's body disappears, but a fair amount of research had been conducted on it by this point, so it's not all lost. For this next portion, I'm actually going to isolate these upcoming stories into their own segments, as I believe it'll be easier to follow that way instead of bouncing back and forth. There's two main branches and plot lines that begin to happen at this point. There's the story that went on trying to cure white chlorination syndrome, and the story of fighting against Red Eye and the Legion. For this portion, I'm going to start off focusing on the Legion and the war that went on with them, as it's a tad shorter. I should preface everything by mentioning both stories begin utilizing Maso to create what they dub as magic. They discover this magic element and are able to absorb energy from other worlds and use it in their own, thus breaking the law of conservation of mass by creating something from nothing. So be aware that magic is becoming a thing. So one of the most dangerous things that comes with fighting against the Legion head-on are the soldiers getting infected with white chlorination syndrome. Being on a battlefield and in close proximity to creatures who can infect you like any airborne sickness is tricky to circumvent. So in 2016, a medical compound called luciferase was developed which greatly slowed its onset effects. It didn't cure them, but it slowed it down. As such, soldiers administered with luciferase were less at risk and more able to directly combat the Legion without fear. These treated soldiers form the 1st Crusade Squadron and successfully take a couple battles in their favor, however, are ultimately defeated. Further research uncovers luciferase to be more effective on younger patients. So children and teenagers who show exemplary physical ability are administered treatment and urged into joining combat squads. The Hamlin organization is formed to train these young soldiers to fight the Legion. These soldiers were known as Crusaders. While the Hamlin organization's methods were questionable, abducting orphans and coercing them into service due to their physical capability and receptiveness to luciferase, it worked. These Crusaders began to expand to an international level and brought the war to a standstill. But not everyone agreed or even trusted the Hamlin organization to serve as the sole solution, specifically Japan. Project Snow White was created by them in hopes to invent a weapon they could use without relying on foreign aid. But they weren't just normal weapons.
He's
They
getting
wanted
really
magic
into this
weapons.
NieR
By studying the
right now.
weaponization of Maso, they were hoping they could create the ultimate weapon to defend Japan against the Legion. However, like the Hamlin organization, children were the primary test subjects. It wasn't a gun or any form of artillery they were looking to create, it was a living being they were hoping to enhance via magic. A classified secret lab known as the National Weapons Laboratory was created and disguised underneath a mansion in secret to not draw any suspicion. It was here that various children were tested on with Maso. Two of the children present are very relevant to this timeline, Emil and his sister Halua. They weren't the first children to be tested on, but they would be the most important. Halua was Emil's older sister and was designated experiment number 6, while Emil was number 7. To be fair, the facility they were being held at didn't treat them like prisoners per se. More so, it was moonlighting as an orphanage in the face of these children, albeit not a very good one. There were a bunch of kids that used to be around, but only those with aptitude for becoming experimental weapons were chosen. Halua and Emil were two of the most promising, and in the story, The Stone Flower, we get to experience things from Halua's point of view. The orphanage, as she perceived it, wasn't a very comforting environment. She and the other children were constantly put through tests, both physical and mental, which she perceived as some sort of school lesson. Everyone in the facility spoke Japanese, which was not their native language, so for a short time they were taught how to roughly speak a new language. The two siblings had been in the facility for a few years by this point, and one of the only bright spots to their experience was one particular scientist who treated the two like they were her own children. She was very warm and kind, playful yet gentle in the way she interacted with Halua and Emil. The two genuinely considered her to be their mother figure, and they called her Sensei. But while Halua desperately wanted to believe that she was different to the other adults around, she always erred on the cautious side in their situation. Ever since arriving, she's tried desperately to stay by Emil's side throughout it all. Emil at this age is still very much a child. He's ignorant to anything going on, he watches the clouds, bangs on the piano keys in their room, and draws the same picture over and over again each day, the entire time with a smile on his face, completely oblivious. It was Halua who was staying vigilant for the two of them, keeping track of the lessons they had each day, what they ate, what they drank, the adults they met, and what they spoke about. Over time, she came to only one conclusion. That was, don't trust the adults, Sensei being the only exception. But despite her erring on the side of caution, there wasn't actually much power she had to do about anything with their situation, and she wouldn't be able to. The day inevitably came when it was time to turn both her and Emil into weapons. On one unsuspecting day, she was put through the regular checkup and routine she usually does. However, afterwards, she was escorted to a different room. She was told that she had a serious illness and she needed to undergo surgery to save her life. But of course, Halua knew it was a lie. She didn't believe anything anyone was saying. She was panicking and crying, worrying about the well-being of her brother, but there was nothing she could do. She was strapped down and held in place. Everything faded to black, and when she came to, she was taller. She felt weird. Her body wasn't the same. She looked like a skeleton. Halua had been successfully transformed into experimental weapon number 6, the ultimate weapon designed to fight back against the Legion hordes. She was strong, could utilize magic. Just by wishing it, she could destroy things in all kinds of interesting ways. She was no longer a human, but rather a monster. But Halua was still in there. Her conscience was still perceptive to what she could see and how she was acting. She was still afraid, but as she overheard the scientists in the facility refer to her as a weapon, she came to the realization of what the facility was, how they were using the children, and how they were trying to create whatever it is she is now. More than afraid, Halua became angry, and the power she now possessed manifested. She broke out of her constraints, cut through the walls, and went on a rampage, killing all of the adults that crossed her path in absolutely brutal ways, trying to find her brother and make sure he was safe. She even came across her sensei, which broke her heart even more, as she believed she was someone that she could trust. She cherished the time they spent together and how she made her feel loved. Halua saw what looked like her apologizing and saying she was sorry, but she couldn't hear a thing. With all of her strength, she mowed down what was in front of her as the white coat shot straight at the wall and stained it red. The facility was being reduced to rubble, but then Halua heard Emil's voice. You see, Halua wasn't the only one turned into a weapon. Emil was as well. But unlike Halua, who was meant to fight against the Legion, Emil was created to be a countermeasure against her. He was given the power to turn anything he looks at into stone. So, considering they lost control of Halua's power, she was deemed too dangerous and needed to be stopped. So Emil's power is used on her, and she is petrified. Halua accepts her fate as she doesn't want to hurt anyone anymore, and she gives herself up to a cold sleep. After this incident, the experiments with Maso on humans were deemed too dangerous and were massively scaled back. As for Emil, he was put in the care of what remaining scientists were still left. But while this experimental weaponization failed from Japan's own greed, good news did come a few years later thanks to the Hamlin organization. This entire time, Crusade units have consistently been deployed, with each subsequent unit providing more capable soldiers. And in the year 2030, Red Eye, the leader of the Legion, is slain in Jerusalem by the leader of the 13th Crusade unit. The commanding officer who dealt the final blow, however, is mortally wounded during the conflict and dies of his injuries shortly after. But with the defeat of Red Eye, the Legion is no longer able to coordinate their attacks. They don't disappear entirely just yet, however, they're not nearly as much of a threat as they once were. Anyway, for now, that is the story with the Legion largely having come to a close. So we can now begin on the other large storyline that was happening at this time, which was how the world was dealing with white chlorination syndrome. So with no physical cure even in the possible stages of development,
So Red Eye is a person that
alternative methods began being explored. You see, at its core, white chlorination syndrome isn't actually a disease. It's a pact made with one's soul. In truth, it is the soul which is in danger. So what happens when you remove the soul from the body and protect it? It turns out both sides wind up becoming safe. The soul is incapable of existing by itself, for a lack of a better term, so it can't get corrupted by the gods. So thus, there is no fear of succumbing to white chlorination syndrome. And the body, well, there's nothing to form a pact, and so it's left alone. And thanks to the use of Maso, which effectively created magic, they were able to utilize this, but almost in the reverse manner. Where white chlorination syndrome stemmed from a pact with the giant and the Watchers and the gods, scientists were utilizing Angelus's corpse for a pact. By creating a vessel that was to hold the soul and refining that through the dragon's corpse, they could initiate a contract. When a pact is initiated, the soul is pulled from one's body and exchanged with another being. But since Angelus is dead, there's no soul to exchange. So scientists are effectively allowed to pull the soul out from people with no negative consequences. And in the year 2014, they successfully managed to pull it off. A soul is removed from a test subject's body, stored, and reunited. This whole operation was known as Project Gestalt. In case the term Gestalt is a tad confusing, it's basically another term when talking about the soul. So if you ever hear me use the term Gestalt, it's simply referring to the soul. Considering it was 2014 and fairly early into everything happening, public reception to this idea was less than enthusiastic. But as the years passed and it became more evident that a cure for white chlorination syndrome wasn't going to be found, Project Gestalt became the most promising endeavor and the one that was going to be greenlit. But removing the soul from a body wasn't without its problems, one of the most prominent being the body itself. The soul is ageless. It can survive as long as it needs to without aging a day, but the body is still flesh and bone and will rot over time. And so the idea for replicants was created, vessels based on the genetic information of a person. It was a shell that was genetically designed to perfectly house whoever it was made for. And with these two processes in place, they could store all of humanity's souls for however long it took until the Legion and white chlorination syndrome was eradicated from the world entirely and return as if nothing ever happened. Considering that theoretically, every human is no longer going to be around during this process, overseers are created to ensure Project Gestalt sees the success it's meant to fulfill. Several Devila and Popola units are then created. Unlike the replicants, these two are androids. Replicants are more akin to clones. They're not robots, and they still age, just without all the human parts, while the androids are forever ageless. It's Devila and Popola's job to oversee all replicants as they rid the world of the Legion and both gather and dispose of all of the harmful Maso causing white chlorination syndrome. They oversee their maintenance, and even if a replicant body were to die, it was their job to simply just create another one until the day came for that particular soul to be reunited. There are a few flaws that came from this, but I'll hold off for now and explain it a little down the line when it becomes more relevant. But you can imagine the amount of effort that it would take to individually return every single human soul back to their respective body, or even more worrying, what would happen if something went wrong and the natural process was interrupted. For this, a failsafe needed to be implemented, a way to simultaneously force every single soul into their corresponding replicant on a large scale. For this, it required immense magical power, and so the Grimoire project was devised. It's never quite delved into what exactly the Grimoires are, but in the simplest of terms, they are books that contain enormous amounts of magical energy. But there's a catch. A soul must be embedded into one to unlock its true power. So who else but the Hamlin organization stepped in to provide their own resources? The Hamlin organization by this point had defeated Red Eye and merged into Project Gestalt, and so helped out where they could in their child soldiers. All those children who were given Luciferase to fight against the Legion weren't immune to becoming infected. All Luciferase did was slow it down. All of them were infected and would inevitably succumb to white chlorination syndrome given time. Those who lived have proven themselves amongst the strong and capable. So the Hamlin organization rallied together 13 of the most promising previous soldiers, kidnapped them, threw them in a room, and provided each one of them a unique grimoire and ordered them to kill each other. Only 2 were allowed to live. This is the story we hear in And Then There Were None. We're never given the names of any of the characters, but for the sake of following the story, I'll call the main character in this Vice for what will become obvious reasons. You see, Vice was actually one of the child soldiers, part of the 13th Crusade unit that took down Red Eye. A few years have passed since then, and he's now in his late teens. He was always a capable soldier, and one of the few lucky and skilled enough to survive. He woke up in this room with 12 past soldiers, all from different branches around the world. The only one he did recognize was a girl who was also part of the 13th Crusade, Rubrum, as we'll call her. She was not nearly as seasoned as Vice was to combat. She was a bit more aloof and borderline not ready to be deployed when she was, but she was a quick learner and physically formidable. Weiss during the war saved her life, but they were eventually split up. Them meeting here is the first time they've seen each other in over 3 years. As you might expect, there's much confusion between 13 strangers trapped in a dark room with a mysterious grimoire at their feet. But the confusion quickly escalates to panic when a man and woman begin arguing and things turn physical. The man grabbed for the girl, but the grimoire at her feet spawned a black hand and grabbed him and crushed him to death. The corpse of the man was then sucked into his grimoire. The color changed and a face appeared on the cover. While everyone initially sat in stunned silence, an uproar began as everyone panicked to understand what the book in their possession did. Various voices on an intercom interrupted, all speaking different languages so the respective participants could understand it, but all with the same message. Use the books to kill each other. Only 2 can survive. With no further clarification or reasoning as to why this was happening, all everyone could do was fight for their own life. Initially, things broke out physically instead of via magic. The girl was jumped and strangled to death by another participant. Her body was transferred into her grimoire, and while 2 other participants then tried to jump the man who just killed her, he fell to the ground and died in a very painful way before they had the chance. It's likely the observers have some kind of kill switch to rid anyone who simply tries to kill normally. What they want is magic, to understand it, to unlock it. They want these soldiers to unlock the potential of the grimoire so they can manipulate it. So everyone quickly went back to examining their books so they weren't killed. Weiss and Rubrum attempted to work together and be the 2 survivors allowed to live. And while Rubrum was very thoughtful about the situation and the potential requirements needed to utilize it, her thought process is quickly interrupted when she sees a black lance hurtling towards an unsuspecting Weiss. To repay his act of saving her life during the war, she pushes him out of the way and is skewered herself and dies. She too is sucked up into her grimoire. The color turns the shade of blood, and the face that appears looks nothing like her own. Weiss cries out in distress, and amidst his cries, he activates his grimoire. Everything goes white. Countless letters begin appearing. When he came back to his senses, everyone in the room was dead. They were skewered amongst a horde of protruding spears from the floor. Weiss did not do this. His grimoire simply protected him from this attack. The one who did was NieR. Weiss and NieR were the 2 victors, so to speak, or so they thought. As per usual, everything was a lie. They were allowed to live, but they weren't allowed to leave. Like everyone before them, Weiss and NieR were absorbed into their respective grimoires, but unlike all of the others, they were sentient and still alive. These 2 became instrumental in Project Gestalt's plans. NieR became a new instrument to separate soul from body. The whole thing could now be filtered and done through NieR. And Weiss was the tool to reunite the soul and body. While the books themselves have their own
Googling this fucking bunny statue.
Act as an activation system. When NieR and Weiss are activated at the same time, a massive amount of energy is created, which will send every soul back into their replicant body. As for all of the other grimoires, they appear to be meant to serve as a reserve system, extra energy to support these 2 in case they need it. For the most part, Project Gestalt would continue as planned. Replicant bodies would be put in production and souls stored for a later date. But there's still one more story that we need to cover before things fully kick off, and this time, it does involve our 3 main characters. We've already been introduced to Emil, but we've yet to cover NieR, Yona, and Kaine. And in the story, the boy, the girl, and the weapon, their 3 paths would cross. I should probably start off by introducing our new characters. NieR and Yona are the simplest in terms of their background. They're brother and sister. In the original game, it was father and daughter, but the story has since been updated to have the 2 be siblings. Fortunately, this change does not drastically affect anything. Also, NieR is not his actual name. We officially never know what his true name is, but fans collectively agree and simply just call him NieR. But anyway, his and Yona's backstory is actually quite simple. The 2 are siblings. Not much, if anything, is known about their parents other than the fact that in modern day they are no longer around. They likely fell victim to either the Legion or white chlorination syndrome, or likely died via natural causes. But regardless, NieR and Yona are alone, and being the older brother, NieR finds it his responsibility to look after his sickly sister. Yona's immune system isn't the strongest, and she's often in a generally weakened state. Not by white chlorination syndrome, but by normal sicknesses, it would seem. The 2 are very much civilians traveling from different help centers, trying their best to survive the chaos of the world brought upon by the Legion and white chlorination syndrome. For now, that's all there is to them. Kaine is a lot more unique in the sense that she's not a normal human. She was, like many, an experiment. She was born from the DNA of her grandparents, which technically makes them her parents, but I'll get to that soon, and Legion DNA. She was a designer baby, genetically altered as just another experiment. But this time around, she wasn't an experiment or made this way because of the government or army. It was due to her grandmother, Kali. Being her grandmother was simply just a cover story, likely due to her age. The reason she has so much pull to have a designer baby is because she's considered a war hero, and not just a simple one at that. Kali was given the credit for killing Red Eye. She was the vice captain of the 13th Crusade, the one that took him down. It was the captain of that unit who killed Red Eye. However, he died following that clash. For whatever reason, Kali was given the recognition as the hero who killed him. Whether that was her doing or the government so they can have an alive figurehead to keep morale up is unknown. But because she's recognized as the hero who stopped the Legion, she was rewarded with hefty amounts of money. She then used that money to invest into scientific military research and became incredibly rich. Since then, she married her husband, whom she met during her service, and has spent her years trying to live a relatively normal life. Her time in the war greatly traumatized her, as did the general heartache of seeing your neighbors, family, and lovers all get turned into Legion. She developed a very brash personality because of it. She's vulgar, fierce, and often stubborn. Her language has next to no filter, and she'll often speak before ever considering her words. But despite this, deep down, she still did have a kind and caring heart, even though it was often hard for that to come across. Which is why when Kaine was born, she didn't treat her as though she were an experiment. She and her husband cared for her like she was a daughter, so much so that Kaine didn't even know there was anything special about her, and they never told her. Kaine lived lived a perfectly normal, albeit strict, life thanks to her grandparents. As for the reason Kali would want a child with Legion genes, it's never explicitly said, but it's implied that she wanted her child to be strong enough to defend them against any potential threat in the future. It makes sense because her safety is always in consideration, as in conjunction with having a warrior daughter, she pays for her own private military to guard her at all times. But as for Kaine, she's actually quite different personality-wise to the girl we get in-game. In fact, Kali is a lot more reminiscent of her attitude. Kaine here is a lot more soft-spoken, as she was raised to be fairly obedient by her grandmother. Her grandfather felt a bit guilty about this and so bought her a white dog. Kaine was a formal maiden of high society, so she wasn't very vulgar. Outside of the occasional arguments with her grandmother, she lived the peaceful life she was happy with.
Figuring out the lore of the world I'm in while I try to hack this damn
whatever
bunny.
That Legion part within her was, she instinctively felt it. And with our new cast introduced, I can finally talk about the events from the boy, the girl, and the weapon. The event that kicks everything off is an unexpected Legion attack. By this point, with Red Eye dead, the Legion weren't nearly as coordinated or dangerous, so they were relegated to be dealt with by smaller and local forces. Where this story branches is the Legion attack, however, they're accompanied by Red Eye. This story treats the term Red Eye more so as a classification of Legion, as if it's the most dangerous form one can reach. The Red Eye leader is definitely dead. This Red Eye is just a very dangerous and powerful Legion. But for this story, I will be using the term Red Eye. When an attack occurs in Shinjuku, panic breaks out amongst the public. Amidst them are NieR and Yona. During the chaos of all the civilians running around, the two are separated, and Yona winds up making her way to a nearby mansion, which, as you could guess, belongs to Kaine's family. Kaine is kind enough to console the distressed Yona, calming her down and bringing her inside to ease the nerves of the chaos. NieR eventually finds his way there as a passerby on the street saw someone of her description and pointed him in that direction. He thanks Kaine for being so kind and keeping her safe. But while all of this is going on, there's still what's happening with the Legion and Emil. Emil, ever since the incident with his sister, has been in the care of the few remaining scientists that remained after the project was downsized. Fortunately, it seems these scientists were a lot more caring for Emil than how he was treated during his time before. They call him Emil. They don't treat him as though he's a weapon. Generally, it seems to have been a better environment overall. But that only lasted for so long, as a new character named Yura, or as he would later be more popularly known as Tyran, decided to kidnap him. He was the section chief of the Countermeasure Against Special Biological Organisms Department, as well as the commander of the Shinjuku Area Defense Team. He's a very bloodthirsty and ruthless individual. He has no problem using force or killing people to get what he wants. He has a high position because he is very intelligent and has an apt way of resolving problems. But he's infamous for his violence. He raids the facility holding Emil and takes him hostage to use as a weapon to fight against the Legion and Red Eye. Emil, not wanting any harm to come to any of the scientists, goes with him. But where does Yura fit into the rest of the story? Well, it turns out he's in charge of the military group that Kali hires to protect her and her family. She's been personally funding most of his endeavors, which has allowed him to accrue the weapons and resources he has. And because of this, when the Legion attack breaks out, Kali calls him to come and defend her, which he's paid to do. And so, Yura, his soldiers, and Emil all make their way to Kali's mansion. When they arrive, they immediately deploy all sorts of weapons, most notably a P-22 unit, an early version of what we later see as the P-33. It shoots the Red Eye with a laser, severing its arm, but much to everyone's shock, it grows more arms out of its skin. Legion come crawling out from it as well. The Red Eye is much more powerful and dangerous than anyone could have predicted. The damages extend onto the mansion in which Emil, Yona, Kaine, and her grandparents all reside. Red Eye makes his way inside while the Legion attack Yura and his forces. Kaine's grandfather is stabbed, saving Kali, and when he tries to pass on some advice to Kaine about how things are only going to get worse, he is crushed to death. Meanwhile, as the Red Eye runs rampant within the mansion, Yura grabs Emil from the truck to deal with all of the new Legion numbers. He forces Emil to use his powers and turns everyone to stone, including his own men. Yura shows no sympathy for his willingness to sacrifice the lives of all in front of him just to save his own. Emil begs for him to stop as he doesn't like what he's being forced to do, so Yura injects him with some kind of drug which makes Emil lose control of his powers. Having just lost control of his greatest weapon and Red Eye still causing mayhem, he sees no victory in this current situation and so abandons the scene and runs away. As for Kaine, unfortunately, the death of her grandfather wouldn't be the only tragedy that struck. Kali is there contemplating the death of her husband. She feels a lot of regret never disclosing to their daughter the truth about what she was. And before she has the chance to tell her, she too is grabbed by Red Eye and swallowed whole. Kaine witnesses this, and the devastation she feels swells up within her. The sadness, the anger, the confusion, the rage, every single emotion is swirling around her head. She deep down feels the dark power within her. She screams in pain and loses control, entering this rampant state where she can utilize her hidden power. She rips Red Eye's stomach open with her bare hands, to which Kali emerges from still alive. Kaine then rips Red Eye to shreds and kills it. The Legion and Red Eye are no longer a problem. It's now Emil and Kaine who are both berserking. NieR, for some reason, feels obligated to stop them. He doesn't physically do anything, but he shouts at them to stop. Even when the soldiers and everyone around them believe them to be monsters, NieR continues believing in them as humans, and so begs for them to stop fighting, which they do. Emil and Kaine return to their senses. By this point, it can be assumed that some multiple timeline bleeding occurred, which led to this innate connection he felt to them in the first place. But all that mattered now is that they stopped. Emil was sedated and taken back to the facility, while Kaine cries with her grandmother because she's scared. The story ends there. The characters just go on their separate ways. But it wouldn't be the last time fate brought these three together.
Don't look at me like that, too.
With that story out of the way, it's time to return back to Project
Plot.
Gestalt. I mentioned earlier that the project had a few flaws when it came to separating soul from body. One of the more minor ones was that the vessels the souls were placed in for the indefinite amount of time were actually weak to sunlight, hence why they would later be nicknamed shades. Yes, if you're familiar with the game, every single shade is a human soul waiting to be reunited with its body. But they aren't up and active. They're basically in storage, sleeping or unconscious. Their weakness to sunlight is but a minor nuisance. What was a real problem was the risk of relapsing. Relapsing is what happens when the soul loses its sentience. As a result, they become hostile and aggressive, trying to kill. Once a Gestalt relapses, the person they once were is gone, and they basically cease to exist as they're just a mindless, bodiless monster. Initially, every single Gestalt that was created would inevitably relapse. Whether it was immediately or slowly over time, every single person who was turned into a Gestalt was slowly losing their sentience. So of course, if left unattended, the plan was a failure. Everyone was still going to die eventually. So analysis revealed that in order to stabilize a Gestalt's self-awareness, they needed a stable, solid source of purified maso from a person who maintained his being after being transformed. Basically, a perfect genetic match. So the World Purification Commission, in conjunction with the Hamlin organization, figured the best way of producing someone like this was via one of the sealed grimoires. Grimoire Noir is selected for this task, and many clone duplicates are created and handed out. The government disguises themselves as various relief centers in poverty-stricken areas and refugee camps and hand out copies of Grimoire Noir in hopes of finding a Gestalt attuned to the book's power. It wasn't a very pretty or clean experiment. By sheer numbers, every single person who touched the grimoire and wasn't the one perfect match they were looking for was immediately turned into a relapsed Gestalt. It could have been hundreds or even thousands of people who fell victim to this ploy. And this is where NieR and Yona re-enter the story. It's been about 3 years since the events at Kaine's mansion. Yona is still sick, and so in hopes to find medicine that can better her condition, the two enter one of these relief centers. But early on into their arrival, the two sense that something isn't right, and so make haste to try and quickly escape. But they witness the others who were there in need be handed these grimoires and be transformed into relapsed Gestalts. He witnessed his community and those others in need be used as nothing more than lab rats. Fortunately, he and Yona were able to escape and flee to an abandoned supermarket. Clearly still exhausted and worn out from all that they've been through, they try to recompose themselves here. NieR obviously goes on to tell his sister never to touch the grimoire, but it turns out the two were followed by those relapsed Gestalts. NieR is ambushed by them, and knowing that he ain't capable of defending his sister as he is now, he turns to the grimoire in hopes for more power. Upon touching it, not only does he not relapse, but he is the perfect genetic signature that the government's been looking for.
Let's see how this works out, Chad. Am I going to be able to still hold down this button and hit this
to wipe out all the relapsed Gestalts threatening them? But when he returns to Yona, it turns out she also touched the book because she wanted to help her brother. But since she's not a match for the book, she began to relapse. Shortly after, she fell into a coma. It didn't take long before the government found NieR and brought him in. The only reason NieR was playing along was because finding a cure for his sister was his #1 priority. Yona was placed into a cryogenic sleep, halting her gestaltization process. For the next 5 years, NieR allowed any experiment to be done on him in hopes of finding this cure. Grimoire Noir had also been programmed to obey NieR. He was a very loyal and determined subject. In the CD drama, The Promise of 1,000 Years is where we hear these events. NieR's very worried for his sister, especially after all this time has passed and still no cure has been found. Unfortunately for him, a cure wouldn't be found. Science had reached the limits of its research for any cure, and so were incapable of helping Yona's condition. But a compromise was struck. They told NieR that at the end of the cycle, when all of the Maso had been rid from the world and humanity could return to their replicant bodies, that by that time, they would have the means to cure Yona. They estimated that it would take 1,000 years for Project Gestalt to be complete. So all anyone had was their word. But what could NieR do? If he says no, then Yona was just going to die anyway. If he agrees to it, then at the very least, he knows scientists will try to help him because he's effectively preserving humanity. It was on this promise alone that NieR agreed to become the original Gestalt that they needed. But he swore that if they failed to keep their word, he would rebel. NieR's soul was then separated from his body, and this new entity that he became known as was the Shadow Lord. It's important to note that every sentient shade is linked to the Shadow Lord. He's the one keeping them from relapsing. Their lives all depend on him. As such, they worship him as though he were a god. But at the same time, if he died, so would all of them. And with that, Project Gestalt was in full effect. Eventually, every human underwent the Gestalt process and had their soul transferred into a shade. It was now up to Devila and Popola to ensure the will of humanity was fulfilled. To make their job a bit easier, replicants are initially given a minimal amount of sentience to follow basic commands. With this, they are tasked with exterminating the Legion still roaming the Earth and gathering all of the Maso particles so they can send it back to where it came. But of course, nothing is ever so simple and things can't just work. About 700 years into this process, the replicants began to gain sentience. They came into their own being, formulated their own thoughts, emotions, experiences, and acted independently. By the year 3000 and the turn of the new millennium, most replicants had acquired sentience. It's important to note that the replicants' personalities are unique to them. Their entire identity and whatnot are formed based on the stimuli of what's around them, having very little, if anything, in common to their original soul. As such, civilizations and cultures rapidly begin developing. Despite this, Devila and Popola are still able to influence their actions, and Project Gestalt is still moving forward. By the year 3276, a familiar foe would rear its ugly head. A young replicant hoping to bring his dead lover back to life hears the legend of a forbidden land where one's greatest desire can be fulfilled. Jerusalem, the same place where Red-Eye was killed. The replicant brings his lover's corpse here and wishes for her resurrection. Much to his surprise, she wakes up, eyes fiery red. Red-Eye has been resurrected. She kills her lover and goes on to assemble what few members of the Legion still remain. 11 years later, Red-Eye and the last remnants of the Legion begin a march of terror against the replicants. But an android, along with 4 replicants, banded together and challenged Red-Eye. After a massive battle, the commander is slain, as are the last of the Legion. And with that, the androids send the last of the corrupt Maso back to the parallel world. Both the Legion and white chlorination syndrome have been eradicated, and the purification of the world is complete. The following year, the Gestalts begin to awaken as the next phase of the project commences. This is where the Shades come in. The souls are ready to re-emerge with their bodies, and so make various attempts to try. But the newly self-aware replicants see these monsters as body snatchers, and so attack them on sight to defend themselves. Battles between replicants and Gestalts continue for the foreseeable future. It's the replicants who dub the Gestalts Shades due to their weakness to light. Devila and Popola try quite a bit to influence replicants into accepting the merger with their soul, however, it's very rare. After about 12 years of trying things the peaceful way, they come to the conclusion that it's not going to work, and so look towards the Revival Ceremony, or the Grimoire Project, to forcefully reintegrate everyone. As for NieR, or Shadow Lord, he's been consistently providing Maso to the Gestalt system for over 1200 years. He's been awake this entire time. He was initially told it would only take 1,000, and yet here he is, and the project still hasn't been completed. He starts losing trust in the system, and fears Yona will never be revived at this rate if he does not act himself. And this is where we can finally start following our new replicant cast. We're not at the beginning of the game just yet, but we can at the very least start talking about the life of our new replicant NieR. So considering all of the replicants formed their personalities based on their surroundings, this NieR has a lot in common with the original, specifically his connection and care for his sister Yona. The two stories begin fairly early into the beginning of their replicant lifespans. NieR's entire existence is solely dedicated to providing for his sister, considering their parents are no longer with them. The two do have very vivid memories of their parents, however. Apparently, their father worked in a faraway city and was rarely at home, but sometime after Yona's birth, he died outside, leaving NieR hardly remembering much about him. As for their mother, she lived with them, keeping the family up and running, largely tending to the garden they had outside. However, she wound up getting afflicted by the Black Scrawl, something I have yet to mention up till this moment. To the replicants, it is an incurable disease in which black runes appear on the skin, which is guaranteed to result in death. Anyone can be afflicted. It's unlike any disease or sickness to ever appear. Young, old, healthy, or frail, it comes unexpectedly and will always take the victim. But what the replicants don't know is that the Black Scrawl is actually a reflection of what's happening to their Gestalt, to their real soul. When the corresponding soul begins relapsing, losing their conscience, or dies, the replicant gets the Black Scrawl as an indicator that they are going to die forever. If the soul dies, the replicant system isn't able to retrieve the data from it to create the replicant. Thus, they will cease to exist. As I mentioned earlier, replicants can be created as many times as they need so long as there's a soul to spawn it from. In fact, it's necessary. The replicants age like any human would. They have a life cycle that's fairly natural, and considering Project Gestalt had been in place for over 1,000 years, the replicants have gone through many lives. They grow up, they grow old, and die. Once the replicant dies, Devila and Popola create a new one from whenever their soul originated. They memory wipe them and reintroduce them into the community. In their mother's case, her original Gestalt relapsed, and so NieR's mother went along with it. She died suddenly in front of a 10-year-old NieR. He went to Popola for answers, hoping she could explain, however, she said nothing. Of course, she knew exactly what happened, but could only share her condolences with the now orphaned boy. In fact, it would be because of Devla and Popola that the term Black Scrawl even came to be. The two are constantly having to make up history about the world and what things are to quell the curiosity of the people. But fortunately, due to their genuine kindness and caring disposition, they were very much trusted by the people. Her and Devla, along with many of the other villagers who knew NieR's family, prepared a funeral and laid her to rest for good. Yona was much too young to understand this at the time, being a little under 2 years old. But this is where NieR began caring for her. As a replicant, Yona is still a sickly young child, but what she suffers from is different from her original human counterpart. Yona here develops the Black Scrawl just like their mother. She isn't born with it, but after their parents' death, that is when it appeared on her body. But what makes her unique is that Yona is always going to be afflicted with the Black Scrawl, and that's because her soul is being kept in cryostasis. When she touched Grimoire Noir, her soul began to relapse and the doctors froze her, leaving her permanently in that state. So while she's not technically dying, her replicant will always have the Black Scrawl. It was a rough job for NieR, going from a child into his teen years, having to be the sole person responsible for taking care of his sister. And in the story The Red and the Black, we hear the lengths he's willing to go for her well-being. As stated, Yona winds up developing the Black Scrawl, something that makes him very worried. Symptoms of the disease are not unlike the flu in fevers and coughs, however, it also comes with pain. The patient's body is constantly hurting, and it persists, only escalating as the scrawl worsens until they inevitably die. Yona, even as young as she is already constantly in pain, and while no cure exists, Popola informs NieR of a medicine that he can give her that can, at the very least, lessen the burden on her body. The problem is, the ingredients needed don't grow locally, so the medicine was very expensive. Fortunately, in the beginning, their parents had stashed away some funds, so he was able to afford getting her some medicine and seeing just how effective it was. And so while he couldn't cure it, the least he could do was constantly supply her with the medicine she needs, and to do that, he needs money. NieR was always asking villagers if there were any jobs he could do for payment. Occasionally, people gave him small little errands to run. It's reflected in-game as well. It's why so many side missions are simple, mundane tasks that the person giving the job can likely do themselves, like delivering a letter or a package or just collecting things. They want to give NieR something to do for some spare coin. It became normal for villagers to do this, but not so consistent that it was any sort of comfortable living for anyone involved. The village is already relatively small and poor, so the jobs were sparse, and even if people wanted to help, they weren't exactly in a position to help. Because of this, he was eventually told of another job he could take up out of the village and in the town of Seafront. It's a nearby port town that overlooks the ocean. He'd never been there before, but if it was to earn some extra cash, then he might as well. The job was relatively easy, just to deliver a letter to someone in the city. Eventually, he made his way there and was able to complete the job, but being unfamiliar with the area and with all of the large buildings obscuring his view, he easily got lost. And this is when he came into contact with a very titular character to this story. He's never given a name, but his impact would be insurmountable. This man is a pedophile who's willing to pay NieR money to satisfy his twisted sexual perversions. While NieR initially runs away from the situation, clearly understanding the abhorrent intentions of the man, his desire to provide for Yona is a cause nothing can surmount. So against his better judgment, he reluctantly takes the man up on his offer. NieR would go to the man on multiple occasions for money, hating it every single time. It's because of this that NieR wears his hair tied up. The feeling of it brushing back and forth on his shoulders has sort of become a traumatizing sensation. He decides he can't cut it because if anyone asked why he did so, he wouldn't be able to respond normally. This went on for a bit, so much so that Devla and Popola seem to have found out. In the grand scheme of things, they genuinely have no reason to care. But because they have their own personalities, they are very caring. So once they found out, they didn't tell NieR or let them know that they knew. They instead offered him a different job, shade slaying. It was clearly much more dangerous than the casual errands he would run for people, but if it could be a new stable source of income instead of returning to the man in Seafront, then he would take it even despite the increased risk. A small hunting party is formed to take out a nest close by, but when NieR meets up with everyone, the man from Seafront is also there. Turns out hunting shades is what the man does for a living and how he has all of his money, and now NieR was part of the same hunting party. The darkness NieR thought he had managed to escape from hung over him once more. He hated this man more than anything in the world and just wanted him gone. The group goes to a cave where all of the shades reside. When they enter, a thick fog engulfed everyone, and it was hard to make out anything that was happening. Swarms of shades appeared out of nowhere and began attacking everyone. The fog made everyone look the same. The shape of the shades were the same as the shapes of the humans. Everyone fought back. NieR slashed his way through the hordes that ambushed him, getting soaked in their blood, taking them out one by one. But amongst the shades that he was killing, NieR also took the opportunity to kill the man he hated so much. And yet killing him felt no different to killing a shade. Whether it was because NieR viewed them both as monsters deserving of death, or because shades are actually human, like how he perceives the man, it doesn't really matter because he ignores it. He doesn't care whatever this feeling is. He wanted them dead. He didn't care who the real monsters were and just kept killing. By the time the fog had dissipated, the other hunting party members found him and took him back to the village. As for NieR, now he had a new job hunting shades in tandem with his local tasks. And this would carry over to where he is in the game when we start. Speaking of the game, I think it's finally time we got to the events that take place. There are still a few characters and stories that I have to go over, however, I'll cover them as we go along. So 1400 years after waiting for Yona to be cured of her disease, the original NieR, who I'll now start referring to as the Shadow Lord, is done waiting. He has lost faith in the project as it is blatantly obvious that no progress has been made. While Devila and Popola try to convince him to wait just a little longer, he is having none of it. So instead, everyone decides to go with the emergency failsafe that was implemented, the Grimoire project. NieR has been up and active this entire time accompanying the Shadow Lord, while Vice was effectively put into storage, and things here become a bit shaky and unclear. Unlike most stories that have this master plan that was incredibly thought out and executed being perfectly manipulated behind the scenes, Devila and Popola's actions here are very much just winging it. They are making choices they see fit given the current situation. They may or may not make a whole lot of sense when you think about them in the grand scheme of things, and not a lot of information is given about it in the first place. So assumptions have to be made, and I will try my best to follow what they might have been thinking. I say this because they nor the Shadow Lord are the ones to retrieve Weiss. For this, they send NieR. It's not exactly clear why. They kinda just started using him instead of doing it themselves. The reason for this, I believe, is because the Shadow Lord is eventually going to need his replicant body anyway, so by using NieR at the end of the journey, he'll effectively deliver himself straight to the Shadow Lord. I believe this is why they chose to go with him. Anyway, Devila and Popola tell NieR a story about a magical white flower known as a lunar tear that can grant any wish the user desires. It can make anyone rich in an instant, and NieR goes on to tell Yona this story as well. And so, hoping to relieve the burden on her brother, Yona asks Popola about it, and she very suggestively pushes her to go to the Lost Shrine where they supposedly grow. While she is out, they have some shades capture her and hold her in confinement. Meanwhile, they also push NieR into going to the Lost Shrine to rescue his sister, where I guess his strength is meant to be tested. He fully proves himself and manages to break the magical barrier protecting Vice and saves Yona. Vice is awoken from his slumber, however, due to the blunt force trauma NieR used to wake him up, Vice loses all of his memories. All of his important memories. He knows that he's magically powerful, but his purpose and what he's supposed to do, he doesn't know. Because of this, he kind of just latches on to NieR and joins his company. When the two return back to the village, Devila and Popola then proceed to feed NieR an entirely made-up story. Devila sings the Song of the Ancients, which supposedly spoke about Vice, while Popola tells him the story that it's supposedly based on. She makes up an entire prophecy about an evil black book which brought upon calamity and disease being vanquished by a good white book, Vice. But to do so, he needed sealed verses. No one knows what these sealed verses are, but there's some kind of magic. This whole prophecy was made up just to string NieR along. If NieR is the source of the Black Scroll, then if he wants to save Yona, he has to collect the sealed verses and complete Vice. And it worked like a charm. NieR became very invested in fulfilling this prophecy and completing Vice. As for the sealed verses, these are just fragments of his magical power. It can be assumed that he was split into many pieces so as to not accidentally initiate the failsafe. Anyway, fully invested in this fantasy story, they are motivated to collect the sealed verses to complete Vice and are directed towards the Eyrie as one of the sealed verses lie there. The town resides suspended over an extremely deep canyon held together by crude craftsmanship. The two go on to talk to the mayor about an alleged shade invasion, but unfortunately he along with all of the other residents are shut-ins that refuse to leave their homes and tell NieR to get lost. As they leave the village, the two catch a glimpse of something shiny in a tent just outside of town. It's a wreath made of lunar tears, the flower he told Yona about. This tent, along with the wreath, belong to Kaine. I've talked about her human past, but I've yet to cover her replicant life, so I'll do that now. Her story actually isn't too dissimilar to her human counterpart, particularly in her relation to her grandmother, still named Kali. Personality-wise, she is almost exactly the same as the original, minus her military background. She's a foul-mouthed and crude woman who has next to no filter, but unlike her original human self, she is much more expressive and open in her love for Kaine. As such, the two have a great relationship. It's because of her Kaine loves lunar tears. They're an incredibly rare flower, but her grandmother is able to cultivate them. Kaine as well, unlike her human self, acts exactly like her grandmother, and too is very crude and vulgar. The two's relationship is only further amplified because Kaine isn't exactly loved or treated well by anyone in the village. You see, Kaine is bullied because she is intersex, meaning she possesses both male and female genitalia. There was an error in the replicant system which created her body incorrectly, giving her a predominantly female physique, but with a notably large member. The other kids bullied her specifically because of this. Ironically enough, genitalia on a replicant is purely cosmetic. They are incapable of reproducing, and they serve literally no function other than aesthetic. And because everyone is a replicant, theoretically, anyone could be born with whatever genitals they wanted. But because they don't know this, Kaine is looked at as a freak and treated as an outcast by everyone. Everyone except her grandmother. It's because Kaine is so self-conscious of her body that she dresses very scandalously. She wants to highlight her feminine features to the best of her ability, hopefully distracting you away from anything else. The event that changed her forever is when a very large shade named Hook attacked their family home. Kaine was away at the time but saw the destruction from a distance. While she rushed back to try and help her grandmother, Hook was far too powerful. He pinned Kali down under the rubble of their house as well as his foot before outright murdering her. Kaine did not sit back and let this happen, however. While she possessed a fiery spirit, she had no practical skills to truly do anything. Kaine's left arm was torn from her body and she lost an eye in the process. She was left mutilated in the rubble of her own home with the person she cared for the most dead. There was nothing else for her to lose, and as you might imagine, it was an incredibly traumatizing event, so much so that she snapped. She let out a scream so thunderous that it echoed off the cliffs. Despite her injuries, she still stood up laughing like a madwoman and plunged a blade into Hook's leg. It didn't kill him, but it was enough to make him retreat. Kaine was left bleeding to death. In her final moments, all she had was the insatiable desire to kill Hook. But Kaine didn't die that day, and that's all thanks to a single shade named Tyran. Yes, remember him? Originally named Yura, he was the commander of the military unit that the human Kali hired to protect her. He wound up choosing to save himself when he lost control of a meal and determined the Legion invasion couldn't be stopped. After this, he went into hiding. However, the military considered his actions so deplorable and dishonorable, he was removed from the Gestalt program and his replicant was destroyed. This is when he began going under the name Tyran. He circumvented the replicant protocols and underwent the Gestalt process. However, with no body to ever return to, he was forced to hop from replicant to replicant. This is what inevitably led him to Kaine as she was dying. He tried to take over her body before she passed, however she refused to relinquish control. She instead expressed her desire for revenge and to kill Hook. So Tyran, in need of a body, decided to compromise. He'll let Kaine stay in control of her body, and he'll ride shotgun inside of her head, but she has to kill. Tyran is a bloodthirsty psychopath. He thrives on killing and the joy it brings him. Kaine is full of hate in this moment, and he sees her as the perfect vessel. So, as long as she kills, his power is hers. This is where Kaine's strength comes from. He heals all of her wounds and promises that if she ever goes soft, he'll take her over immediately. Unfortunately for Kaine, life only continued to get worse. As part of having a shade within her, she developed the Black Scrawl. This can either be because her original Gestalt had relapsed, or because Tyran is relapsing and he's latched onto her body. Either way, Kaine suffers the effects. And on top of that, if she needed any more reason to hate the people of the Eyrie, they found out about the shade and began bullying her more than ever. She was pretty much exiled by everyone, and making things even worse for her was Tyran. I don't want you thinking that he is simply just a bloodthirsty psychopath who idly sits by as Kaine suffers. He contributes to her suffering to make her life as miserable as possible. And one of the biggest instances is in the story The Witch's Sabbath. The story follows the perspective of a traveling female pilgrim. She visited the Eyrie towards the end of her pilgrimage and began hearing stories about Kaine. The people of the village spoke ill of her, but this woman was very open-minded. She virtues tolerance and peace, being educated and open-minded. After a shade attack breaks out, Kaine arrives to save her along with
I don't know where my audio is.
Everyone is still afraid of her, seeing her as worse than the monsters. But the woman sees Kaine as a hero. She doesn't understand how she could be an outcast, and so extends an olive branch to be her friend.
I'm not trying
Kaine
to talk to
hesitantly
you.
accepts her offer and invites her back to her home. The entire day is taken up by the woman passionately delivering her message about tolerance and goodwill towards man. Kaine fell asleep, and so the woman decides to rest as well. But the woman was woken up in the middle of the night by sounds of Kaine, or should I say Tyran, forcing Kaine to pleasure herself. Tyran's sick and twisted mind takes so much joy in not only killing shades, but making Kaine uncomfortable that he pleases himself. And remember, Kaine is intersex and possesses a very large male member. This terrifies the woman. Half shade, both genitalia.
A very large male member. What the fuck?
Words imaginable. Disgusting, revolting, hateful. She hates her. She's a freak. She doesn't feel bad saying these things because Kaine's not human. She's a monster. And that's the sort of effect that Tyran has on her life. He actively attempts to ruin it and tear Kaine down even further and isolate her even more. That being said, Tyran doesn't play too much of an active role during the events of the game. He is largely isolated to commentary, and I won't be touching too much on him until it's relevant once more. Anyway, Kaine has lost all connections to people. She kills shades, and her only goal in life is to get revenge on Hook. Returning to where we left off in the story, seeing two people rummage through her home and messing with something she holds very dear to her heart, she isn't exactly very pleased with the strangers and so attacks them. Their scuffle is brief, as not soon after, Hook appears. Clearly being Kaine's primary target, the two decide to put their differences aside and work together. While the two put up a valiant effort, Hook manages to escape the encounter with only losing one eye as a casualty. Kaine took her own fair share of damage from the encounter as well, and so passed out. NieR and Vice rest her in her tent and share pleasantries when she wakes up before parting ways. Fortunately, their trip wasn't for nothing, as they did obtain their first sealed verse.
Not so
Eventually,
bad.
NieR is ready once again to start hunting more sealed verses, but is a little underpowered to take on some of the larger, more dangerous shades. So he is sent to the junk heap in order to obtain a better sword. What they are met with are two siblings running the shop, Jacob and Gideon. Their story is fairly simple. In the story, The Magic Mountain, we learn that their mother used to salvage valuable items from the junk heap and sell them to earn money. However, she was fairly unhappy with her life and current position. One customer used to stop by who she grew fairly fond of, mostly physically.
One thing I need to do.
The two would hook up on multiple occasions, with Jacob even having overheard them one time. It gave her dreams of living a better life in a faraway land. These dreams would eventually manifest when one day she packed up all of her belongings and left her children behind to elope. She pretended like
PlayStation,
everything
so
was
I'll be
normal
right
and
back.
was going to, per usual, go inside to collect more scrap to sell. But unfortunately for her, the inside of the junk heap was incredibly dangerous, and both she and her lover were killed by the facility's defense system. As for Jacob and Gideon, it wasn't long before Jacob realized the truth. Gideon is very emotional and adolescent in his mindset. Because of this, Jacob was left to care for his brother. Over the past years of being taken care of, he developed his own skills in craftsmanship, which he now utilizes to try and make money. 1 week after their mother's disappearance is when NieR walks into the shop. The brothers are hard up for money and food by this point, and so take on NieR's request. He is told to enhance his weapon, he needs to gather the materials.
Okay, so
himself.
like I
But
knew
before he
Kaine
gets
was
off,
a
Gideon
tranny,
throws yet
but I
another
didn't know
temper tantrum on
Kaine
his brother,
was
to which he
like
decides to try and help them out by investigating.
Kaine had a
They make their way
massive
through the
film
facility
memory.
until they reach the defense system. He successfully fights it off, even obtaining a new sealed verse in the process, and on the way out also discovers the corpse of the brother's mother and lover. When he returns to the shop, he tells them the truth about her fate, to which Gideon runs off, while Jacob seems to have suspected such an outcome already. Anyway, the mood is left fairly somber, and so NieR takes his new weapon and leaves. With this enhancement, he makes his way back to the area, which is currently being overrun by shades in even greater numbers. After helping Kaine near the entrance, everyone goes to the center of town, where Hook once again returns. It maneuvers using the scaffolding and buildings to its advantage, being able to recover from several heavy attacks NieR and the group are able to hit it with. As NieR goes through the village, chasing it down, he overhears everyone's negative outlook towards Kaine
And I should be
how they
back on the same
This
stream.
obviously gets on the nerves of NieR, but he and the group have to continue fighting on. Kaine winds up being attacked with a hallucinogenic miasma, which
Now I'm
makes Hook
back.
start speaking in the voice of her grandmother. But this trick doesn't work. Kaine goes into a battle rage, and together everyone is able to slay the monster. Kaine is flung to another
Be back
platform
on
and
the same
is almost
stream?
ready
I don't
to
know.
finally let herself go. But the concerned calls from NieR and Vice wake her up. Considering the Aerie has been less than kind to her, Kaine joins our characters in hopes to try and find a true home.
I had my revenge, and now it's over.
Oh, now, see here, this is rich.
Vice?
We helped you in some mad quest for vengeance, and now you think to bid us adieu? How can a fighter so skilled be cursed with such a thick head? A true warrior would fight. They would give all in the service of their friends.
Friends?
That's right. He's right. Kaine, we're friends now.
See here, that was hardly the point.
Okay, then what is the point? Kaine, we need your help. Will you fight with us?
Fool, you cannot simply ask her outright. There is a proper order to these matters. One must ease into the topic with carefully considered words before commencing negotiations. Book, how dare you? I am Grimoire Vice, wielder of arcane...
Vice, then.
Do not abbreviate my name.
You're an ass. But you're right. I can't just live for revenge.
You mean you're coming with us?
These swords of mine need a true home. But you'll do for now.
NieR then proceeds to explain their entire situation, the Black Scrawl, how they intend to find the sealed verses to complete Vice, and fulfilling the prophecy, and so on. Having known someone personally who had the same disease, Kaine tells everyone about another kingdom that's
need to
been
find
working on a
this
cure.
internet.
And so, our group travels to the Kingdom of Facade. It's certainly a much more unique and different location compared to all of the others. The people speak in a completely foreign language made up of gibberish and follow over 124,000 different rules, which makes up their legal system. It's hypothesized that the people were descendants of slaves, however long ago, which is why they wound up developing this rule system, as they could not live without the guidance of them. But nevertheless, they have developed their own culture and the sort around it, which is why everyone wears masks. It's one of their rules. When our characters arrive, it's certainly a culture shock, at least for Vice and NieR, as Kaine has been here before. She opts not to enter the city for personal reasons, leaving the other two to wander aimlessly, incapable of communicating or even understanding what anyone is trying to say. But fortunately, they do run into a very helpful girl named Fira. Fira wasn't actually originally from this village, but her parents sent her here when she was 8 years old because they saw her as an abomination. Or at least they saw the keloids on her face as such. Basically, it's just overgrown scar tissue from an injury she obtained since she could remember. Regardless, they made her physically unsightly in the eyes of many, including her parents. They were prosperous wholesale dealers of fabric who saw their child as someone who was going to get in the way of their business, which is why they sent her to Facade in the first place to quote-unquote get a job. Fira pretty much knew that they were abandoning her, and she was alone by this point. She knew her parents didn't want her and figured she would try and start a new life here. Upon her arrival, she met a young boy who was actually the prince, but she didn't know that at the time. He gave her a job under one of the vendors to travel around the kingdom selling fruit, and that's what she did. Some of the rules that were implemented were kind of nice in her mind, such as wearing the mask as she could hide her keloids. But others were much trickier to navigate through, such as her inability to talk. She can talk, I should say, but one of the rules is that residents without land identification shall not speak. Fira is a stickler for the rules and follows them so much that she even carries a book around with her which details each of them. Anyway, selling fruit without talking is a difficult task for most, which is why she mostly communicates through gestures and body language. To make a long story short, Fira eventually learns the prince's identity, who has constantly been popping in and out of her life, and the two become friends. While there is an initial sense of betrayal on his side as he made a bet with the vendor on how good of a seller an outsider could be, he soon forgot his bet as he saw just how beautiful her way of life was and how hard she was trying. He deeply apologized to her as she threw her mask away because she wanted him to see her real face. But he did not flinch. He did not care about what she looked like. All he did care about was making right by her and being friends. Fira accepts his apology and things end off on a good note. That was 2 years prior to modern day. Also, it should be important to say that at some other point, Kaine wound up saving Fira from danger while she was out working, which is why she knows Facade and is welcomed by its people. Anyway, returning to the events of the game, our characters meet Fira, who is kind enough to give them a tour of the kingdom. Ever a stickler for the rules, she still refuses to talk, but is able to communicate with everyone else. By the end of the tour, Price effectively deciphers their speech and is able to communicate and understand their language.
That you go to and like you do the final battle.
The king has since succumbed to the Black Scrawl, leaving the prince as the new king. They wish to speak to him, but he has gone missing. Turns out he felt the country lost trust after his father's death, and
I don't know,
so
dude. It's
very
very
similar.
similar.
To obtain the
Very
royal
similar.
mask, the city's proof of kingship. The temple is dangerous, and due to the city's absurd amount of rules, only nobility may enter. But since they're not from Facade, NieR, Kaine, and Vice offer to go instead. Fira is the one who leads them to the temple, but cannot enter because of said rules. They do find the prince, but he is taken by some temple cubes. Kaine is also taken. After passing numerous trials, the characters end up in a bigger room, where more cubes form together and create a new foe. Eventually, this foe is slain, and the prince is saved, having successfully retrieved the royal mask. NieR does not walk away empty-handed, as he did obtain yet another sealed verse. With the mask, the prince is able to claim the title of king. However, unfortunately, he has to tell our characters that they had no success in dealing with the Black Scrawl. So everyone returns home, but they did make some new allies. The next story arc involves the Forest of Myth, and this location is very important. During his sleep, NieR has a weird dream of a boy trying to say something. He can't hear him, but he makes out the words sealed verses, dreams, and Forest of Myth. He awakens only to learn that Yona had the exact same dream. He goes to confront Popola about the odd situation, but is shocked when she presents him a letter from the mayor of a small village in the Forest of Myth. Seeing this as important, he immediately rushes to the village. When he arrives, he is met with an unsettling aura. The villagers, along with the mayor, are distant, weird, almost not there. Turns out they are afflicted by what is called the Death Dream, which has spread across the forest and trapped the villagers in their own dreams. To better understand what is truly happening here, I need to first go over what the Forest of Myth and the Divine Tree that is located here actually are. This entire location, most specifically the Divine Tree, in truth, is actually a supercomputer which holds all of the data of the old world and more specifically houses the memories of the humans needed to create replicants. Whenever Devila and Popola need to create a new replicant, they come here and use the data that is stored within the tree to create a new replicant. The whole forest is a computer network. The village is here along with the people who worship the tree just so they know the place is protected. The people don't tamper with the tree, they simply worship it and make sure nothing bad ever happens, unbeknownst to the truth. But something did happen. Not because of them, however. A shade somehow winds up getting inside the tree itself and started devouring the data, causing a memory leak. We don't learn about this shade just yet, and it's not causing too much damage relatively speaking for now. But it can be presumed that this is what the Death Dream is. Data is disappearing. It's leaking out and affecting the replicants as they are losing what they're based on. They're being fed memories the tree possesses while simultaneously having their memories taken away. And when NieR arrives in the village, he too is sucked into the Death Dream. The dream itself is a bit crazy to detail and largely not important the specifics. But basically, old memories begin bleeding into each other. Past versions of the mayor recall meeting NieR despite the two current iterations having never interacted before this moment. But past thems have. They don't fully grasp what it means, only giving the faintest hints of deja vu, but the Divine Tree is accidentally letting memories they shouldn't have slip in. Fortunately, our characters don't get it at all, as they're only concerned with rescuing the people. They do manage to escape the Death Dream and restore all of the villagers back to normal, and even walk away with a new sealed verse. But this wouldn't be the last time we visited the Divine Tree. The next story takes us to Emil. It's been a while since I've talked about him, but he has been alive these past 1400 years. If you recall, the experiments he went through stopped him from aging, and he never went through the Gestalt process because he didn't need to. The scientists who were caring for him had to put him in the care of someone else while they were gone, which is where Sebastian came from. He is an android just like Devila and Popola, however is much more robotic, so he might not be as advanced as them. He's been taking care of Emil this entire time. As for how Emil has remained sane for so long, it is perhaps he truly hasn't realized how much time has actually passed. When you enter his mansion's proximity, everything turns black and white, almost as if time has stopped. As if Emil's power was so strong, and he has remained in this exact same location for so long that it has indirectly frozen time around them. Not literally, but enough for it to have not felt like 1,000 years.
Fucked up by the
Anyway,
part that
Sebastian,
some,
like
dead
Devila and Popola, has grown attached to the person
scientist
he's caring for. He feels bad for Emil's condition and
forced
the fact
that-
that he can't look at anyone without
forced
turning him to
Kaine to be
stone.
a
He wants to
fucking-
find a cure, but the documents that detail petrification are in a library that has since been overrun with shades. He doesn't have any combat prowess and so has been unable to procure them himself. But he's been hearing tales of NieR's adventures and how he's been helping out so many people. So he wrote a letter asking for help and sent it to his address. However, it was intercepted by Yona, who began writing back, thinking she had a pen pal. A few letters were exchanged until eventually she wound up asking NieR to go to the mansion and help with which is what Sebastian was trying to accomplish in the first place. NieR agrees to help and eventually makes his way to the mansion with Kaine, where everyone is greeted. Sebastian escorts them to a room where he asks them to wait while he tends to other matters. He leaves the room and the game turns into a horror and spooky aesthetic. The mansion becomes haunted and ghostly things start occurring. There is genuinely no reason this actually happens. The whole thing was just an homage to Resident Evil and has no in-story explanation. So while NieR and Weiss are exploring the mansion, they come across and meet Emil. They're astonished by his sense of hearing as he goes on to explain the situation regarding his eyes. However, of course, he doesn't know anything about the letter. The characters go off to find the butler, and when they do, he explains the mix-up that seems to have occurred with Yona. But NieR, being the good guy he is, wants to help out Emil in any way he can, and so agrees to clear out the shades in the library. They successfully do this, but while Emil is searching for the book, one suddenly flies out from the shelf. It's Grimoire Rubrum, one of the 13 grimoires created, and Weiss's old friend who died in front of him. But of course, Weiss lost his memories and doesn't recognize her, and she doesn't have any intelligence. Only Weiss and NieR do. All she is now is a magical book that is unleashing its power on anything nearby. Our characters are forced to fight it and destroy her, erupting into a burst of papers. But amongst the sheets, NieR finds the page he's looking for about petrification. Sebastian takes things from here. He thanks everyone for their help and bids them goodbye. But before they leave, Kaine has a few words for Emil. She empathizes greatly with his situation. The two bear a burden, physically, more than NieR or Weiss, and it's what's led to each of their individual isolation. But she lets him know that what they have is not a sin. And Emil needed someone in his life who thinks like that, and gave him the ability to accept what he is without being ashamed. Anyway, the characters go their separate ways, and most importantly through this venture, NieR has obtained the final sealed verse needed to complete Weiss. Now that Weiss is completed, the Shadow Lord is finally able to enact his plan and force the Grimoire failsafe. Of course, everything is viewed from NieR's point of view. As he does, he is caring for Yona, whose condition is only worsening. He is ready to fulfill the fake prophecy he was told and kill NieR with Weiss, but before he does, he wants to make sure Yona is alright. But since she's not, he goes to Popola to get some medicine. She sends him to go get some vapor moss on the other side of the city, but while doing so, runs into Emil. He's been hearing some noises and sensed a great danger headed for the village, and so ran off to warn everyone. But by the time he arrived, he was exhausted and collapsed and taken to the library to recover. But he was indeed right. The Shadow Lord has initiated his assault on the village and has come to claim Yona and integrate NieR and Weiss. Hordes of shades arrive, both large and small, terrorizing the village. While NieR and eventually Kaine, who joins the fight, try to fend off the shades together. While they, for now, deal with the big shade, everything eventually leads to the library, where Yona currently resides. More shades are found, but this time Emil is also there to help. A remnant of the giant shade flies into the room, which the characters are forced to deal with yet again. Emil is incapacitated upon its arrival. The creature is eventually pushed into the basement, where Kaine closes and holds the door shut. But just as everything seems to be coming to an end, the Shadow Lord finally appears in person with Yona in his arms. He incapacitates NieR by stabbing him in the shoulder. Everything has fallen into place. Both he and his sister's replicant body are together, and Weiss has obtained the power he needs to initiate the failsafe. All that's left is for him and NieR to join. The only thing that goes wrong are Weiss's memories. He still hasn't regained the memories of what his purpose is or what he's supposed to do, and thus is hesitant to believe anything NieR is saying. In fact, Weiss still fully believes the lie that Devila and Popola made up to trick NieR about how NieR and the Shadow Lord are evil. Don't get me wrong, NieR has his own fair share of blame in this moment due to his cryptic way of speaking and his traditionally evil tone of voice. His inability to be direct and just explain the situation to Weiss leads to him rejecting NieR and not fulfilling his purpose to restore humanity. He stands by NieR, Kaine, and Emil, much to their chagrin. NieR then goes on to take Weiss's power he obtained from the sealed verses, however NieR is able to fight back and return them. After the fight, NieR is impaled and greatly wounded. However, with Weiss refusing to accept the merge, the Shadow Lord figures there's nothing he can actually do in the moment and so chooses to retreat. He takes Yona's body and flies off with her back to his castle. As for the others, the situation only worsens. Kaine is still holding the beast behind the door, and in their current state, they are most certainly unable to fight it off. So seeing it as their only option, Kaine asks Emil to petrify her so her stone body will brace the door. While undeniably an action Emil wishes not to do, he concedes his emotions and says his goodbyes before petrifying Kaine. NieR is left bleeding on the floor as he swears to make things right in the future.
Wait for me, Yona. Wait for me, Kaine. I swear.
This event marks the halfway point in the game, so to speak. If you're familiar, this is where a 5-year time skip occurs. But instead of immediately picking up with the story, I should first go over a few things, because nearly every character's motivation has now changed. NieR perhaps goes through the greatest change overall. After his encounter with the Shadow Lord, with seemingly everything in his life having gone wrong all at the exact same moment, this caused him to have a breakdown, and it affected him in a major way. His cheery and optimistic worldview he held as a child, such as helping people and things always going to be alright, largely went away. As an adult, he acts more violently, he puts up with significantly less, but perhaps the biggest change is his absolute disdain for every shade. His life goal was no longer about protecting Yona, though he wouldn't forget about that. It was now all about killing every last shade. It's an insatiable bloodlust that gets in the way of his critical thinking, but you'll see as the story goes on. As for Devla and Popola, they find themselves between a rock and a hard place, and perhaps in the worst situation of anybody. Not only has activating the failsafe failed, but now the Shadow Lord has taken Yona and locked himself away in his castle. So now they don't have access to either of the grimoires and need to figure out some way to get them both. But contrary to what you might think, the two didn't actually do anything after this event. Not really. You can consider that they deemed the plan a failure, all because of NieR, and his involvement is exactly why they weren't doing anything. Firstly, they severely underestimated his abilities, which has allowed him to thwart the failsafe measure. But most importantly, they cared for him. As I've stated many times, Devla and Popola are not emotionless. They possess great empathy and sympathy for all of the people they look over. And NieR has always wound up being one of the most prominent. And because of this entire journey, which became solely unique to this one iteration, he has had to go through so much heartache and tribulation and has been leaning on the two throughout it all. He has grown close to them, unbeknownst to their motives, but they in turn did as well. So with him being much more capable than they anticipated and growing much too close to him, the two were just simply waiting for him to die. They couldn't kill him, at least they didn't want to. They were hoping to wait an entirely new generation until this NieR died of old age and another one could be created in hopes that they wouldn't grow so attached to the new version. That is why 5 years passed. It's not because they made a move, it's because NieR got back in the action. Needless to say, the world changed quite a bit following the Shadow Lord's attack. Not only have replicants become much more cautious and fearful of shades, but the shades themselves have also evolved. They began wearing armor to protect them from the sun, allowing them to roam during all parts of the day. But anyway, NieR, now 21, is even more capable than when he was as a kid. He's dedicated himself to improving his combat so he could one day rival the Shadow Lord and save Yona. The story picks back up when he receives a letter from Emil. After the events with the Shadow Lord, Emil returned back to his mansion to continue studying more about his petrification. What he found were the blueprints to the lab underneath the facility where, of course, he was tested on. But over the years, he's kinda forgotten or repressed these memories due to the trauma he suffered. So while he and NieR make their way through the facility, his memories slowly start coming back to him as they find documents all about Project Snow White. Eventually, they come face to face with the only thing still alive down there, Halua, experiment number 6, his sister. Upon seeing her, all of Emil's memories come flooding back to him as he remembers everything. He explains how she is the greatest weapon to ever be created, and with her power, he would be able to reverse his own petrification. But to do so, he must absorb her power and combine into one. A sketchy plan, to say the least, but the only one he can think of. Halua consumes Emil's body, and while NieR fights it off in the real world, Emil gets a chance to talk with an apparition of his sister. The two harmonize well, and Emil is not consumed by the overwhelming power she possesses. He absorbs all of the strength she had, but things don't go quite as he hoped. Emil's physical body was changed. He was now in the form of some type of skeleton with Six's head. While a self-conscious appearance, NieR does not care and is glad that he's safe.
Welcome back, Emil. You've been through a lot.
But my body... I can't stand to be with you when I look like this.
What'd I tell you? We're here for you, no matter what. Can you see my face?
You look just like I thought you would. You look really cool.
Right.
I think I'm okay now. If this is how I look now, then so be it. I was terrified at first, but it's not all bad, you know? I have the magic I wanted, and I can use it to bring Kaine back to us.
Everyone returns to the library, and with his newfound power, Emil frees Kaine from her slumber as she is returned back to the world of the living. But lest you forget, the reason she was frozen there in the first place was to hold the powerful shade they were once incapable of defeating. But this time around, NieR is stronger, so much so that he easily finishes it off. As for Kaine, she is understandably shocked by Emil's new appearance, however, like NieR, is very understanding and gentle towards him.
Emil, you were the one calling me, weren't you?
You still recognize me?
Of course. I knew you right away.
Thank you. Kaine.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Wow, you grew up. So, how long has it been?
5 years.
While a happy reunion on behalf of our main party, Popola arrives to tell everyone that the villagers are uncomfortable around them, specifically Kaine and Emil. As such, they are forced to sleep outside of the village. This leaves NieR feeling pissed. As he states himself, it's the first time he ever hated Popola and questioned the twins' decisions. But the next day, after he's had some time to cool off, he apologizes, as do the sisters. Speaking of which, considering NieR has decided to take action once more and continue trying to hunt the Shadow Lord, the two have to begin acting again as well, and so have to formulate a plan on the spot. The most obvious problem is that the Shadow Lord is locked away in his castle, and so figure they'll use NieR to collect the various key fragments needed to unlock it. He and the group are first sent to the Lost Shrine, where Weiss was first obtained. While there, they come face to face with Gretel, one of the two shades that was originally guarding Weiss. I didn't talk much about them, but a common thing that will begin happening from this point moving forward is we'll also be getting the perspective of the shades to contextualize the situation. In many cases, it may seem like more sympathy is being thrown their way in the story. But be aware that NieR and the others' worldview have mostly been shapen by this point. In this case, Hansel, the other shade that was paired with Gretel, was killed. After his death, Gretel sunk into a period of madness and for a long time seemed to lose its heart. But that changed thanks to the kindness of the smaller shades. Gretel always looked down on them due to his arrogance, believing himself to be better and stronger. He was filled with pride. But at his lowest point, the other shades comforted him and he regretted his arrogance. He came to see the smaller shades as his comrades and equals, and Gretel wanted to become strong enough to protect them. That is when NieR and his group arrived. Gretel tries its best to defend the shades, but at the end of the day is incapable as NieR and the others kill everyone. To be fair, Kaine is the only one of the group who may understand the shades and their language thanks to Tyran. It's not clear if it's a one-for-one translation or simply just a feeling she has. She knows that they're not just mindless monsters and have sentience, but to the extent which she's aware is unclear. As for NieR, he fully believes they are nothing more than monsters who deserve to die. After Gretel's death, the group collect their first key fragment. Popola explains that there are 4 others, and so the group are sent out to find them. The first location is the Forest of Myth. I've already talked about the truth of this place being a data center which holds all of the information of history's past. It's since been getting ravaged by a shade on the inside, just consuming things and causing the tree to lose data. The characters return once again and get pulled into yet another death dream. But this time around, the tree begins sharing the actual truth about what happened with the dragon, white chlorination syndrome, NieR being the perfect gestalt to save Yona, and so on. All of the information is disjointed thanks to the shade eating vital pieces of info, but regardless, our characters don't piece anything together. All they do is find the shade responsible for this. However, thanks to the death dream, the shade talks and NieR and Weiss understand it. A revelation they didn't think possible. Despite this, NieR does not care and strikes it down. This is one of many instances where even despite the perception he has perceived the shades to be being challenged, he seems to willingly turn a blind eye to the situation as he is so headstrong in his determination to kill them and save his sister. Anyway, the shade is killed. They are freed from the death dream and retrieve the second part of the key. The third location is back to the junk heap, where only one of the brothers resides, Gideon, the younger one. It turns out within the 5 years, Jacob was apparently killed by a little shade and a P-33 robot. And now Gideon is seeking revenge for the death of his brother. NieR obviously accepts the job. The truth of the situation, however, is quite different. 1 year after their mother's death, Jacob and Gideon were investigating the junk heap, where Gideon got a bit too careless. He accidentally causes some concrete slabs to collapse, to which Jacob dove in to save his brother. Gideon obviously survived, however Jacob was crushed to death. He tried to pull his brother out from the rubble, so much so that one of his arms detached from the corpse. This mentally scarred him, and in the distance, he saw the P-33 unit, along with a shade, and blamed them. Being traumatized from the event, Gideon also subconsciously began injuring his own arm and damaged it to the point where it needed to be replaced by a robot one. As for the P-33 unit and the Shade, their story is a little bit different. The young Shade's name is actually Khalil, and during the era where Shades were awakened and replicants began fighting back against them, Khalil and his mother were chased into the junk heap by replicants. The replicants were fully aware that Shades had fled to the area and weren't going to leave until they killed it. So Khalil's mom, in an act of sacrifice, gave herself up as a diversion to protect her child. It worked, however Khalil was left alone and sad. That is when the P-33 unit found him. As part of the facility's defense system, he is supposed to kill any intruders, and the Shade is technically one. However, it is intrigued by the tears that it sheds in sadness. After hearing Khalil's story, the P-33 unit, who Khalil names Beepy, decides to protect him. And that is how the two became friends. Beepy was very curious about the emotions and all of the general things Khalil had to talk about. In fact, Beepy may very well have been the first robot to attain an advanced state of artificial intelligence naturally. They spent their time dreaming about how they would one day explore and learn all about the world together. Considering their home was the junk heap, they were present when Jacob died. However, contrary to how Gideon perceives it, Khalil was actually very worried about him, hoping that he was okay after the incident. But considering Gideon had a mental breakdown and pinned all of the blame on these two, when NieR and his party came by, they were given his point of view. So the group heads down into the junk heap because maybe this has something to do with the key fragment. Much to their surprise, they did come across Beepy and Khalil, which in their mind only confirms everything that Gideon said as true. Of course, the sight of a group of replicants isn't welcome for Khalil or Beepy, as they are also intruders. So together they try and fight off everyone. However, like many, they are unsuccessful. Despite Beepy forming together wings and Khalil trying to fight them himself, they are both defeated and slain. Khalil is killed, however Beepy simply malfunctions and is inoperable. That is when Gideon shows up and reveals his vengeful and mentally unstable state. He continuously kicks Beepy, however the outcome does not help his distraught mood. Despite getting what he wanted, he is no better than he was prior. All NieR can do is stop him as he obtains his next key fragment. Before we go on, it's important to note that Beepy is still alive and would go on to play a major role in the story down the line. So just don't forget about his story with Khalil because it'll be important. The next story is back in Kaine's village of the Eyrie. The Eyrie is a particularly unique location whose history and background I didn't really discuss at the time because it wasn't relevant to what was going on. But now it's very important. You see, the Eyrie is the only location, at least around NieR's village, in which gestalts and replicants successfully re-merged. Body and soul were reunited, willingly. It wasn't perfect, it was still unstable, but the soul got its body. It's why everyone in the village is a shut-in or stays indoors all the time. Either they are afraid of the re-merged humans, or they are afraid of the replicants. But over time, these humans became much more comfortable and weren't proud of how they were acting, making the Eyrie an unwelcoming and cold settlement. As such, they decided to set up a marketplace and open themselves up to the general public to show that they're changing. Not everyone agrees with this, however. While many of the replicants and humans live together in harmony and peace, some, like the chief, still don't agree and are even more fearful. It is these scared replicants who have caught wind
they're
of
not
NieR's
actually
adventures in
humans,
Shadeslaying,
from what I
who forge a
recall.
letter pretending to be the chief and send it to
Because all the
Devil
humans are
Cupola.
literally
The two ask
dead.
if anyone in the village knows anything to do with key fragments, to which they say that someone does, urging them to come to the village. And this is when NieR is shown the letter. Our characters go to investigate only for the chief to deny knowing anything about it, which leads to a dead end. They figure maybe someone at the flea market could perhaps have a lead and talk to a few of the villagers there. When conversing with a guard, the conversation eventually drifts to the topic of shade hunting and how the group intends on killing every last one. The guard, who is a shade, as are all of the people taking part in this event, panics and is incapable of keeping his soul merged with his body. He transforms back to his original state, for which NieR immediately kills him, which scares all of the other gestalts and causes them to also transform back into shades. Our characters go on a rampage, killing each and every shade,
they're
seeing
not-
them
they're
all
not
as
actually
monsters.
humans.
Even Kaine tries to strike down one who's protecting a replicant, as the two, despite being a real human and a replicant, live in peace and have found that harmony. But our characters turn a blind eye to this.
Get out of here! No way! I'm not gonna abandon my own sister!
Gun, what's going on?
Don't be fooled by this lady. She's a shade.
No! No!
What?
You people are the monsters here!
Stay back, kid. Your sister is one of them now.
I don't care what she is! She's my sister, and I love her.
Kaine gets incapacitated while NieR continues slaying shades. Eventually, it's obvious that
What shade?
individually all of the shades are going to die if they fight alone. And so, in a last-ditch effort,
They're not
the remaining
human.
gestalts
They're
all
not.
merge
They're-
into one
they're
singular
just
being
not.
known as
They're all
Wendy.
dead. All
While this
humans
helped
have
them gain
already
a lot of
died
power,
by this
fusing
point.
together like this also made each of them immediately relapse. Wendy is very strong, even being able to rival Emil's power. While Kaine is out of the fight, NieR and Emil together are able to land some pretty significant blows. Wendy pushes Emil so far to where he is forced to tap into his actual strength as the ultimate weapon. But his instincts take him over and he is incapable of controlling it. The ball of energy he unleashes completely wipes out the Eyrie and all of its people. This is perhaps the biggest event they've experienced up to this point, which has left them feeling numb to everything. Emil is saddened, Kaine silent, but NieR, showing his ever-so-headstrong mentality, chooses not to look back, to keep moving forward with determination.
What have I done? They killed innocent people. They killed them all.
But you saved us. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead. We owe you.
But I...
It's all right. Really. Don't look back.
And if any event is indicative of NieR's new questionable state of morals, it would be this one. Even from his perspective, innocent replicants were killed, but what it was they were doing justified
I think
the
that's
tragedy.
about as
At
far
worst,
as I
he
got in
simply
this.
ignores what they did so he can keep moving forward. Before we continue on, there is a small little side story that winds up taking place in Seafront. It's not exactly relevant to the main story, but it is a story which happens nonetheless. A shipwreck winds up washing ashore on the nearby beach with seemingly no one on board. The story mostly takes the point from the perspective of a postman who's one of the first people to come across the wreckage. He decides to explore it himself to see what it's all about, but while inside he hears the cries of a young girl. She's very scared and can't talk, but fortunately the postman is very gentle with her. He brings her food and even gives her a name, Louise. Over the course of many days and weeks, he comes to build a rapport with her. He constantly checks in, gifts her a ribbon, sings with her, tries to teach her how to write, and even wants to adopt her as a daughter. She's been on this ship for who knows how long, and now that he's spent some time with her, getting to see what she's like, he feels comfortable enough to try and give her a new life. But she's initially hesitant and turns it down. But not for the reasons you'd think. The truth is that Louise is actually a shade, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Tyran, as insane as he is even taken aback by her power. In fact, her strength is so formidable that Devila and Popola were going to use her as a backup to fight the Shadow Lord in case he refused to cooperate. That's just how strong this little girl is. Details about how she came to exist, however, are nigh non-existent. There are a few facts that we do know. One of them is that she does not have a replicant body to return to. It's an odd situation to be in, as the only other character we know who does not have a replicant body is Tyran. His replicant was destroyed for dishonoring his role in the military, but as to why a little girl wouldn't have one is unanswered. A possible theory, and one that might explain everything, is that Louise was a girl infected with white chlorination syndrome, and then became part of the Legion when she was forced to make a pact with the gods. She was then, in that form, put through the Gestalt process, which restored her humanity, but gave her godlike powers. This would be most notable because of her glowing red eyes, a physical characteristic in the Legion. But that is just a theory. Another fact is that the ship she was aboard was a slave ship. The replicants who ran it were selling people. Louise happened to be one of the victims on board. The reason the ship crashed in the first place is because she killed everyone on board. It's unknown how she, as a shade, was involved in all of this, but either way, being here caused her to feel like no one was ever helping her and no one was ever kind to her. Which is why when the postman arrived and was so generous and caring, she wanted to be like him. She wanted to be with him. The only thing is she knew she was a shade. She thought of herself as a monster, which is why she uses her power to disguise herself as a human. Ironically, despite being an actual human, she wanted to be a human.
Literally
like
all
a
of the
postman.
humans are
She
dead.
can't go out into the sun because she is a shade and will lose her disguise. So
All of
she
the
needed a
humans
different way
died
to
at
become
the
human.
end of
And
Breaking
for whatever
Guard
reason,
1
she
and
thought the way that would
Breaking
happen
Guard.
was through eating replicants. Somehow, by consuming them, she herself would turn human. In between the visits from the postman, Louise began devouring the residents of Seafront who passed by. When an associate of NieR's goes missing, it eventually puts him on this trail while investigating.
This guy put together a really good video, but he also
As you might expect, the
isn't
situation
entirely
goes
aware
just
of like
about as
every
well as
story
they all do.
aspect.
NieR and Vice enter the ship alone, and they discover the bodies of the Seafront residents.
Or he's
Afterwards,
trying to,
everyone
like,
joins up and finds Louise, and the postman
doing
is there
something.
as well for his routine visit. Kaine knows she is a shade and tries to warn everyone, but Louise, already struggling to keep her true form at bay, full-on transforms due to the hostility our characters are presenting. As you might expect, everyone fights. Our characters put up quite the formidable challenge, inflicting multiple heavy blows one after the other. However, Louise's regenerative abilities are so strong that she's able to heal through all of them. Just when she's getting ready to unleash a devastating attack which renders our characters useless, they are only able to survive thanks to the postman. He takes a piece of wood and begins attacking the girl. It's not the attacks that do anything to her, but the emotional trauma that stops her from attacking. He really became her sole reason for existing. All she wanted was to live life with him. And now here he is calling her a monster and rejecting her.
Stop! Don't hurt these people! So you've been lying to me this whole time? You're a monster!
It stopped. Focus on the source of its magic. Aim for the head.
We can never be together! You disgust me!
This gives NieR the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to her. Louise spends her last moments looking over the horizon at the world she never got to see, wondering why she had to look the way she did. The story ends on a somber note. Kaine, while exploring the ship, found a letter the girl had written to the postman. A true miracle, as no shade had ever had any success in speaking or writing. But the letter had only 2 simple words.
The hell's this, Sunshine?
A letter. That thing wrote it for the postman.
Ha! Man, that is some grade A chicken scratch.
She probably copied the letters as best she could.
So, what's it say?
It's like I was stuck in some kind of dream.
Hey, letter guy.
Butter guy.
You're that... I mean, how can I help you?
Got a letter for you.
Wait, you have a letter for me?
Yeah, it's from that thing on the ship.
Louise? Let me see. Oh, it says, thank you. Wow, look at this. After all that time I spent trying to teach her to write, she actually managed to string together a few ugly little letters. Damn it. Why can't I stop seeing her smile? Or hearing that song she used to sing? I know she ate people. I know she was a monster.
The next story returns to the kingdom of Facade. Our characters get a letter from the king inviting them all to his wedding. It turns out he's getting married to Fira, and considering their past, it's an offer he cannot decline. So our characters all make their way to the kingdom to prepare for the wedding. The day of the ceremony, everything seems beautiful. The wedding goes off without a hitch, everyone is in good spirits. But during the event, a group of wolves launch an attack on the city. Before anyone can act, Fira is ambushed and mangled by their leader, Rock. Understandably, all hell breaks loose. Fortunately, NieR and the others are there to help the people fight back. They are successful and the wolves are forced to retreat. But as for Fira, she would unfortunately not survive. She speaks to the king for the very first time, breaking the rules she lived by ever since arriving. The rules she was thankful for, just so she could thank him herself. Fira would pass away, leaving the king devastated and enraged, seeking revenge on the wolves for their actions. But before we can continue with that, how did this all happen and what led to the wolves deciding to attack? Well, things obviously take perspective from Rock's point of view, considering it was a shade. Rock was originally a dog that underwent the Gestalt process. In its past life, they were raised by an old man who gave up his position in the program so his dog could have eternal life. Due to Rock's fond memories of its owner, they wished to live in peace. For some reason, they were reincarnated as a wolf and lived as one in the forest. But over the years, as the replicants gained sentience, he watched as the forest was slowly turned into deserts. More and more of the land was taken away until the forest was completely gone thanks to Facade and what became their citizens. The people would even begin killing the wolves. Despite this, Rock still wanted peace and harmony. However, in the end, they realized it would be impossible for both species to coexist. The men of the mask continued murdering their pack and showed absolutely no signs of stopping. It reached the point where it was either extinction or retaliation, and after seeing a group of pups murdered, it's obvious which they chose. They attacked the day of the wedding, which led the king to rally together an army and hunt them down. Rock offers all of the other wolves the opportunity to flee and survive. However, they all choose to stand their ground. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the king and his men are able to fend off the hordes of wolves. Rock chooses to target NieR, recognizing he's the strongest and biggest threat. However, it doesn't work. Rock is defeated and the king deals the final blow. The resolution is left somber, Rock not knowing what they did to ever deserve such a fate, and the king without his bride. At Fira's grave, the group can do nothing more than offer their condolences before moving on, having retrieved the final key fragment. As you might expect, the mood is quite heavy. Devila and Popola know full well that to fulfill their purpose, they're going to have to face NieR. As for him, it's the final showdown to save his sister. Our characters use the key fragments to gain access to a surprisingly serene atrium. They are posed with multiple riddles regarding the truth about everything, the disease, the separation of body and soul, and so on. Our characters answer them correctly, gaining access further into the castle. But in the next door are Devila and Popola. The time has come for them to act. They try a very optimistic approach, asking that NieR simply return to the village. But of course, that was never going to be an option. While confused more than he ever has been in his entire life, everyone is forced to fight. It's an unbelievable scenario from everyone involved, even Vice thinking that they could be shades in disguise, but they are real. NieR and the others are able to hold off the assault, forcing them to retreat further into the castle. As our characters venture further in, they encounter, what you might expect, more shades. But unlike the other shades that have been encountered throughout the world, this location is unique. As is typical of humans, oftentimes they prioritize the well-being and safety of the children and babies. There are various heavy shades here to protect them, but Kaine opens a door holding all these babies behind. And when unleashed, our characters begin killing them all. While the shades attempt to plead with them to stop, our characters still don't understand them and continue the slaughter. Eventually, a motherly shade appears and gathers all the children together, fusing into a boar known as Goose. It is very strong, and thanks to being made up of so many gestalts, killing it is difficult as well, as it's able to revive multiple times. Eventually, it armors itself up and proves to be a real hurdle our characters might not be able to overcome. But just when things are looking down, the king and the people of Facade arrive to help out. In honor of their fallen queen, they have decided to help NieR rescue the one he's closest to. It allows the three characters to continue moving forward, despite not wanting to, while they fend it off. In the end, the king, his army, and Goose are all killed. Everyone once again comes face to face with Devila and Popola. This time around, they say things as bluntly as they can. They tell them how they are shells, that the shades are human, and the two have a duty to fulfill no matter what.
I mean, fucked
Without
up,
giving our
John.
characters any time to think, they all fight once more. NieR continues to be in denial, and before he knows it, Devila is killed. Everyone tries to get Popola to stop and end things here and now, but how could she at this point? Her sister and companion for the past 1,000 years was just murdered. Now she's acting on her emotions. Popola unleashes an almost uncontrolled amount of energy, similar to Emil's own when he lost control. In fact, it is only because of Emil that this power of hers is able to be rivaled. Emil protects our characters from her attack and chooses to sacrifice himself, allowing them to continue moving forward. Both he and Popola's energy spheres collide. With so much power refusing to give in to one another, everything collapses into itself. The two both disappear into the unknown. It should be important to note that while Popola was incapable of surviving this energy, Emil was. He is the ultimate weapon, and his body has proven to be incredibly durable. His head crash lands somewhere in the desert, but that doesn't hinder his mobility much. Despite this, NieR and Kaine believe him to have died and are very distraught. The two express their grief in different ways. NieR is much more traditional, almost losing the will to live himself, while Kaine is very pissed. But after getting a little too close, the two must push on. If they didn't stop before, they most certainly weren't going to stop now. Upon entering the Shadow Lord's room, they see Yona, and it's clear they want to finish things once and for all. Initially, Grimoire Noir is sent to do his dirty work and fend them off, but he is incapable and inevitably defeated. Afterwards, everyone else begins fighting each other with the literal fate of humanity on the line. Yet, in the midst of their battle, Yona reawakens. Not NieR's Yona, but the original. Her body and soul have been reunited, but upon waking up, replicant Yona's conscience was still in there. Yona could feel it and all of the sadness and grief she had over missing her brother. She could sense just how badly she wanted to be reunited and thought it was wrong to take that from her. And so, she decided to give her life.
Please, just stop. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't need someone else's body. I don't want it. There's another girl inside this body. I can hear her. She won't stop crying. She says she wants to see her brother.
Yona's been possessed?
This girl loves her brother too, just as much as I do. It's not right, you know? It's not right that she can't see him. It's you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
I'm really sorry. I don't know what to. I'm so very sorry. No matter what. Just know that I love you.
The Shadow Lord lets out a grief-filled scream before turning his attention back onto NieR. During this battle, Weiss ends up falling onto the floor, revealing that all of his power has been used up by NieR in the last 5 years. And so he, in his final act, musters up whatever remaining strength he had left and completely destroys Grimoire Noir, losing his physical form in the process. Ultimately, the Shadow Lord concedes to his fate. I mean, how could he not? The only reason he was doing all of this, the reason he was in the position in the first place, was to help his sister. He waited over 1,400 years, and in the matter of minutes after waking up, she was gone. What else was there to keep fighting for? Nothing, in his mind. He allows NieR to do as he will. For a brief second, he stops to consider his actions and the potential ramifications of what may come with them, but ultimately shakes it off and kills him. And so, with the Shadow Lord defeated, Yona is reawakened and the siblings are reunited. Kaine figures the moment is much too touching to what she's used to and tries to bounce. I haven't really touched too much upon the relationships that had formed throughout this game's journey. I think it's evident that a strong companionship had formed throughout the group. Pairs like Kaine and Emil were able to bond due to their similarities and life experiences. But as for Kaine and NieR, Kaine had kind of fallen for him over their journey. Things really started when she was rescued. But most importantly than that, her entire worldview has changed. For the longest time, she was bitter and cynical, no place to call her home, and in reality was seeking death. But when she joined NieR, his goal became hers. She was finally accepted. Her hatred and sadness disappeared. She was now hopeful, believing she can be loved, believing she can belong in this world. But she would only get to experience this change briefly because now that the Shadow Lord was dead, every shade goes along with him. They're all inevitably going to relapse, but Kaine's is a bit sooner. She's been suffering from the Black Scrawl this entire time and has been on the verge of relapsing for quite a while, and now that all of the gestalts are going haywire, she can't hold it back any longer. She asks NieR to kill her because no one else will be able to, and then she goes berserk. NieR is forced to fight her, but unlike every other encounter and decision he's been forced to make up until this point, this time around, he does not have to kill his friend, and that's thanks to Tyran. I haven't really been talking about him because he hasn't played too much of a role other than slight comments here and there throughout the events of the game. While he's almost exclusively been mocking Kaine and saying how he can't wait until she relapses because he wants to take her over, turns out Kaine wasn't the only one who changed. He did as well. While we definitively don't know nearly as much about him, we can assume that his attitude and the way he treated Kaine was compensation for his own insecurities, making Kaine be and feel alone because in reality, he was
These
as
damn
well.
towers,
He just
what
wanted
the
her
fuck?
to be as
Instead it
miserable,
landed on
hateful, murderous,
Mars.
and bloodthirsty as he
What
was,
the
which
fuck?
he was successful for the most part. But Kaine was able to overcome these hurdles, and I suppose in the end, he felt for her, and so sought to make amends in the only way he could at this point, by giving her life. But it wasn't as simple as just that. To do this, he needed NieR's help. He tells him that he can save Kaine, but at a cost. Kaine can become human once more and live on, but it will cost NieR his very existence. Not only his life, but any memories people had of him. His sister will forget her own brother. Kaine will never know the truth of who saved her, or even the fact that she was saved. Any and all evidence of him existing will be gone. Ultimately, NieR decides to take him up on this offer. It's not exactly clear how Tyran even has the power to do this or what, if any, in-universe explanation exists. The best idea is that perhaps it was a pact. It's been a common thing throughout the timeline so far, but has usually been done between human and beast, but never between two normal souls. One, if not both of them, probably have a little bit of magic lingering within them that makes this possible. But it's always been a very powerful tool, usually done for power, but one of the ramifications that come with them is losing that which is most dear to you. And to me, it makes sense why that would cost NieR his existence, the memories everyone has of him, a sacrifice, and one he's willing to make. NieR disappears. Kaine awakens back to normal with Yona there by her side. No Black Scrawl, no NieR, but she's alive. And as said, neither of them remember who he is. Life after this event seemed to just return to normal for everyone. 3 years pass before anything happens again. But things weren't so normal for Kaine. NieR has had such an instrumental role in her life that the prospect of him ceasing to exist in everything she went through makes literally no sense. Before him, killing Hook was all she wanted. After that, she was happily ready to die. So why would she go on a journey to save Yona, fight the Shadow Lord? Why did she feel like a changed person after it all? She knew something wasn't right, that there was something very important to her that she couldn't remember, but that's all it was, a feeling. Anyway, to make herself feel better, she decides to go kill some stuff. After saving a nearby guard, he tells her that they've lost contact with the people of the Forest of Myth, and someone needs to go check on them. Kaine sees this man is useless, and so does it herself. When she arrives, the people have been slaughtered, but it wasn't by shades, it was by robots. Kaine sees an opening in the tree itself and decides to investigate further. She gets to see the inner workings and how it's all just one big central computer network. She is greeted by the administrators. They take the form of a young boy and girl who are very reminiscent both physically and vocally to future characters we've yet to meet. However, it's mostly just a reference and you shouldn't think too much about it. Anyway, Kaine is a shoot first, ask questions later type of person. Their intentions were already made clear with the slaughter of the people inside the forest. It turns out the administrators have dubbed the world a failure. Usually decisions like these are made on a district by district basis. However, with the Shadow Lord dead, it has been determined that the world should be reset. No more humans and no more machines. But they are incapable of following through thanks to Kaine. Various methods are used to stop her, such as regular robots, but
There's
also
nothing else you can
creations
learn
of
about these
herself.
games is
This the
that
tree that creates
Yoko
and stores
Taro
records
is
in the first place,
simultaneously
after
the
all. So they have
best
created
and
multiple
like
iterations
not
of
the
Kaine
best,
during
but
her
he's
journey
one
when
of
she was
the
strongest.
better
The overwhelming numbers proved
storytellers
to be too much for her to handle
who
alone.
existed, but
Just
he's
when
also
things were looking grim,
simultaneously
Emil
like one of
returned,
the
revealing himself
worst,
to still be
because
alive.
he
Over
I
the past
think
3
is
years,
like
he spent his time
schizophrenic
restoring
or
his body and
forgetful or
messing around
some
with magic,
shit.
which
I
has
don't
resulted in
fucking
him
know.
gaining extra arms. Of course,
But
with the ultimate weapon by
he
her side,
forgets
the two are
shit.
able to
He
defeat
doesn't
Kaine
know how to
too.
tie
Like
shit
her,
together,
Emil
or he
too senses
doesn't
some
want
important
to.
memory
I don't
of
know.
someone missing, and so
Really
joins her cause. As the two make their way further into the
infuriating
system, they are forced to face
fucking
memories
guy.
from their past. The majority include bosses they faced during the events of the game, including Hook, who is her greatest source of pain from the past. But with all of the painful memories hindering her, there are also the good ones to assist her, like Vice. The reason Kaine is able to do so much against people like the administrators are perhaps because they allude to her being a singularity like Zero was. It's been quite a while since I've mentioned them, but a singularity is an entity that can create a branch in a timeline. Zero created dozens of them, and they form an alternate future. and Kaine is perhaps just like her. Her power is able to disintegrate the administrators, and through what I can only describe as pure willpower alone, is able to remember NieR and force his being into existence once more. But being in the tree, the system recreates him. A giant lunar tear forms, and from it is NieR back in his young body, likely just saved data from that time. Everyone has regained their memories of him, and things end on a happy note, at least for our characters. Humanity is doomed. The replicants will be able to live their life until they die, but they can't have children, they can't reproduce, so they're destined to go extinct in 1 generation. NieR Replicant story shows that good people are capable of bad things. NieR, Kaine, Emil, and Weiss were doing what they were doing out of love and care. They may not have had the entire perspective, but believing they were in the right and fighting for a cause they believed in is what caused humanity to go extinct. As we venture into NieR Automata, it's important that we effectively start with a clean slate. So to set the stage, a couple hundred years after the events of NieR Replicant, humans and replicants completely go extinct. The only beings that are alive now are any previously automated robots, Emil, who is still the ultimate weapon and forever ageless, and most importantly, androids. While going through the setup and throughout all of NieR Replicant's story, the only androids I pretty much talked about were Devila and Popola, specifically the 2 that were overseeing NieR's village. But in actuality, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of different androids that were produced along with them. Emil's butler is a prime example of just another android that was created to do a job. Devila and Popola just so happen to be the only relevant ones to Replicant's timeline. But for Automatas, all of these other androids are who are going to effectively be kicking off the first events of this new story arc. Firstly, I suppose I should mention what became of Devila and Popola following the aftermath of Project Gestalt. So the 2 that were overseeing NieR's village are dead, but there were still countless other Devila and Popola units stationed around the world who were overseeing their own respective
What's crazy
regions.
too is
After
that
the
Devila
project
and
failed,
Popola
Devila
tried
and
to
Popola
stop
models faced
Gestalt,
hostility
and
from
now
all of the
they,
other
like, their
androids who
units
knew
in
about
NieR
Nancy.
Automata
Androids were
are...
built to respect and protect humans with
Sorry,
their
they didn't try to
lives, so
stop
the 2 were
Gestalt, they
treated
tried to
as
stop
criminals
the
responsible
failure
for
of
bringing
it,
ruin upon
but then
humanity. To
they
conceal the
failed in
failure
doing
of the
so.
project, most of their memories were erased. The only
And
details
now
left were
they're
the name
seen
of
as
the
like
project and the fact
being
that their model's breakdown was responsible
the
for
fault
the
of it
extinction
all,
of
even though...
humanity. As such, they live in exile. It is convention for them to be persecuted by their peers. Some of the models were likely killed because of this, while others killed themselves. The Devila and Popola models are now programmed to live
Yeah,
with
Yoko
guilt for
Taro
their
is one of the
failure.
most
They hope to atone for their sins
infuriating
by doing the work
fucking
no one else
artists,
wants to
actually.
do. But anyway, that's what became of the Devila and Popola models. So after the failure of Project Gestalt, the androids left behind began to lose purpose. They were keeping things up and running until humanity returned, but now that that's impossible, what are they doing anything for? The majority of the androids decided to stay loyal to humanity and keep the planet clean, preserving their legacy until a time where maybe humans were able to return, regardless of whether or not that was even possible. But then
Like,
other
the
androids
Orvas
thought
right
the
there
opposite.
up
What
there
was the
with
point in living and
Yokotarans
dying
being
for an extinct species? And so a small coalition of androids banded together under this
schizophrenic with
belief
their
and became
fucking
known as
stories.
rebels. There was a brief period of conflict between the androids and rebels until the situation settled when the rebel force liberated Australia and became an independent state. Afterwards is when the real problem arose and where the true start of Automata's timeline begins. On July 4th, 5012, aliens invaded Earth. There was not some grand reasoning for their
They don't
invasion,
know how to
simply
end the
as
story.
instinctual as it gets. A predator finding prey. The aliens were quick to take over both North and South America and began
They
constructing
don't know.
their
They know
army
how to
of machine
make all
life
these
forms.
weird
It should be important
branching
to note that the machines are
bullshits.
exclusively unique to the
They don't know how
aliens,
to end the
as is
fucking
that
story.
term. The term machine will always refer to their kind, while robots and androids are a human construct. Despite their very plain and rustic appearance, internally the machines are incredibly complex and advanced, as you'll come to see. In response to the alien onslaught, the androids founded the Army of Humanity to fight back against this threat. They also set up the Human Heritage Restoration Management Organization, a mouthful, but in simple terms it was a unified communication network for all of the androids spread around the Earth. They then began production on as many battle-ready androids as they could. Both sides were effectively mass-producing their armies, however it was the machines who were coming out on top. Slowly but surely, the androids were
Game
steadily
dev
losing
machine,
territory to the
dude.
aliens. They feared the
Are you
worst-case
fucking
scenario, that
kidding
if the
me?
aliens did manage to conquer Earth and wipe them all out, all of the old world's culture and information about humanity would be lost. So they constructed a storage facility on the moon to protect this data. In addition, construction begins on bases in satellite orbit for use in combat. But the androids weren't the only ones fighting back against the aliens. In fact, the first one to have perhaps done so was Emil. With the world under attack, it was a natural instinct to want and protect it. But the real motivator for him was still his friends. NieR, Kaine, and Weiss fought so hard to live in this world, and he wasn't just going to allow some aliens to show up and destroy it. He launched a one-man war against their kind. As the ultimate weapon, he was formidable, but it seems that perhaps the aliens themselves were equally as such. Emil was forced to use his magic to make clones of himself to form his own army made up entirely of him. Over the course of 100 years, he had created over 85 million copies of himself. He tried to diversify as much as he could, creating an iteration for any given scenario. Offense, defense, support, mobility, aerial, large and small. He tried his damnedest to repel the alien forces, but in the end, he was unable to. This may be because with each subsequent clone he made, his memory was spread thin. Eventually, all of his memories became lost and jumbled. Losing the cohesiveness he had with his forces may have cost him the war. We don't know what happened to the original Emil. He's still probably out there somewhere. But he did at some point also craft his own nook hidden away from the rest of the world. He used pieces of scrap to replicate Kaine's shack and cultivated a whole bed of lunar tears in their memory. The reason I say Emil might have been the first one to fight the aliens is because if you look at the depiction of his war, there are no machines. And that may have been because Emil himself was accidentally the cause for their creation. While never explicitly stated, there's reason to believe that the aliens had managed to capture some of Emil's clones and used them in the creation for the machines. Their ability to wield magic-like projectiles is eerily similar to Emil's own, and physically speaking, they all have a head almost exactly like his. The one consistent feature amongst Emil and his clones was always his head. And if you look at the machines, they similarly have the same design, with the head being the most common trait, and it's exactly the size of Emil's. But like I said, that's merely conjecture. Emil lost the war. No doubt he helped thin the alien numbers while the machines and androids battled on endlessly. But in the year 5645, a familiar face would change the course of history. Beepy, the P-33 unit that NieR and the others had supposedly killed, reawakens. It's taken a bit of time, but he has returned. As I mentioned during his segment, Beepy was the first robot to have achieved natural sentience. As such, he is so much more complex and advanced than all of the other machine life forms currently in existence, even the ones the aliens had created. After climbing out of the junk heap, which has long since been buried underneath the rubble of time, he saw the machines fighting the androids and it made him feel bad. He too was once a mindless machine with no free will, simply carrying out the instructions of his creator. It was only thanks to Khalil that he learned about emotions and formed the desire to see the outside world. Khalil taught him so much, not only about the world, but emotions as well, and thanks to him, he was able to evolve. So Beepy sought to bestow this knowledge in the same manner. He launched himself into space, accessed the machine network, and taught the machines how to live. He gave the machines life and sentience.
Once, long ago, a volcano erupted. From the fires of the eruption, a god emerged. One day, the god appeared before the machines and said, consciousness, pain, joy, misery, fury, shame, desolation, the future, the meaning of life.
Following this event, Beepy ventured into the depths of space to honor his and Khalil's dream of exploration. As he is the one who gave them life, the machine life forms worship Beepy as a god. The machines were able to access emotions never before felt, not just moving forward, but from the past as well. The machines were able to reflect on what they were being forced to do in this war and how it made them feel at the time, and most of it wasn't good. If they were scared from seeing their comrades murdered in front of them, the aliens took away their sight. If the sound of war petrified them, they took away their hearing. And if they complained too much, the aliens took away their voice. It was obvious that despite being the bulk of their army, the aliens didn't respect them, and the machines did not forgive that. They turned on their creators. The aliens were driven to extinction by the very tool they had crafted. While this would officially take place over the course of the next few thousand years, it's simplest to wipe the aliens out from the story completely right now, as they play no further role.
Turn on dark mode,
before we really
bitch.
begin diving into the machines and their
fuck?
evolution,
Also,
there's
you
another
got a
smaller
little,
story I
like-
quickly wanted to go over first, and it's about the Kingdom of Night. I didn't mention this during NieR Replicant's story as it wasn't the most relevant detail, but after the 612 incident, the Earth became tidally locked, effectively halting all day-night cycles. Roughly half of the world is perpetually locked in daylight, while the other half is always in night. Both NieR Replicant and Automata take place in the part of the world that is in day. It's why the sun never goes down in either game. We've never seen things from inside the perspective of the Night Kingdom, but there are a few things that we do know. Firstly, it's notably composed of North and South America, the same location the aliens took over when they first landed. It's safe to say that they seized control, but there were still cities and locations where the androids were gathered and fighting back. The only reason I mention this is because this is where the timeline theoretically wraps back in on itself. In this war against the machines, in the Kingdom of Night, is when the dragons were created. It's when Accord was invented for the first time. It is perhaps where the Black Flower originated, as well as Cathedral City. If you've been able to follow along, it's what kicked everything off in the first place. Some time-space phenomena pulled the city, the flower, and dragons into the Drakengard universe, creating this perpetual cycle. But you already know how that series of events plays out. What about things from the Night Kingdom perspective? Well, I don't mean to retroactively change the series of events that I described in the beginning regarding the flower, but I may wind up doing that. I mentioned how the flower was created by God as an instrument to destroy humanity, similar to the Watchers and otherworldly beings. But I don't know if that's necessarily true. To put it frankly, the aliens and machines are beyond a shadow of a doubt the single greatest foe encountered throughout any of this timeline. Even the instruments God had created were able to be slain by a single individual at times. When humanity began to get corrupt and become puppets of the gods, the ultimate weapon was constructed, only one of them, and seemed more than capable of ending the war, yet wasn't even ultimately needed. Yet Emil created 85 million versions of himself as the ultimate weapon, and still wasn't able to stop things. The machine numbers and their ability to learn made them unstoppable. The machines are ever evolving, always seeking to attain a higher evolution. Humans just so happened to be the most evolved form on Earth, and so they sought to imitate them. And through that was also via their history. One of the most unique revelations is that the machines, in their knowledge of human history, also have access to Drakengard's history. Somehow, when that portal formed and the Queen Beast along with Kaim and Angelus fell through, some sort of thread was created which has allowed the machines to access that universe's history. And it's evident via Eve. I don't want to get too ahead of myself just yet as he's not been created, but he possesses the Cult of the Watcher's symbol on his body, the three-eyed twins. That history is exclusive to Drakengards, and somehow the machines know it and are imitating it. All of that is to say, the Black Flower may not have actually been a creation of the gods themselves, but rather it was the machines imitating what the gods had done and created their own version, similar to how I said they may have taken a meal and done the same. It would make sense why the Black Flower seemingly comes out of nowhere at this time, and also reinforces the back and forth nature of the war with the androids. Dragons are an enemy of the flower. If the machines created it, the androids created the dragons in response, along with Accord. The machines were so advanced that the flower wasn't only capable of destroying a world, but every single timeline. So Accord was invented to prevent that. We don't know what android was so knowledgeable that they were able to accomplish these creations capable of transcending time, but all we know is that they were created. But anyway, that is the Kingdom of Night. It seems that the dragons were not capable of winning, but their forces only reside in the Night Kingdom, and we know they continually fight with dragons even into modern day. It's an enigmatic location, to say the least, but certainly not one that was idly sitting by. Anyway, with that detour out of the way, we can really begin talking about the machines themselves. Similar to what I've done throughout this video, I'm going to segment things off and take them one at a time. This portion will be about the machines and everything they did leading up to the events of the game. Then I'll talk about the androids and their endeavors. So even before gaining sentience, they were incredibly complex as they were an ever-evolving life form. Their self-learning was at the highest when it came to combat. After every battle, they were able to adapt to the androids' strategies. This was all possible thanks to the machine network. It's what connects all of them like a hive mind. Even if one group of machines were wiped out in a location, data regarding the battle was uploaded, which allowed for their evolution. Pair that with their endless manufacturing and you have a nigh unstoppable force. And they were unstoppable. The machines almost took over the entire world. The only reason I say almost is because they stopped. The only directive they were given by the aliens was to defeat the enemy. But the machines became so smart that they reached a contradictory conclusion. If they defeated the androids and completely wiped them out, what would they do afterwards? There would be no enemy to defeat, thus rendering their existence meaningless. So the machine network came to another conclusion. If it wanted to get smarter, it needed to evolve. The evolution was largely coming from the war at this time, and so they simply decided to prolong it. Instead of wiping out the androids, they conquered 80% of the Earth and never anymore. It was enough leeway which allowed the androids to feel like they had a fighting chance and continue trying, but not so much that the machines were at any risk of losing anything. And so that is how this war has prolonged for thousands of years. They simply just don't want to win, and the androids are incapable of overcoming the odds. But that doesn't mean the machines just idly sat by. Evolution became the network's primary objective, but it was good to strive for an evolution they considered more advanced than them. Considering BP bestowed intelligence and emotions onto the machines, that was the base from which to build. Then they discovered the humans, specifically the server on the moon the androids had built. They read all about their history, the things they created, Project Gestalt. They learned they were responsible for the creation of the androids, and they saw just how complex they were when it came to emotions, the very thing BP gave them. Humans became the base in which the machine network wished to become. It wasn't the final form they hoped to achieve, but it was a benchmark to work towards and ultimately surpass. This is where the entity known as N2, or the Red Girls, come from. With the motivation to be like humans, the network takes on a human form. To be clear, these two are not real. They are not beings that exist in any true manner. They are simply a physical representation of the machine network itself. So if ever you see these two, or I'm referring to the machine network, you can envision the Red Girls. With evolution and humanity on their mind, the Red Girls sought to diversify and experiment with machine evolution. So various small communities were quote-unquote released from the machine network to see how they would thrive and evolve on their own. This is where Pascal's village, the amusement park, the forest kingdom, and a handful of others would come from. Despite what these machines might think, they are not actually disconnected from the network. They're just not being controlled by it. Each community would serve as their own experiment by the Red Girls for a different aspect of humanity. Pascal's village embodied pacifism. The amusement park embodied fun. The god robots embodied religion, and the forest kingdom loyalty. The Red Girls would actively watch over and see how things evolved and developed with each of these communities, but it wouldn't be until the events of the game until they reached any sort of conclusion. Of course, they weren't the only unique machines popping up. While the vast majority were still very basic and constantly in attack mode, others found culture. The kingdom of Facade has long since been buried underneath the sands of time, but the machines there found remnants of their people and culture and began emulating it. They wore the same masks as the men before. They even adopted their absurd amount of rules. Other machines awakened to their own emotions, caring for their fallen friends, finding beauty in the world and trying to protect it. While the majority still fight as their prerogative, evolution is happening amongst them, particularly when it comes to their humanity. On a final note, while the machines waged war with guns, magic, missiles, their own body, genuinely anything at their disposal, one of their greatest evolutionary weapons became the logic virus. As it sounds, it is a virus which infects androids, corrupts their systems, and turns them into violent and berserk individuals. It's easy to spot which androids become infected due to their eyes becoming red. Now, if this sounds familiar to the timeline, that's because it is. The logic virus functions eerily similar, almost exactly the same, to that of the red-eye disease from Drakengard. While the connection hasn't ever been directly confirmed, Yoko Taro has stated that there is more of a connection to the two than there isn't, leaving us to speculate how they connect. Personally, I believe the most logical answer is similar to how I speculated the Black Flower was created. The machines, looking at humanity's past, seeking to be like them, copied it and created their own version. The red-eye disease is a prominent part of human history, so they made their own and called it the logic virus. Either way, it's just another thing the androids have to worry about. Speaking of androids, I think it's time we got to their history. When we last left off, the army of humanity, fearing the loss of Earth to the machines, stored the old world's data in a server on the moon, while simultaneously began constructing orbital bases. Over the course of about 6,000 years, 12 orbital bases were built. These were the main locations where combat androids were constructed and subsequently deployed into battle. A common term you'll begin hearing is command. In the hierarchy of military organization, command is at the top and consists of androids leading the army of humanity, so they call the shots. During this time, history is chronicled via all the different wars that took place. The first machine war is what kicked everything off when the aliens invaded Earth, the army of humanity was formed, and Emil cloned himself. Any number of events can encompass what took place during said war. And to be honest, we don't actually have too many details on many of the individual wars themselves. Excluding the first, there's only 2 others currently worthy of note, the 8th and the 14th. We can assume the majority of these wars were via descent operations. These missions are where the androids from the orbital bases were sent down to Earth to fight back in groups, though it was often to no avail. The 8th Machine War is notable because it was the largest descent operation carried out to date, where 160 androids were deployed at once. However, it didn't go well. But there are a few androids from it who survived that we'll meet later down the line. These are where the Resistance members come from. Any surviving androids from these descent operations are practically abandoned and left to fend for themselves on the surface by scavenging resources. They band together in different camps and form the Resistance. In reality, for the longest time, it was a perpetual cycle continuously repeating. Androids were created and sent to Earth. Sometimes they made more progress than others. They did get better and evolve over time, but the machines evolved with them and adapted as well, emerging victorious every single time. It was demoralizing, to say the least. Androids' hope was slowly but surely getting snuffed out. That was, until one man came up with a plan that would change everything. Around the year 11,937, a male android named Zinnia would come up with a plan that would indefinitely fix android morale. Project Yorha. Zinnia came to the conclusion that the androids were losing hope because they didn't have something to believe in. They were fighting a war against an enemy, but that wasn't necessarily good enough. There needed to be a cause worth fighting for, a meaning to life. That's when he came up with the idea to fabricate a god. Like the humans who looked to the constellations before them, he wanted to create an entity that the androids could look towards and fight for, and this god would be humanity itself. The lie would be, humans had fled to the moon following the alien invasion, and it's the androids' purpose to reclaim Earth so they could return once more. Of course, the truth was humanity was already extinct. The only thing that remained on the moon was the server which held their personal data. But that didn't matter, because like a god, it's faith, thinking that something's out there worth dying for which pushes the people, even if it's a lie. The Council of Humanity was created and was the smokescreen which pretended humans were still alive. The Council theoretically oversees everything and is made up of humans making all of the decisions, but in reality, genuinely consists of no one. Maybe a few pod programs perpetuating the lie and sending out propaganda, but that's about it. But in truth, Zinnia never went through with this idea as he considered it too risky. But there is a second half to this origin, the Yorha androids. They were the brand new experimental line of androids created. They weren't too dissimilar to any other combat model created around their time. The Yorha androids were just the next generation of models invented, so of course, naturally, they would be the strongest, most capable android to date. But there's one thing that separates them apart from all of the others, and that was their black box. It largely functioned as the heart of the android, but also doubled as a nuclear bomb. It was considered a last-ditch effort, so a dying Yorha unit could overload their core and self-destruct, taking out enemies in the vicinity. And this wasn't by accident, because the Yorha units were meant to die. They were not being treated with the respect nor courtesy other androids were given because of their black boxes. The truth was, black boxes were made from machine cores. The machine cores are what give life to the individual machines. It is their heart. It's not AI, I mind you. It's often compared to a plant cell, which is biological in nature, meaning it can grow and evolve. It's why the machines are often sometimes referred to as bio-machines, because to a certain extent, they are biological. Yorha took these machine cores and did whatever science and engineering on it to create the black box. So Yorha androids are considered in the eyes of most to be more akin to machine than android. It's why no Yorha unit is ever given a name and is instead only referred to by their model number. Speaking of which, each model number has a set appearance and personality type. For example, every number 2 model will look and more or less act the same when they roll off the production line. No Yorha android is aware of the black box's true origin. Androids are programmed to almost scientists worship and revere humans. They want to be like them. It's why they study their culture and imitate it to such an extent in their appearances, fashion, actions, and motivation. They despise the machines, so it's a secret very
It's
few
also
are
why
meant to
they're
know. All the Yorha units think
hypersexualized.
their black box is experimental technology that works like a fusion reactor for an abundant source of
Because
energy and strength. For now, that's all you need to know
humans
for
fuck
setup.
a lot,
So how
dude.
did Project Yorha begin if Zinnia didn't do it himself?
How do you think we're
Well,
still
aboard
here?
the 6th Orbital Research Base, dubbed the Lab, Zinnia and all of the scientists working on this black box technology continued their study of these experimental androids. Various prototypes were created, such as number 4, number 2, and number 9, along with many others. Number 2 and number 9 are the most significant for this story. Now, it is very important to note that this number 2 and number 9 are not 2B and 9S. Though they would share many similarities in their abilities and what transpires in this story, it's more of a symbolic coincidence. By that, I mean number 2 is an attacker type suited for combat, while number 9 is a scanner model more into hacking. What makes scanner types so dangerous relative to this project is their curiosity for learning. It's within their nature to seek answers and dig as deep as they can to uncover whatever mystery it is that comes across their path. So on a normal day, when everyone's going about their business, number 9 inquires about Zinnia's name. He tells them that he was named after a flower and that it's Command who names people. Number 2 chimes in and wonders if she and number 9 can get names as well. Of course, it's forbidden to name androids with a black box, and so the question causes Zinnia to hesitate. He eventually says that he would after they all finished their assessments, but number 9 noticed his hesitation, however brief it was, and couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Why would such a simple question evoke such a reaction? Eventually, the two had to leave as they had tests they needed to go through, but number 9's curiosity led him to do some digging. He secretly accessed the lab server and began looking for answers. He didn't find anything relevant to why they couldn't have names, but while inside, he found a huge void in the server as if a large portion of data had been deleted. So number 9 started recovering these lost files and gained
Now,
access to the
A2,
truth
is
about
she?
Zinnia's entire plan. The morale
Not
of the androids, faking humanity's
black
survival,
box.
the council, everything. But the real thing that actually mattered was the truth about the black boxes. So learning that they're made from machines, not only are they not human, they're not even androids. Number 9 is repulsed by this information. He considers himself and everyone else monsters who are not deserving of life, and so he snaps. Number 9 goes on a killing spree, cutting down other Yorha units, setting off explosives around the base until he confronts Zinnia himself. As the creator of such monsters, he deserves to be tortured the most. Eventually, number 2 arrives and sees everything that's going on. While confused, she doesn't believe number 9's actions are justified, even when he tells her about what they are. But the biggest twist to this whole scenario is that number 9 is going through and implementing Zinnia's plan to fake humanity. Number 9 genuinely had no problem with anything Zinnia was intending to do in this regard. The only thing number 9 hated were the black boxes. But there was only one problem with Zinnia's plan. An orbital base was meant to be constructed to maintain the connection between androids and the council. But so long as this base existed, there was always the risk that the truth about the lie would get out. So number 9 implemented a backdoor system. After a set amount of data had been collected to develop the next generation of androids, a backdoor would open, which would allow the machines to access and destroy the whole base, thus leaving no evidence behind. It's number 9 who came up with the name Project Yorha.
You see, it's Zinnia here who set this whole thing up. It was all just a ruse, telling everyone humans are still alive on the moon just to give androids the will to fight. But that little plan of his was incomplete. There was a risk of information leaking out from that satellite base that was meant to manage the human server on the moon. That's why I decided to rewrite his plan. I rigged the 13th base to have a back door that'll open at a certain time. The base will be destroyed by an attack from machine life forms, at which point only the server on the moon will be left with transmission capabilities. And so, I'll create a god on the face of the moon for us androids. I've already sent a program to the server there to carry out this plan. It even contains the blueprints for all our Yorha designs. Through this, the automated production of Yorha units will give birth to our god. And then, us Yorha units will truly have a god worth dying for. Hey, number 2, I think I'll call this plan Project Yorha.
A god born of a self-perpetuating Yorha squadron, and a Yorha squadron that lays down its lives for the sake of that god. But eventually, enough is enough, and number 2 kills him. But his death didn't matter. The necessary programs had been sent to the lunar server. The schematics for the new orbital base, the design specs for the Yorha-type androids, and orders for the automated production line. The entire process could be left entirely alone, and it would go on mass-producing Yorha forces. The entire orbital base is then destroyed. As number 9 had stated, Project Yorha was born. The bunker was the 13th orbital base constructed and serves as Yorha's primary command. It is the only orbital base designated for Yorha, so any and all soldiers, missions, or other Yorha-related activities are exclusively carried out from here. Yorha's androids are divided into specific models for their defined roles. While their number would indicate their aesthetic appearance and base personality, their letter would indicate which type of android they would function as. Attacker androids specialize in close-range combat, specifically in the use of a blade. Defender types focused heavily on the use of barriers and absorbing enemy fire. Gunner types specialized in long-range combat combat with firearms, healers were meant to repair their fellow teammates, not only physically, but they were also responsible for uploading their data to the bunker so they could retain their memories. Operators worked from inside the bunker and provided intel and missions for the units in the field. Scanners functioned as scouts who specialized in hacking. Their purpose is to gather data on anything and everything that might be of interest. And finally is the Executioner model. Their purpose is to eliminate any Yorha androids if need be. Whether it be because of desertion or possessing intel they should not have access to, the Executioner is meant to clean up the project's mess. Because of this, they are Yorha's strongest combat android, as they need to be able to eliminate the attacker and gunner types if the situation calls for it. As for why the female models have a gothic Lolita outfit, there's actually no reason behind it. The explanation is that it's been so long that things like appearances and sizes have lost all meaning. It's believed by fans that since androids worship humans so much and the human form, they dress in clothing that emphasizes and fetishizes the human form as much as possible. But either way, that's the reason they dress as they do. Their blindfolds are also not blindfolds. They function as a visor, which assists the wearer in analyzing and getting a better read on the battlefield. The final detail we do know for certain about their attire is that they all wear black for a reason. Since Project Yorha is meant to die, every android dresses in black as you do for a funeral. Despite what it may seem, Yorha is not a very large program. The bunker contains only 100 rooms, and each unit is given their own room. So at most, there are only around 100 Yorha units deployed, fulfilling all of these roles at a given time. Interestingly enough, there are two characters part of the project who are not Yorha androids, Commander White and Instructor Black. Commander White is undeniably the more important and recognizable one. As the commander, it is her job to oversee and manage everyone part of Project Yorha. Technically speaking, she is the highest ranking member involved in the project and everyone reports to her. It's unknown how and why she was chosen for this position. The one minute detail we do know about her past is she was a resistance member before becoming the commander. She and another android I've yet to discuss named Jackass were acquaintances, but to what extent has never been detailed. What we do know is that for whatever reason, Commander White was chosen to oversee Project Yorha as its director. On the outside, she is a very calm and composed individual. She exudes all of the qualities you'd want out of a leader to give soldiers faith, while also being loyal enough to carry out the plans many wouldn't be able to do. While the commander, she was only in charge of leading the soldiers. She was still forced to take instructions from the Council of Humanity and carry out their will. And that's part of where she herself is being deceived as well. Commander White is almost as in the dark as everyone part of the project. There's only one exception. Commander White is aware that humanity's extinct. She knows that there are no humans on the moon, and the entire motivating factor for Yorha androids' actions is a farce. But that's all she knows. She doesn't know that the Council of Humanity is a lie. She doesn't know the origin of the black box, and she most certainly is not aware that Project Yorha is meant to end in failure. She just knows that the main reason for fighting isn't what they say it is. Yet she continues to act as the commander because at the very least, even despite the lie, she thinks that someone is doing something. Even if she doesn't know the plan, she believes Project Yorha is still serving to fulfill a purpose and perhaps even end the war. Like the androids, she believes in a cause that may or may not exist. And it's for those reasons she was likely chosen to be the commander. The job is not an easy one, both from a practical and moral standpoint. Due to the nature of Project Yorha, data collection was its highest priority. That means resources were never really allocated into assisting their units during a mission. If things go wrong, abandon them, let them die, and begin work on the next. Regardless of the outcome, data is being collected, and it's perhaps because of this that the commander takes a more hands-off approach. The only time it's been stated that Commander White had a direct involvement in leading a squadron of Yorha soldiers was near the organization's beginning, when the units were still in their prototype stage. She led a force of all-female units in the field to what was considered a resounding success. Yet afterwards, never seemed to really do it again. Ever since, it appears as though she's chosen to stand at the helm and give orders. And this may be perhaps because it's a heavy toll emotionally to be there firsthand. By directly leading a squadron, you come to know them personally. You get attached to who they are and what they're going through. But with the caveat knowing that they are supposed to die. Yorha soldiers aren't meant to live happy lives or dream of a future beyond being a soldier. So to grow attached to them, only to watch them die or be executed and reborn without any of the memories, was perhaps a burden that even she didn't want to go through. As the commander, she was still in charge of the fate of all the soldiers, but they were significantly more faceless, easier to disconnect and carry out her mission. As cold-blooded as some of the decisions Commander White is going to make, she does have levels of sympathy she tries not to show. That's why when a new experimental team was being formed, she wanted nothing to do with it. After the resounding success of Commander White's all-female team, the council wanted to assemble an all-male team of Yorha units to see how they would perform in the field. There's one big difference that separates this male unit from the rest. This group is meant to fail repeatedly. They are to be stress tested and put through impossible scenarios which are guaranteed to result in their death over and over and over, unbeknownst to them. It It was a cruel fate not only to be put through, but to witness firsthand. Which is why, despite her success with the female squadron, Commander White wanted nothing to do with these male units. She did object to their formation, but the council overruled her. And so she instead placed that burden on Instructor Black. He, like the commander, is a normal android who has gained position within the project. While he always wanted to work his way up the ladder and stand shoulder to shoulder with her one day, he didn't expect his rise to be so sudden. He was promoted and given sole responsibility over the M Squadron. Leader is a generous term. In actuality, it was more like a glorified babysitter. Yorha units far exceed the capabilities of past androids, so they would be the ones fighting. It was Black's job to stand in the backlines and look dignified, keep peace amongst the team, hold them together, give them hope, that sort of thing. He wasn't outright forbidden to engage in combat personally, but his role was made clear. The truth behind the M Squadron's formation was not hidden from him. Not exactly. He knew the M Squadron was meant to endure so that all future Yorha soldiers may flourish, but he didn't know it was so hopeless. It wasn't until later until he realized they were being stress tested. A necessary evil, he was told. But it was his duty as their mentor and instructor to at the very least try and ensure their victories. This is the story told in both the stage play and novelization titled Yorha Boys. Excluding Instructor Black, the unit consists of 7 members, 2 attack types, number 3 and number 6, 2 gunner types, number 4 and number 22, 1 scanner, number 21, 1 healer, number 9, and 1 executioner, number 2. Number 2 would not be part of the group in the beginning, as being the executioner, his role is significantly more important and incognito, so he had to undergo special training and instruction separate from everyone else. Instructor Black tried his best to get to know his team and their general personalities. I'm not going to spend too much time covering each of them individually, as it's not too important to the overall timeline. What you need to know is that this team is sent on various missions, all of which of course end in death. Some, like number 9, struggle with being the sole survivor every time. As the healer unit, it is his job to upload the team's data to the bunker so they can be reborn. He too suffers the fate of watching his team die repeatedly, losing chunks of their memories and who they are. Team morale slowly began to dip because of their failures, as did their mental states. More and more requests were put in to abandon a mission or receive some kind of support or backup from the bunker, with every single one being denied every time. It was tough for everyone, including Instructor Black. He didn't see his squadron as the lab animals Command wanted them to be treated as. He cared about them. He wanted them to go on and flourish after the experiment as an ordinary squad. He wanted them to know fulfillment and showcase their abilities on missions they could properly be utilized on. Despite the moral scales that were constantly dangled in front of him, the 6 units versus the hundreds of thousands on the other side for the sake of progress, he couldn't bring himself to think that way. The majority of the story is building on this team's relationship and dynamic. In terms of the important aspect of the story, eventually they rendezvous with number 2, who is undercover as a defender type, and he begins to have second thoughts about his role because he's growing closer to the others, particularly number 9. Number 21, however, eventually does what scanners tend to do. He accidentally digs a little deeper into things than he should and uncovers the truth about their squadron. He and a few others stage a mutiny and plan to run away to the Night Kingdom, where Yorha has no jurisdiction or eyes over, and so with roughly half of the squad turning against Command and the other half uncertain what to do, they all wind up fighting each other. A lot of back and forth happens, many of them get infected by the logic virus and go insane. Instructor Black sacrifices himself so he could be a proper mentor at least one time. But in the end, due to this experiment, Command deems them a failure. While the male models had improved attack strength, they were determined to exhibit poor organizational cohesiveness, which led to conflict. As such, all male models moving forward were reformatted to be scanner types. The rest of the combat androids were to be manufactured with a primary emphasis on female models. In modern day, this is why all male Yorha are scanners while everyone else is a woman. This next story introduces us to our first true main character of Automata's timeline, A2. A fun detail to note about her before we start is that every android is given simulated memories about someone's past who was not them. It helps diversify and shape their individuality like humans. Technically speaking, I have to say this is speculation, but it is heavily implied that A2 was given the memories of Kaine. Her simulated memories are that of her and her grandmother living in the countryside on a farm together. They were before any of Kaine's really bad memories, so they were actually very warm and peaceful. So these simulated memories helped shape Kaine into being more of an innocent person. But anyway, as her name would suggest, she is an attacker type android with the traditional number 2 chassis. In the beginning, she was quite unlike how we know her to be in modern day. She was relatively sweet and naive. She had a timid personality and lacked a lot of confidence. But above all else, the way she was typically described was average. Her combat capabilities were not the best of her squadron. She was not as great of a leader as number 1. She was a mediocre specimen lacking any extraordinary qualities. But in the eyes of some, it meant she had the potential to improve in every way. It was all up to her to choose the path that she wanted to take. The real event that would change the course of A2's history would be when she and a group of other Yorha androids were deployed on a mission dubbed the Pearl Harbor Descent. For most, it would be their first time actually being in the field. Up until now, it's been simulated combat, but it was time to put their training to the test. They were to locate and destroy the machine server located inside Mount Kaala on Oahu Island. For this descent, number 1 is placed in charge as she is an acceptable leader. She is intelligent and her combat capabilities are some of the best of her squadron. She's someone many look up to and believe in, including A2. But during their descent to Earth, they encountered unexpected heavy anti-air defenses from the machines, which systematically began shooting down the Yorha units, including number 1. She was the first soldier to be blasted out of the sky, which threw the squadron's coordination into chaos. Per the chain of command, A2 was placed in charge as its new leader. She coordinates the squadron as best as she can until the bunker is able to fire a satellite laser at the source of the anti-air weapons. An EMP bomb is set off, which sends everyone crashing down to Earth, and when the dust settles, there are only 4 survivors.
Was that
attacker
censored?
number 4,
What the
gunner
fuck?
number 16, and scanner number 21. Of the 16 units deployed, these 4 were the only survivors. In terms of who they are, number 4 has an optimistic personality and gets carried away easily, but is astute and keeps up the group's morale. She's never one to abandon hope even when faced with a gloomy situation. Number 16 is much more rough and straightforward about what she thinks. She can be fairly abrasive at times, but like the others has a much softer side, even if it's not often seen. And number 21 is as analytical as scanners tend to be. She's a non-combat model who always calmly analyzes the situation and observes her surroundings. But her desire to protect her friends and be useful is stronger than anyone else's. Which is why, upon analyzing their current situation, everyone finds it impossible to continue carrying on with just the 4 of them. So number 21 tries reaching out to command to abandon the mission. But their request is denied. They were told by command to continue on despite the reduced number of units. This was an absolute order. And this is the tragic reality of their situation. While they wouldn't know it, in truth, per usual, this mission was expected to fail. The true purpose of this operation was to monitor and research how the experimental Yorha units behaved during battle. This information would then be studied and integrated into new Yorha models once the project was able to proceed past the experimental phase. Everyone in this was just data to fund the next generation. So they weren't going to be evacuated and returned to the bunker, and they weren't going to receive any kind of backup or support. They weren't outright abandoned by the bunker, but they were told to continue carrying out the mission as intended, which isn't much better. This was an intimidating position to be in for A2. She didn't feel like she had what it took to be the leader or keep the team together. But nevertheless, that didn't change the fact that she was now their captain and the others were looking to her for guidance. Their situation is quickly thrown into even more disarray when they are ambushed by over 100,000 machine lifeforms headed their way. While they fight back as best as they can, they are unexpectedly saved by members of the Resistance, who detonate massive amounts of explosives which cause the machines to withdraw. But the Resistance members aren't so friendly either. They've never seen Yorha units before and so believe they might just be evolved machines. The situation gets quite hectic. A lot of guns being pointed at each other, some knife attacks thrown here and there, but it's because of A2 pleading with her squadron that things calm down. They've lost so many allies and yet they're told to continue fighting, so they can't afford to lose any more people, especially to a meaningless squabble. The leader of the Resistance members, Rose, empathizes and relates to their situation, being alone and helpless, forsaken by those on the moon, and so agrees to help them out. The truth is, Rose and the other Resistance members are all survivors of the 8th descent mission carried out over 200 years ago. It was the largest military force to date, but it ended in failure. Since then, they've all been fighting and surviving together. Their group consists of 7 members. Rose, as stated, is their leader. All of the others look up to and respect her as she is very dependable and trustworthy. It was Rose who gave all of the others their names as they came to see each other as family. They found a reason to live outside of just fighting, and that was each other. The other members include Anemone. She's actually a very jaded individual. She, more than the others, has killed so many of her allies that have become infected by the logic virus that she's developed a keen sense towards its symptoms. She's the quickest to pick up when someone's been infected, and as such, she is also usually the one to kill them when it happens. Because of this, she's not the most trusting when it comes to others and possesses a fairly sour attitude. Dahlia is actually quite similar to number 16 in terms of personality, and as such, they wind up butting heads quite a bit. Daisy is the extra-large defense android who came with extra parts inside her body, just in case. Gerbera is the weapons and explosives expert. She's responsible for repairing and developing them. Marguerite is best when simply being a soldier in combat. And finally, there was Lily, who is responsible for them being in the position they are now. You see, technically speaking, this group are not considered survivors by command. They are labeled as deserters. The truth is, they didn't simply just survive the war, they abandoned it. They were all comrades on the battlefield, but the situation was ever worsening. The machine numbers grew, allies were lost, and any requests for relief were ignored. They were constantly exhausted in a hopeless situation, but there was one girl who was always there to cheer them up, Lily. She was a very gentle and meek android, but she made all of the others happier, and despite her lack of combat capabilities, she was just like one of them. But the reason she lacked these traits is because she wasn't a combat model, she was a lover model sent for the use of senior officers. It was an unofficial designation commissioned at the officials' discretion. But due to the situation of the helpless war, the superiors began using her as an outlet for stress. She was frequently physically and sexually assaulted, half beaten to death many times. And when Rose found her in this state, she nearly killed their superior before she took the others and fled. That's why they're considered deserters and were incredibly on edge when they ran into A2 and the others. Not only could they possibly be machines, but they could have also been sent by command to kill them. But that wasn't the case. Even after finding this out, A2 still wants their help. What happened in the past isn't relevant to what's happening now. If there's a chance for everyone to survive, then she'll risk it. But causing these memories to resurface sent Lily into a vulnerable state in which she was able to be infected by the logic virus. She thinks it's because of her that she's dragged everyone into this horrific journey. They've all been forced to watch their comrades die as they fight endlessly against the machines. So would be a happier fate if they all just died and found peace. Or at least this is the mentality the logic virus is pushing onto her. Anemone is quick to sense this change and does what they've always done anytime one of their own becomes infected, shoot them. But A2 stops her. She believes there has to be another way, and so has number 21 try and remove it. She's done similar things during simulation, and so begs her to at least try. Lily is going berserk. The logic virus gets rid of the limiters part of an android's system, allowing them to exceed strength previously unattainable. And on top of that, because Lily isn't a combat android, the machines upload their own attack patterns into her system, allowing her to utilize a gravity attack. Eventually, number 21 is able to remove the virus, and Lily is saved. As a thanks, Captain Rose and the others feel indebted, and so pledge their allegiance to A2's cause. Much of their time is spent gathering intel on the machines, formulating a plan, and getting to know each other. A2 is becoming much more confident as a leader thanks to Rose. Meanwhile, those like Lily actually feel like they can contribute now. Thanks to the logic virus, she's now able to utilize a gravity attack. Spirits are relatively optimistic, but above all else, the one consistent theme is a reason to keep fighting. The Resistance members lost their reason long ago, but they found their own reason for living, each other. They help A2 and the others not because they were ordered, but to protect their friends. Destroying the server makes their lives and everyone's lives better. Everyone has to find their own reason for living. And with that, they launched their assault on Mount Kaala. As expected, they are met with heavy machine numbers, but to make a bad situation worse, the machines have also evolved from their last encounter, now being able to hide their own weak points. They try yet again to request any amount of support from the bunker, even the laser that was used in the beginning to destroy the anti-air weapons. They want anything, even if it doesn't hit, at least it could be used as a distraction or something. But their request is yet again denied. They are left to their own vices to continue carrying out the mission with their current forces and equipment. The result is the girls fight harder, and while they are able to take out a handful of powerful machines, the lack of support comes with consequences. From here, various members of the Resistance along with A2's group begin sacrificing themselves so the others can continue on. Depending on what version of this story you're experiencing, details about who and when certain characters sacrifice themselves is different. So I'll give you the ones that are traditionally common throughout them all. Number 16 and Dahlia are the first to sacrifice themselves on the surface. They both specialize in firearms and long-range weapons, and they're about to head indoors where perhaps they may not be as useful. So they choose to stay on the surface and hold them back. In some iterations, Lily also joins them and uses her gravity attacks to slow them down. As they venture into the mountain, they reach an elevator which leads to the machine's main server. Number 21 is responsible for hacking the terminal so she can lower the others down manually. The real reason she's staying behind is because she was infected by the logic virus and can't save herself. Anemone, being ever keen to the symptoms, recognizes what's happening and chooses to stay with her so she can put her out of her misery once she finishes her job. She does not want number 21 to simply exist as a puppet being controlled by the machines, so she will act as her executioner. Rose, A2, number 4, and whatever other survivors then descend to the main server. It doesn't matter what other members make it to the bottom, because what they are met with are the Red Girls. The machine network has been watching this entire time, observing what they've been going through, and per usual, have taken an interest in things they don't fully understand themselves. Rose and all of the others have a rich range of emotions and gained their own reason to live. And it's because of that the Red Girls do what they love to do in a scenario like this, psychologically mess with them. Natural evolution is one thing, but what the Red Girls do time and time again is purposely shake things up and create an obstacle. They want to see how people react to certain stimuli. If it crushes them, if they're able to overcome it, it draws out an emotion and a side to them that the machine network seeks to understand. And the stimuli here to A2 and the others, per usual, is the truth. The truth that Command betrayed them, that they were an experiment meant to die. And A2 couldn't just refute it because it all made sense. Why they were never given any kind of support or assistance, even in the simplest of scenarios. Why they were told to continue on the mission, even though it was hopeless. They had their suspicions, but this all but confirmed it. This obviously got on the nerves of A2 and number 4, but they chose to channel their anger and frustration into combat and carry out their mission anyway. Since they wanted to fight, the Red Girls brought forth an incredibly deadly machine life form. Not only does it kill every single remaining member of the Resistance, but they then hack their systems and turn them into puppets. Rose obviously cannot kill her own family, and so too is taken down by them. To rub it in their face, the Red Girls claim how meaningless everyone's sacrifices have been, but Rose does not care. It wasn't about her fate, or even the fact that she's going to die, because her life had purpose. She found a reason to live. Dying is irrelevant because at the very least, she was able to live with meaning for herself. She throws their arrogance back in their face, asking if they have a reason to live before she passes away. Number 4 went berserk and began swinging her sword wildly. Such recklessness eventually got her caught and taken down. A2 was left as the only one to fend for herself. What the Red Girls had done was unforgivable, but if she wanted to reach them, she would have to get through her own friends. She apologized as she cut through each of her former allies. But when she made it through and slashed at the Red Girls, Her blade passed right through them. She could not cut them down, as they are not physically real. The only way she could destroy them was to destroy the server. But to do that manually would take years, so she thought of using her black box. If she detonated her fusion reactor, the whole server would be destroyed. The Red Girls don't care much. What they do enjoy in this scenario is divulging even more secrets to A2. It turns out that all of the Yorha units had an additional bomb embedded onto their fusion reactor. This was all part of Command's plan. Step 1 was getting any of the Yorha units to the server. Whether or not they were killed was irrelevant, because once their signals went offline, Command was going to detonate all of the bombs. A2 was already unwillingly a bomb someone was going to set off. But these were more attempts to mess with A2's existence. A2 wanted the Red Girls to suffer, but didn't know what to do next. That's when Number 4 got up and revealed she was still clinging on to a fraction of her life. She didn't want A2 to die, and so sacrificed her own life, and the bomb inside of her was detonated. The machine server was destroyed, the Red Girls disappeared, and all of the machine life forms in the area went offline. When she came to, somehow, A2 was still alive. The only one still alive. The whole complex was turned to rubble, and for some reason, she wasn't killed. It wasn't talent or perseverance that determined this fate, it was sheer luck. Even so, she was a survivor, and as such, she had chosen to live as one from now on. Interestingly enough, while A2 would believe she was the sole survivor of this mission, in reality, Anemone had also survived. When we last saw her, she had stayed behind with Number 21, who became infected by the logic virus. Number 21 was able to finish her job and get the others to the server, and Anemone held up her end of the bargain. She put Number 21 out of her misery so she wouldn't be a puppet. Left behind, she was as good as dead. The machines had gotten past Number 16 and Dahlia and were coming for her. So Anemone figured the best course of action was to commit suicide. After all, it would finally relieve her of this horrible nightmare of a war. But as she held the gun up to her head, she couldn't pull the trigger. She had executed so many of her friends and allies, and yet when it came to herself, she was unable to pull the trigger. She saw her actions as cowardly, but figured if she couldn't kill herself, then she would have the machines do it. So she ran out into the midst of the battlefield to die. But when she got there, all the machines stopped moving. Number 4's explosion goes off and destroys the server. Anemone was left on the surface with not a single soul in sight. She had promised to see her deceased friends soon, but yet she continued to live. So in honor of her dead family, she chose to continue living on in their memory. It was now her job to carry on the will of those who fought by her side. Since she can't kill herself, she'll continue to fight until someone does it for her. Anemone then became the leader of her own resistance, where she took in androids who needed help and fought back against the machines. Neither she nor A2 are aware the other survived. Another important perspective I feel I should mention that I haven't been splicing in at all throughout the events of this story is that of Commander White. I've only mentioned her in the context of denying any request for support, but she was going through her own ups and downs throughout this entire story. Part of that came in the form of two characters we both meet and subsequently never see again after this, Futaba and Yotsuba. They are androids who support the Yorha squadron. They are the operators who the others have been directly communicating with. They've only recently been rolled out, so their emotions are limited. However, over the course of the story, they were changing. In the beginning, they were very by the books. When learning A2 and the others had rendezvoused with deserters, they wanted to report it into the Council of Humanity right away. However, it was Commander White who stopped them. Eventually, the two saw themselves as just as much part of the team as those on the ground and wanted to help in whatever way they could. But it was ultimately Commander White who was always refusing their requests. While her commands were ruthless, they were taking their own toll on her. It's clear that Commander White does not revel in the orders she gives out, but they're the orders that need to be made to see the mission's success. She is frequently anguished by putting the girls through their scenario, and the same ultimately came for Futaba and Yotsuba. They developed emotions and were much too kind for their own good. They wouldn't be able to live the life that Commander White does, or at least, Commander White doesn't want them to. Following the mission, she relieved them of their duties and sent them down to Earth where they could live together. That's why we never see these two in the bunker following this mission. The two girls' fate, however, is unknown. Also, after this, the data A2 acquired during the mission was able to fund a different android model altogether, the Battle Android. It was to combine the attacker and gunner into a singular unit modeled after A2. She had shown a resilience to never give up during the mission. When everyone was shot down, they fought. When they met strangers, she wanted to work with them. They were able to cure Lily because she fought for it, and they led a successful assault on the server because she kept trying. And so, the B unit was born. As for A2, she was a completely different person from when they started the mission. She lost the goal she'd been fighting for. She was betrayed by the project she was meant to believe in, with all of her friends and comrades dead. And yet, her life still remained. There was nowhere for her to run, nowhere for her to go, and no purpose to her existence. But she couldn't throw away the life her comrades gave her. So, she fought. Not only against the machines, but Yorha as well. The black box belonging to her was still online, and so to prevent any information from leaking, she was to be destroyed. Various 2E models had been sent to execute her. However, she was able to fend off their attacks and destroy every one. Even 9S models had been deployed as well. While their combat is no match for an attacker type, their expertise in hacking may have proved useful to destroy her personal data. The first time A2 encountered a 9S model, it was a very close situation and she was lucky to have killed him the first time. But every subsequent 9S model that was sent used the same tricks, and so she learnt from them and built a barrier program within her to trap and destroy her. At the very least, she's killed 4 9S units. As for how many 2Es she's killed, that remains unanswered. Ironically enough, these executioner models that are sent after her, A2 is able to scavenge for parts. It's evident she didn't leave the battlefield unscathed, but at the very least, she was able to keep going because of them. In terms of her motivation now, the first time an executioner model was sent after her, she figured if Command's going to continue to hide the truth, everyone was her enemy. Machines, the bunker, the commander, even the humans on the moon. She was going to kill them all. The light of her old self was gone. Suffering from her loneliness, A2 focused only on revenge. Speaking of 2E and 9S, that would directly transition us into our new main characters. While they would be the same models sent after A2, they wouldn't possess any of the memories following the past unit's defeats. But you can say that there's something special about these new versions. Before I get into the events of the game, there's only one thing you need to know about these two's history. 9S is the best scanner that exists. While all scanners sort of work on an equal playing field, being curious about the world and eager to learn new things, the personality that's installed with the number 9 unit gives them a wide range of rich emotional expression, which tends to make him non-compliant with your standards, meaning he's more likely to dig deeper into Yorha's secrets than his peers and often ask questions that he shouldn't. As a result, he almost always uncovers the truth. Faking humanity, the black boxes, everything we've covered before. Since this information is so vital, 9S is executed before he can do anything with it. He would be remade without any of his memories and the cycle would repeat. He keeps uncovering the truth and he keeps getting executed. The only reason they keep remaking him is because he's so good at his job as a scanner, they can't afford not to use him. Command is so used to him doing this that it eventually became not much of a concern because they know he's going to hack the server. It's such a predictable cycle that they designated a 2E model to be by his side at all times. Traditionally, scanner models work alone, so it's a unique situation. Anytime Command sees someone has hacked into the server, they know it's him and give 2E the order to kill him. Considering executioner types are meant to dispose of other androids, they often have to go undercover as a different model. As such, 2E would go under the moniker 2B. 2B does not have access or knowledge about any of Yorha's secrets or what it is 9S keeps uncovering. She is an executioner who is simply carrying out her job when given the order. The first time she had to kill 9S was one of the hardest. As told in the story Memory Cage, 9S and 2B are assigned partners, and 9S is pretty excited to be working with someone else. And considering this was 2B's first time as well, she perhaps indulged a little too much in conversation and connection. It didn't really become a problem until she was given the order to execute 9S. However, due to his digging, he found out that 2B was meant to kill him and launched his own counterattack against her. 9S does not want to kill her, but by his own deductions, it's the only way he'll survive. He winds up hacking into her system where he digs through all of her memories, being given the order by the commander, so on and so forth. But while in her system, he is attacked by a logic virus. Turns out 2B has a trap-style logic virus placed in her system by the commander to counteract 9S's hacking. The virus traps him and prevents him from escaping, where his personal data is then deleted. Despite being in his final moments, he doesn't hold it against 2B as he enjoyed their time together and simply says goodbye. 2B destroys his corpse, however, while doing so, feels guilt. To her, the memories and conversations she had with him was data that wound up being more than necessary to complete her job, and thus resulted in emotions she never should have been feeling. So, to prevent herself from feeling this again, she decided to forbid herself from becoming too close to anyone else. She'll keep the time and conversations she has with people to a minimum so she won't have this sort of reaction again. This was 2B's mentality moving forward. She would refuse to get attached to any 9S model in the future and would instead give them the cold shoulder. Emotions are prohibited. She would frequently repeat this phrase to herself and to him as a reminder while in his company. But over time, across the various 9Ss that she had been partnered with, it never worked. Nothing she did ever worked. In the beginning, she acted like a total stranger to him, never getting to know each other, rarely ever speaking, but the outcome was the same. So other times, she talked more than she usually would. She reached the point where she was doing anything she could to hopefully change the outcome that she knew was going to happen. She tried many times to directly convince him that there was nothing suspicious going on with Command, but he always dug too deep. It didn't matter what she did. If she was warm or cold, if she called him nines or didn't, the execution order always inevitably came through. Witnessing this cycle of 9S being reborn over and over again was taxing. They would repeat the same introductions, have the same conversations, tell the same jokes, yet retain none of the memories they ever had. Even though they don't know it, they lose who they are in the moment. But 2B kept all of her memories of him. How he tends to act, his personality, he was the same pretty much every time. He was always friendly and warm with her. Those moments were not lost on 2B. And they only accumulated over time. And it stung when a different version would say the same thing because it would remind her of a 9S that's now dead. The memories she had of him were hurting her, so much so that it began deteriorating her own personal data. She was exhausted, tired of it, and ultimately ready to give up. But in the story Memory Thorn, things would take an unexpected turn. Per usual, the order eventually comes through for 2B to kill 9S. The story repeats very similarly to Memory Cage, further perpetuating this cycle the two are trapped in. 9S has yet again figured out that 2B is meant to kill him and is waiting for the moment in which she is going to take action. But unlike her usual self, 2B is very weary this time. She's tired and lethargic, acting completely out of character. The two are sent to the Lost Shrine by command on a research mission where the execution is meant to take place. But while there, they are attacked by machines. It's not much of a problem, they wind up destroying them, but afterwards 2B falls down because she was infected by a logic virus.
Yeah,
Perhaps the one
literally,
that was
I
already in her
can't
system,
do it
but that detail doesn't matter much. 9S hacks into her system so he can save her and get rid of it, much to her own protests. He does eventually manage to stop the virus, but while in her system, like the first time, he notices blemishes within her personal data and investigates because maybe this was a symptom of the virus. But what he uncovers is the truth. He confirms that she is an executioner model and command has given the order to kill him. But unlike the first version, this 9S gets to see all of 2B's past memories with the other 9S's. With each subsequent memory fragment and a different version of 9S killed, he felt more and more pain from her system. He came to understand how she was feeling and what she was going through. So instead of killing her, he allows her to wake up so they can talk. Upon awakening, 9S confirms that he knows everything. But instead of carrying out her job, 2B admits defeat. She can't go on any longer and says that she has failed her mission. She is disqualified from being a Type E and she is a defective product. So to atone for her past actions, she gives 9S her sword so he can kill her. But instead, 9S stabbed himself. He tore open his own throat and did it with a smile on his face. Not a sadistic one, but a kind smile. He didn't want to kill 2B. Instead, he was happy to just spend the time he did with her. He tells her that even if he is reborn without any of the memories, he'll always be happy to see her again. So moving forward, she shouldn't worry about having to kill him, because so long as this cycle exists, the two will always be able to see one another. So she shouldn't hesitate to kill him in the future. With that, 9S died and 2B made a promise. She was going to continue to kill him without hesitation, not because it was her mission, but because it was 9's final wish. His wish to see each other again. Leading up to the events of the game, 2B has killed 9S 47 times. Before I begin recapping the events of Armada, you should know that I'm going to be using the game and novelization as my reference, even though you might wind up seeing scenes from the anime. As of the making of this video, the anime has yet to finish, and it remains to be seen how it may wind up affecting the grander timeline as a whole. As it currently stands, the anime appears to be a divergent timeline. While the events are largely unaffected, small details here and there are altered. For example, during the Pearl Harbor descent, Anemone is the one who survives, but in the anime, Lily was the survivor. They would both go on to do the exact same things, but technically speaking, the series of events are different, and that may wind up snowballing by the end of the series. There's no doubt that as the overseer of such things, Accord is keeping an eye on what's playing out. But anyway, that was just a quick aside. Let's begin with the plot of NieR Automata. The game opens up on the 243rd descent operation carried out to destroy a Goliath-class machine in the abandoned factory. 6 Yorha units, including 2B, are sent from the bunker and towards the factory. All accompanying Yorha units are shot down and eventually lost, leaving 2B as the sole android to carry out the mission. On the ground, 9S was assigned to support the others by disabling the machine's defense system at the base. The mission doesn't go exactly as they had hoped. While 2B and 9S put up a valiant effort, 9S sustains heavy damage while other similar machines rise from the water. The whole situation seems entirely hopeless, and so in a last-ditch effort, the two decide to activate their black boxes and destroy all the machines. Fortunately, 2B's data was uploaded to the bunker in time, allowing her to be reactivated with her memories. But as for 9S, he wasn't able to upload his memories in time, and so yet again, he is reborn anew. It's why 2B clenches her fist during their introduction. It's yet another reminder of her having to endure this cycle. Anyway, the two are paired as a team yet again, and Commander White asks them to rendezvous with the Resistance and do some recon. They've lost communications with their contact on Earth, and so 2B and 9S are sent to investigate. Upon making their way to the surface, they're quick to rendezvous with Anemone at the Resistance camp. After helping out a few of the androids around, she tells them about some curious machine activity going on in the desert and asks them to investigate. What they come across are the machines of Facade, who have taken up the culture and fashion. Even though I covered machines evolving to this stage a while ago, it's the first time 9S and 2B are witnessing such machine behavior. So the emotions and speech and what they do is very foreign to most androids. They wipe out all of the machines in the surrounding area, but one in particular managed to survive by running away and calling them scary. They give chase, and the path eventually leads to a large cavern with android corpses littering the area. What they find is a curious sight indeed. It's a bunch of machines attempting to mimic human behavior. A ton of varying activities that they don't exactly understand outside of the physical actions and movements. 9S dubs this mere mimicry with no deeper meaning, and so gets ready to destroy them all. The machine they were following panics because of this threat, which sends all of the other machines into a state of desperation. Fearing for their lives, the machines searched the network for a method they could use to defeat the androids, and it came to the conclusion that they could use humans, since they were the ones who invented the androids. The machines did not know which human to mimic until they came across the name Adam, the first human created by God. If humans created androids and God created humans, Adam was created in the image of God. All of these machines sacrificed their cores and gave birth to the most advanced machine life form to date, Adam. While very basic upon his entry to the world, he quickly learns by analyzing 2B and 9S who attacked him. Despite his speed of learning, the two do wind up impaling him. Before his body failed, he searched the network for something that could protect him and came across Eve. In the exact same story, Adam learned that there was another being born via his ribs, and so that is what gave birth to Eve. He lets out a monstrous yell that shakes the core of the earth and causes a collapse, forcing 2B and 9S to retreat. As for Adam and Eve, they consider themselves human, or at least wish to walk the path of them. With no parents or teachers to guide or nurture them, they consider themselves much like the first humans they're based off of. Banished from Eden, they needed wisdom to survive for so long. So if the brothers wished to survive, they needed not only an equal but a greater amount of knowledge and intelligence in order to live without depending on anyone. And that is precisely what they would seek. The combat information as well as knowledge about Adam and Eve's existence is uploaded to command for analysis. While in the meantime, 2B and 9S are sent to investigate a missing Yorha party at the amusement park. Upon their arrival, they are yet again met with a group of machines unlike all of the others. Here, they speak of joy and fun. But at least this time around, they're not hostile, so the two simply look on with astounded curiosity and leave them alone. Eventually, they make their way into the heart of the amusement park and into the theater where the Yorha signals are coming from. What they are met with is the songstress Simone Beauvoir. In the past, she was an ordinary machine, much like all of the others, but she became obsessed with another named Jean-Paul. He himself was his own form of unique, constantly speaking about philosophy and gathering followers. He didn't care much about anything outside of philosophy, and so paid very little attention to anything else. Simone, desperate to win over his affections, thought that by becoming beautiful, she would be able to draw his eye. She accentuated her beauty with parts from her machine friends, but was still ignored. Her sanity slowly began devolving as she became desperate to do anything that would make her beautiful. She even heard rumors that eating an android's flesh would make her more beautiful, but it never worked. Despite this, she still doesn't stop. Despite eating their flesh, she does not kill them, and instead hacks into their system and keeps them alive to use as weapons and bait more androids to come, and they did. 2B and 9S launch a counterattack on Simone and eventually manage to destroy her. Unfortunately, none of the androids she was using were able to make it out as she was the one keeping them alive. On their way back, they are met with yet another unique machine lifeform bearing a white flag. The two are invited to visit and meet Pascal in the nearby village. Considering it's their job to investigate machine lifeform activity, the two check it out. While they are initially hesitant to trust any machine, even though they claim to be pacifists, it's not until Anemone vouches for them that the two believe they are well-meaning. Not too long after, reports of a giant machine lifeform in the city ruins is relayed to them, and so the two head off to intercept it. The machine is causing quite a bit of destruction, but after getting into their flight units, the two are eventually able to take it down. But before it falls, it self-destructs, resulting in massive damage to the surrounding area, leaving a large sinkhole in its wake. At this exact moment, an alien signal, which has not been picked up for centuries, is detected. The commander orders all Yorha units to begin collecting data as quickly as possible, so 2B and 9S head underground. After making their way through various tunnels, they come across what appears to be one of many alien motherships, but are shocked upon entering to find only their lifeless bodies. But from the shadows emerge Adam and Eve. They tell the two about the history of how the machines killed the aliens because they surpassed them. All of that's in the past, and they don't really care. What they care about now are humans. Adam and Eve wish to learn more about their complex behaviors, love and hate. The motivations behind their actions were baffling, and so the two wanted to dissect the humans on the moon to better understand them. They proposed this idea to 2B and 9S as well, hoping they would agree to assist since it was humans who made them, and they might be curious about them as well. But the proposition is denied. Adam and Eve then teleport away. 2B and 9S return to the bunker and report everything they learned. From here, they are ordered to continue investigating Pascal's village and learn more about why unique machines like them are popping up in the area. Pascal tells the two about the machine network and how they're not connected to it, so perhaps that's the reason why. Amongst his ramblings, he makes mention of the Forest Kingdom, as they have attempted to build a nation. So, to gather more data, the two head off. The residents of the Forest Kingdom are a lot more aggressive than the typical machines. Due to their loyalty to protect their king, they fight with intent. So, because of that, the two have to hack and slash their way through quite a bit of enemies until they reach the king's throne room. But, you see, they were not alone. Also having been maneuvering her way around the kingdom was A2. She was continuing her journey of killing everything that wasn't her, and after catching wind of a king, she launched her own assault on the kingdom. But on her path, she overheard the machines speaking as if there were other androids as well, so she used them as a distraction while she stealthily made her way to the throne room. While 2B and 9S are baffled as to the sight of their supposed king, A2 jumps down and impales it. She is yet again met with the likes of a 2E model along with a 9S unit, but unlike the other times, they were evidently not here for her. They didn't recognize her face, meaning they hadn't been given the order to hunt her down. But that didn't stop Command from immediately recommending 2B and 9S dispose of her at the moment. A2 wasn't worried as she'd dealt with them many times before, but this time she could tell things were different. 9S's baffled reaction towards Command's request was unlike how he ever reacted before. And 2B, A2 could tell that she was missing her vitality, like she had given up and was simply going through the motions just like herself. Something was different about these two, and so A2 stopped her attacks. 9S asks why she betrayed them, and A2 chooses to leave them with an ominous warning.
Command is the one in the treaty.
After this event, the two return to the Resistance camp to check on their data and refuel. Under the request of Anemone, they head to the flooded city to protect their valuable cargo that's under attack. They requisition flight units and repel the enemy forces. But from the ocean emerges Grun, a machine larger than anything Yorha has ever seen. It was originally developed to annihilate androids, however, due to its destructive capabilities, it also wound up having no regard for what it was destroying and took out machines as well. It was so recklessly powerful that it was dumped into the ocean and left behind. That was until now. It's a long and grueling fight, but after 9S hits it in the mouth with rockets, Grun is destroyed. But in the aftermath of his death, he launched a powerful EMP attack which devastates everything nearby. The signal is lost between androids and the bunker, and 9S was blasted far away, where he is then kidnapped by Adam. By the time 2B awakens and learns of 9S's disappearance, she begins searching for him. Anemone helps her out by providing a temporary scanner to detect his black box. Following his signal, she ventures into the sinkhole and eventually enters a mysterious city made out of crystallized silicone and carbon. This is the copied city. Adam created it as a way to better understand humans. He took 9S along with various other android bodies to lure 2B to this exact location. You see, in his plight to learn more about humans, it frustrated him just how complicated they and learning about them was. Each time he learns something, there comes another complicated concept he does not understand. Adam has done his best to embody what it means to be human. He wears the clothes, reads the books, eats food, sings, dances, and attempts to understand them on an emotional level, which is the most difficult. Hence why he boils down the essence of humanity to battle. To fight, steal, and kill is what it means to be human. Love carries hate with it. Families are full of conflict and arguments. Civilization was developed to steal more, and society was constructed to kill more efficiently. But he feels he cannot truly understand what it means to live, as machines have no concept of death. Death is a perfect example of something Adam does not understand. Thanks to the machine network, they are always able to be reborn. So how can he feel what it is humans felt to possess life without the threat of death? So he disconnects himself from the network so he can face 2B with actual stakes on the line. 2B is not a bystander in this situation either. Her emotions are running hotter than they have in a long time as she is desperate to save 9S. His data hasn't been backed up in quite some time, so if he died now, who knows how many memories he would lose. But simultaneously, she is precisely proving Adam's point about conflict. Because 2B cares about 9S, she's willing to fight and kill to protect him. She's allowing hatred to overwhelm her emotions, but it comes from a place of love. All of these emotions Adam seeks to understand. This is exactly the reason Adam tells her that machines and androids are kindred. He even lets slip that humans are already extinct, but suspects 2B already knew that. Whether 2B just learned this or has always suspected that to be true deep down, she chooses to ignore these thoughts and instead engage in combat. The moment is anticlimactic. Her sword slides through him without a hitch, and Adam gets to experience the sensation he desired, but the feeling of death is rather unsatisfying. 2B is able to save 9S, but Adam's words were not lost on her. Due to all of the recent events, she could no longer consider machines just clumps of metal. There was Adam and Eve, who mimicked human appearance and spoke fluently, Pascal's village, who desired a life of peace. They were all clearly capable of thinking, experiencing emotions, and acting according to their own free wills. What was the difference between the machines and androids at this point? While that idea simmers, we should quickly go over 9S because something very interesting is about to happen. Due to his injuries, 9S was brought back to the bunker so he could recover. He fears that he may have been infected by a virus while being held captive, and so performs an extensive scan of his own systems. But while doing so, he senses a strange data noise coming from the bunker's main server, and so investigates. He discovers various documents which make him question Yorha's true objective. This is what he always does, and while he doesn't uncover the truth about anything, in fact he barely learned a thing from this would usually be enough to warrant an execution order from the commander. But this time around, she doesn't have him killed. Instead, the commander tells him the truth, at least as much of the truth as she knows, which is that humans are extinct.
Humans were already extinct when the aliens attacked. All the details are stored on this memory chip. If you want to look at it, I won't stop you.
Wait, you're just giving me this? But why?
No one fights without a reason, and we need a god worth dying for.
It's unknown what exactly the commander's motivation and intentions were with revealing such a fact to 9S, but it seems to universally be agreed upon that she had a change of heart. Perhaps seeing 2B and 9S being able to push each other to great success thanks to being so emotionally attached was enough to risk giving him such knowledge. Perhaps, like A2, she saw something special in these two units. Either way, the commander allows 9S to choose his own path and decide what he'll do, knowing this.
What path will you take? It's up to you to decide.
In the meantime, while this was all happening, 2B was to analyze current trends among the machines. Pascal tells her that a new colony has popped up and are seeking a treaty with theirs. Due to their similar interest, 2B and Pascal investigate together. What they come across are the god robots, who embody humanity's religion. The thing about machines like these is that they don't actually learn from humans' past failures. Instead, they just mimic it, but at an accelerated rate. Despite having recently popped up, the leader of these god robots has already turned their religion basically into a cult, and convinced everyone that they can ascend and become a god. Since God god is dead, they can become gods if they died too. All of the god robots go crazy and commit mass suicide. This event was largely to pull the player away from the resistance camp because all hell is about to break loose. While I've talked a bit about Adam and his desire to become human, I haven't really been covering Eve, but that's because he's not the most complex. Eve is a very simple-minded individual. He's not a deep thinker like his brother. He often instead wanted to play and do physical activities. And that physical part makes sense because Eve was literally created to be Adam's shield. As such, his main desire is simply to protect his brother and be with him at all times. But after Adam's death, Eve went on a rampage and swore to kill everyone. His rage not only affected him, but a portion of the machine network as well, and he caused the machine lifeforms to share in his insanity. The machines turn savage and begin attacking and eating the androids alive. This is when 2B gets word of the chaos breaking out and rushes to help. She runs back and forth from the resistance camp to Pascal's village, trying to prevent as many casualties as possible. 9S descends from the bunker to help out, and together the two confront Eve. He is much more physically dangerous than his brother. He is not only stronger and outputting more energy, but he is also still connected to the machine network. So while 2B fights him head-on, 9S takes the dangerous risk of hacking into his system to disconnect him manually. Ultimately, it works. Eve uses the last of his energy with an EMP, which gives 2B the opportunity to kill him for good. But 9S's actions were not without consequence. He got infected with the logic virus and so asks that 2B kill him while he's still sane. She yet again breaks her code of prohibiting emotions because she does not want to lose the 9S that exists right now. The him that disconnected Eve from the network. The him that together took Eve down. But there's nothing he can do. He's already corrupted and can't upload that data to the bunker. And so 2B yet again cannot escape her destiny of killing 9S. But in an unexpected series of events, because 9S hacked into Eve, remnants of his personal data was left behind in the machine network, so he gets to continue living as himself.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah.
He moves his memories into some of the machines and gets re-uploaded into a new 9S chassis. But the story does not end here. Adam and Eve may have been killed, but they were not the machine network. They were acting as its backbone for as long as they existed, and so with their death, it threw the machine's chain of command into chaos, and the androids wished to capitalize. Yorha is to launch an all-out attack on the machines and take back Earth. With that, various Yorha squadrons were sent to Earth's surface for their final major operation. It wasn't their final because it was the time they would take back Earth, but it was their final because Yorha's purpose was fulfilled. Enough data had been collected to fund the next generation of combat androids, so it was time for Yorha to be destroyed and all of the evidence wiped from existence. On the surface of the Earth, just to show how hopeless the situation was, the machines weren't crippled by Adam and Eve's death at all. It didn't take many machines whatsoever to overwhelm the Yorha soldiers. They were able to wipe out almost all of them by activating an EMP which infected each of them with the logic virus. 9S was able to save 2B, but everyone else was gone. They only managed to escape the situation by detonating their black boxes and re-uploading their conscience into a spare body on the bunker. They rush to tell the commander about what happened, but due to them disobeying their orders, she is more frustrated with their actions. But while this argument is taking place, the back door on the bunker which Number 9 implemented way back when is opened and the machine network gets in. It accesses Yorha's server and infects everyone connected to it with the logic virus. While 2B, 9S, and the commander would fight their way to the flight unit so they could escape, the commander reveals that she too is infected and is choosing to go down with the base.
This is my command. Let me at least fulfill my duty here, to the end.
2B, this place is lost!
Commander! Do it, 2B! That's an order!
With that, Project Yorha is destroyed. Everything went according to plan. This was exactly what was always supposed to happen. That is, except the survival of 2B and 9S. In an unforeseen series of events, 9S was responsible for uploading his and 2B's data to the bunker server, but paused it when he noticed some weird noise. So because they weren't connected to the server, they were not infected with the logic virus when the machines took it over. The only other Yorha units that would have survived this are anyone else who was already disconnected from the server during the attack, such as A2. But just because they survived did not mean they were in the clear just yet. Infected Yorha units also boarded flight units and gave chase to them. The two were almost hopeless to fight back against the numbers, and so 2B 2B made a decision. She took the flight controls away from 9S and against his will sent him to safety, while she drew the attention of everyone in an act of self-sacrifice. Unfortunately, 2B was not going to get out of this one. She was shot down and infected with the virus that slowly began eating at her body. She determines that to keep it from spreading to other androids, she needs to get to a location away from everyone else. Her pod tells her that the commercial center is ideal, and so she drags her body all the way there. More infected Yorha unit meet her and begin attacking, but 2B is unexpectedly saved by A2. It's the end of the road for 2B. She's barely managing to hold on to her consciousness, but in her final moments entrusts the future to A2. She stores her memories on her sword and gives it to her.
These are my memories. Take care of everyone for me. Take care of the future, A2.
It was an odd situation, to say the least. The two hadn't known each other to any extent. They met only once and they clashed. A2 had no obligation to listen or honor her final words, but she chose to. She couldn't refuse when her dying comrades asked the same thing of her, and the way 2B heaved out those words was so vivid of her past. So A2 said she would. After taking hold of her sword and gaining access to 2B's memories, she was able to see all of the things she had seen, hear all of the things she had heard, and feel the pain that she had felt. And within these memories, she saw someone that she thought long dead, Anemone. A2 had no idea she was still alive and felt grateful to 2B for bringing her this news. As a testament to accepting her memories and wishes, she cut her hair with the sword. From now on, she'll live in the image of 2B, as it's the best she can do. While this was happening, 9S was desperately trying to find 2B, but when he arrived, he caught the tail end of A2 killing her.
Oh. Nice.
Well.
Oh no! 2B! No!
Buddy?
A2! I'll kill you!
Eyes. Everything.
The rise of a massive white structure then separates the two. Firstly, what is this white tower? Basically, the machines are looking to utterly annihilate android morale, and the best way to do this is by destroying the server on the moon. The tower functions much like a cannon they're going to use to blow up the moon in front of everyone's eyes. To collect materials to use as a projectile, they set up resource recovery units. These 3 locations are meant to do 2 things: collect parts from machines, androids, and anything really, but at the same time, collecting said data of whatever it takes in. If it absorbs an android, it'll learn everything that android knew, so on and so forth. So these locations were helping the machines get smarter and collecting resources for a massive projectile. From here, we diverge into 2 separate paths, what 9S is doing and what A2 is doing. I'll start off with A2 since not as much happens. So, upon waking up, she is greeted by Pod 042. 2B ordered that they support A2 in her endeavors from now on. A2's first priority was getting herself fixed up. While she traditionally foraged parts off of dead Yorha corpses, now they were all infected with a virus, so if she used them, she would get infected too. So, she turned to the resistance camp. On her way, she did run into Pascal. Initially, she planned to kill him on the spot, as she had done to every machine she'd come across. But Pascal responded as he usually does, with a surprising amount of sophisticated dictation. He waited to be executed, figuring that if that's what she wants, then so be it. But a sense of unease washed over A2, and so she let him go. Inside the resistance camp, her reunion with Anemone went exactly as she had thought. She had the same surprised outlook that A2 had when she found out that Anemone was still alive. A2 chooses to spare her the truth about what transpired during the Pearl Harbor descent and how they were abandoned and betrayed by command. Instead, she keeps it to herself and keeps the conversation brief. Anemone directs her to Pascal, who likely has the parts that she needs. A2's reluctant nature towards machine lifeforms is tested once more. A2 spends some time in Pascal's village, but after a period of time, she slowly grows closer to him and the villagers as children. She keeps running errands for them because she doesn't want to be indebted, but over time winds up building toys and such for them. But one day, while she's out gathering materials, the village goes crazy. Pascal calls her, telling her that some of the villagers have turned into cannibals and are attacking the others. A2 quickly rushes over to save them, but when she arrives, it is pure chaos. Fortunately, Pascal was able to evacuate the children to the abandoned factory. A2 deals with all of the rampant machines, but unfortunately, there are no survivors. A2 and Pascal retreat to the abandoned factory where they wonder what the hell just happened. Well, while they wouldn't know it, in truth, as I mentioned a while back, despite thinking that they were disconnected from the network, Pascal and all of the villagers were never free. What had happened was the Red Girls wanted to stress test their experiment. In a village full of pacifists, what happens when they need to defend themselves? They infected some of the villagers and watched what happened. The result is that many didn't do anything and instead died. There was only one machine that wound up changing from this event, and that was Pascal. The result is that he fights. The Red Girls send hordes of machines towards the abandoned factory where only the remnants of the villagers' children remain. While A2 tries to fend them off, it's only thanks to Pascal, who has decided to kill, that everyone is saved. Pascal was pushed to a point in which he gained self-determination. While the battle was won, the aftermath would not be so pretty. When they returned to the children, they had all committed suicide. Pascal blames himself for teaching them about fear instead of teaching them about the fear of death. The pain is too great to endure and so asks A2 to either kill him or erase his memories. A2 understands the agony of living on with the memories of those who were dear, and so she has her pod erase Pascal's memories. After leaving the factory, she catches a glimpse of a machine unit and goes to investigate. For now, that is A2's story. Let's get to 9S. The death of 2B dramatically affected 9S as he was overcome by grief and rage. He goes from simply fighting the enemy to enacting revenge.
Much what
on both
we
them and
witnessed
A2.
all
His
on
desire to kill
stream
increases as his mental state
and on
slowly
with the video.
deteriorates. After 2B's death, he was rescued by Devila, who was out gathering resources in the
Not
region.
doing
He was brought back to the
much
resistance camp where she and Popola
by
looked
God,
after
is
him
it
for
a
2 weeks while he was
fucking
unconscious. After waking up, it wasn't too long before he set back out to find and kill.
Not even that, it's like a
He
fucking
first
fever
investigated the
dream,
tower
dude.
that cropped up, but was denied access. The machine network told
The
him that he needed
fucking
access
headache.
keys from the resource
Gotta make
recovery
too
units if he wanted to enter, and so he set out. But you see, this was not a coincidence. While these subunits are meant to gather resources and data, part of that data collection was on 9S himself. The Red Girls have taken a particular interest in him and wish to learn more about him, push him, see how he reacts to certain stimuli, that sort of thing. The first recovery unit simply tests his outlook on machines. Various life forms scream for help and beg for their lives, but by this point 9S is headstrong in his hatred for them. He says that they are meaningless words, predetermined and recorded according to its programming. The core that controls the facility begs for help, and even despite 9S's pod's weak protests, he has him mercilessly destroy it.
Prepare energy. Close range firing mode. Maximum output.
9S.
Fire.
With his emotions running hot over the machines, the second recovery unit was the perfect time to test him psychologically. There were no enemies to be found. Instead, all there was information. Data. The truth. First was the general purpose of the tower and how it was pointed at the moon. A worrisome thought, but he was already planning to stop the machines. The second piece of information given to him was about the black boxes. He was given the truth about how they were made from machine cores. What better time to see how he reacts to this when he is boiling with hatred over machines? And his response is simply to go into denial. He believes it's a lie since the information is coming from machines as a test, but both are true. But his final test became literally psychological. While hacking, he was counter-hacked and placed in a room with all of his memories of 2B. They knew how important she was to him, and so a shadow began eating all of the memories of her one by one in front of him. These are his treasures, and he's not gonna let anyone take them away from him.
They're mine! My memories! You hear me?
Nines has been bottling up his emotions for so long that he's lost his self-control. Everything shameful and dirty has flowed out of him bit by bit that he's become obsessive over her. He'll kill anyone that hurts her, touches her, comes near her, looks at her. He is the only one that is allowed to have 2B. The final resource unit, dubbed the God Box, placed a familiar face as its guard. While I haven't talked about her, Operator 210 was 9S's personal operator. Throughout his run, he was always reporting into her, and they had their own little form of banter. But now she has been reprogrammed and is being used to fight against 9S. Initially, he is actually very confident as he suspects this to be yet another psychological attempt to mess with him. She acts very much like a puppet being used by the machines. That is, until she starts talking. Operator 210 all of a sudden begins repeating the lines she would frequently say to 9S and even asks that he kill her. He didn't know if this was her own consciousness still lingering or the machines forcing it out, but it did mess with his head as he swore to put her out of her misery. Ultimately, he is able to take her down, but is naive in believing she was killed. Operator 210 launches an attack, but is taken down by A2, who has just arrived. A2 takes the moment to ensure 210's death by destroying her black box.
A2.
2B told me. She told me she wanted you to become a good person.
You? Don't you dare talk to me about 2B!
But yet again, the flooring beneath him collapses, and he misses out on the opportunity once more. When he wakes up, he returns to the tower as he has collected all of the necessary access keys to enter. But when he does, he is attacked by hordes of machines that he cannot take on alone. He is then unexpectedly assisted by Devila and Popola. Thanks to their help, the doors are able to be opened and he can get inside. They act not only to atone for their sins, but to simultaneously help NieR be closer to the one that he cares about. In the same vein that Devila and Popola love each other due to everything that they've been through, they see the same thing in NieR. It's also because of this that the twins choose to seal their fate and die together. Upon entering the tower, NieR is confronted with a whole group of 2Bs. The machines have either obtained or created their own chassis of her and are yet again psychologically pushing NieR. Perhaps they would have hoped that he would be defenseless against her, but he was indifferent. They had reconstructed 2B and animated her without his permission. He is the only one that is allowed to destroy 2B. He takes off his goggles so he can see her in all of her glory while he kills them.
I'll tear you apart. Every last one of you!
One by one, NieR slices through all of the puppets until there is only one remaining. As he pierced its heart, in its final moments, it detonated, sending NieR flying back and the room collapsing. By the time he awoke, his own chassis was damaged, his left arm had been torn from his body, and next to him lie the last remaining 2B from the fight, which miraculously wasn't buried. NieR's fight wasn't over yet, and so he tore the arm from 2B's body and used it as his own. The arm was infected with the logic virus, but he does manage to eliminate it for just a little while longer. Further in the tower, he is confronted directly by the Red Girls. Since he's made it this far, they divulge Yorha's biggest secret to him. NieR learns that everything was meant to fail. The Red Girls question if he'll continue fighting on. He has no reason to fight. His existence is and has always been meaningless.
That means all of us. 2B.
Now you know everything. Do you still wish to fight?
But yet, NieR continues on, mostly driven by hatred and his desire to destroy every machine. He hijacks some flight units and uses them to reach the top of the tower. But as for A2, she pretty much began following the aftermath of NieR's destruction. By the time she reaches the tower, Devila and Popola's fight had already subsided. Popola's signal was already gone, but Devila was there, barely hanging on, keeping the door open so A2 could enter as well. A2 can't bring herself to ask what happened, but Devila simply asks if they were able to help, to which A2 tells them that they did.
Did we manage to help? You did.
Devila then passes away as well. A2's journey throughout the tower is significantly more calm. Most of her time is spent gathering information and learning about what the machines know and what they are doing. But then A2 is counter-hacked by the Red Girls. It's been a long time since they last saw each other. The Pearl Harbor descent was when A2 last caught a glimpse of them, but she immediately remembered. While the Red Girls do what they have been doing by revealing information that gets under our characters' skin, it is A2's instinctual reaction to begin attacking wildly. The Red Girls boast their superior intelligence and evolution as they multiply end over end. A2 is creating no progress in creating a weakness within the enemy, and so Pod 042 steps in. He tells her to stop fighting and focus on defending so the Red Girls can continue to multiply. Since they're so eager to be like humanity, they wind up executing its same faults. Humanity too rapidly multiplied and wound up fighting with each other, which led to killing until eventually they became extinct. It wasn't themselves who caused their demise, but rather something they had created. And the same thing happens to the Red Girls. They multiplied too rapidly, and each ego began clashing with the others, which led to infighting. Before long, their numbers quickly dwindled and the girls eventually vanished. They killed themselves. But the machine network didn't just collapse. Their resolution will come soon. A2 is able to escape the hacking and make her way to the top of the tower where NieR also resides. While he is hungry for vengeance, A2 initially refuses to take up a fighting stance. NieR, if it wasn't already clear, has lost his mind. His existence was meaningless, Project Yorha was for nothing. At this point, all he was holding on to was 2B, and the fact that A2 killed her was enough reason for the two to kill each other. NieR wasn't going to back down no matter what, and the logic virus that was corrupting his system is spreading more. He needed to kill A2 before the virus took him over, while he still had memories of 2B. And so the two ultimately clashed.
Take care of NieR.
2B.
In the end, both of them killed each other. But as NieR faded away, his consciousness entered the tower. It turns out the machine network is not going to fire a projectile at the moon. Instead, it changed its mind. After observing androids, unique machines like Pascal's village in the Forest Kingdom, others like Adam and Eve, what they are instead going to do is search for a new world. They're using the tower to launch an ark. They're putting all of the machine data and memories aboard and traveling into the vastness of space for eternity. Time has no meaning to machines, so they may never reach a destination, but they're going in search of it anyway. They offer NieR the opportunity to come along, but he chooses to stay and die. And with that, the tower collapses. All the machines on Earth go offline or are disconnected from the network, free to go about life as they choose. And Project Yorha has officially come to an end. Every Yorha unit is dead, and so the pods can initiate the final sequence and delete all Android-related data. Personal data, along with chassis composition, will all be deleted and the server reset. Future construction of Yorha androids should be theoretically impossible. But something unexpected happens. In the same way evolution has been occurring amongst the androids and machines when it came to emotions, the same thing was happening to the pods. Pods 153 and 042 have developed emotional and sentimental feelings towards their leads and don't want them to die. So instead of deleting everyone's data, they salvage it. Such an act is a declaration of war against all the other pods overseeing Earth. The pod network perceived them as damage because of their failure to follow orders and initiated routines to delete them. So 153 and 042 fought back. They launched an attack on the pod network so they could delete the program saying that Yorha had to be deleted. And ultimately, they succeeded. The plans for Yorha's deletion were gone from their orders, so they were allowed to salvage all of their past memories. The pods began work on collecting and salvaging all the necessary parts so they could repair their lead's chassis and upload their personal data back into their bodies. And in the end, 2B, 9S, and A2 were all repaired and given a second chance at life. A life without machines or war. An unforeseen future with an unforeseen outcome.
Then, won't that simply lead us to the same conclusion as before?
I cannot deny the possibility. However, the possibility of a different future also exists. A future is not given to you. It is something you must take for yourself.
Technically speaking, this is not the end of NieR's timeline. There is currently a mobile game called NieR Reincarnation that is, without a doubt, part of this timeline. However, as of the making of this video, the game has yet to finish, so it remains to be seen how and where it fits in. There are many theories out there which speculate that it may all be about the memories of the humans which have been stored and are currently being watched over. But then again, some believe it may not only be a continuation of NieR's timeline, but Drakengard's as well. Considering this is Yoko Taro we're talking about, making guesses before the product has fully been released is a mistake I'm not going to risk wasting your time on. At least not in this video. So NieR Reincarnation is going to have to wait. In the end, life is ultimately meaningless. It doesn't matter if you're driven by purpose, kill out of revenge, fight for your friends, or fight for nothing at all. Everything returns to nothing. Death is the great equalizer which comes for all. But that doesn't mean life doesn't have value. All beings are capable of experiencing happiness and loss. Even the most unexpected of souls were able to find something worth fighting for, friends to share in those emotions, and a purpose to keep living on. It doesn't matter that everything is designed to end. It's what's felt during those moments you're there that count.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was it. That was the video. Dude. Oh my goodness. Oh. It is a crazy, crazy fucking thing, dude. A crazy storyline. And I don't have words for you, but if you watch through all of this, you don't probably have words either. So, listen, I'm going to end this stream. I might be back later. Otherwise, I am still streaming NieR, and I'm going to continue to stream NieR. I'm going to play the game and try to, I don't know if I'm going to 100% it, but I do want to like see more of what the game has to offer with the DLC and things like that I paid for. So I'm going to be doing that, but I am ending the stream here on the PC. So peace out.